Chapter 3491. Lin Batian reversed fate and saved Lin Feng. But because he was poisoned, his combat strength dropped tremendously. After many factions heard the news about Lin Batian, they all attacked. They wanted to kill Lin Batian. Lin Batian's followers were extremely loyal to him, even though they knew that they might die if they continued to follow Lin Batian. But still, no one left. In the battles, many people were killed. Finally, in that place in the Chaos Starfield, Lin Batian and the others were surrounded. At that time, the poison in Lin Batian's body relapsed. Lin Batian suppressed the poison in his body with all his might. Therefore, he couldn't divert his attention to deal with those pursuers. Lin Feng's mother, Jilong personally led people to fight against the pursuers. In this battle, except for Jilong who was captured by the Black Fog race, the rest died in battle. The battle was extremely tragic. Later, the powerhouses of the various factions surrounded Lin Batian and the others again. And in this battle, Lin Feng's uncle died in the outer space world in order to escort Lin Batian and Lin Feng away. After landing in the 9 states, Lin Batian narrowly escaped death several times. Finally, he managed to neutralize the poison. Scenes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng originally had a certain understanding of what happened in the past. For example, Lin Batian was ambushed by Di Wudao. Originally, Lin Feng knew that his father was ambushed by Di Wudao. But now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. Lin Batian was actually ambushed by the Celestial Emperor. In fact, with Lin Batian's strength, even if he fought against the Celestial Emperor, he shouldn't have been ambushed. But at that time, Lin Batian's attention was all on Lin Feng. That was why he was ambushed. Di Wudao, the Celestial Emperor, the Black Fog race, and other forces were now on Lin Feng's must-kill list. These forces had completely angered Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng's killing intent soar. There was a lot of content behind, including many things that Lin Feng had experienced. They were all displayed one by one. Lin Feng looked at the images. Everything he had experienced was displayed in front of him like a continuous image. This further strengthened Lin Feng's Dao heart. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. All the blood debts. Lin Feng kept it in mind. He would never let go of those who owed him a blood debt. The last scene of this memory was when Lin Feng snatched away the time stone. Lin Feng watched his own life. There were some things that even he didn't know about. But now, Lin Feng already knew these things. What had happened in the past would not affect Lin Feng. On the contrary, it would strengthen Lin Feng's heart of cultivation. If I can control the power of time, there will be countless possibilities in my life. A voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Following that, mysterious runes appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Those runes were incomparably mysterious and seemed to be related to the time stone. Lin Feng began to comprehend those mysterious runes. However, after comprehending for a long time, he actually couldn't comprehend anything useful. It seemed that those runes, they weren't so easy to comprehend. If he wanted to comprehend those runes, he needed time. Or perhaps, he needed an opportunity. Lin Feng withdrew his mind. Time was short, now was not the time to comprehend those runes. But Lin Feng guessed. If he could successfully comprehend those runes, perhaps, he would be able to control the time stone. When the time came, he would be able to use the time stone to create a space that could change the flow of time. This was one of the things that Lin Feng wanted to do the most at the current stage. Lin Feng put away the time stone. Then he looked at Yu Simon beside him. He said, "There's no time to lose, let's continue looking for the ruler's armor." Yu Simon nodded and took out a jade talisman. Lin Feng looked at the jade talisman. Then, he asked, "What's the origin of this jade talisman?" Yu Simon nodded and said, "Of course there's an origin. This jade talisman is related to the ruler's armor. Father said that this jade talisman can sense the location of the ruler's armor. Moreover, with this jade talisman, even if we can't obtain the approval of the ruler's armor, we won't be attacked by it." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly happy. The ruler's armor was so powerful. Lin Feng was indeed worried that if he wasn't recognized by the ruler's armor, he would be attacked by it. Now that he had this jade talisman, he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing happening. Lin Feng and Yu Simon continued to rush towards the depths. On the way, Lin Feng and Yu Simon saw many cultivators looking for them. The cultivators of the major powers believed that Lin Feng and Yu Simon were still on the baleful yin star. So, the other party didn't just seal off the starry sky. They also sent a large number of powerful cultivators. Their purpose was to find Lin Feng and Yu Simon. It wouldn't be easy to leave this place without a hitch. However, Lin Feng wasn't worried. With his methods, even if he couldn't obtain the approval of the ruler's armor, if he wanted to leave, very few people would be able to trap him. If he obtained the approval of the ruler's armor, even if he met the three emperors, Lin Feng wasn't afraid at all. When Lin Feng and Yu Simon arrived at the depths of the baleful yin star, the two of them used the earth escape technique to hide underground. The core of the baleful yin star was extremely large. It wasn't difficult for a supreme treasure like the ruler's armor to hide. Fortunately, Yu Simon had the jade talisman left behind by her father. Not long after Lin Feng and Yu Simon entered the depths of the Earth's core, this jade talisman began to move. The jade talisman floated in mid-air. It shook and emitted waves of violent fluctuations. Lin Feng and Yu Simon both revealed looks of joy. Yu Simon said, "It seems that the jade talisman has already sensed the ruler's armor." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Let's follow the jade talisman and see where it will go." The two of them followed the jade talisman and flew towards the depths. The depths of the Earth's core weren't calm. This place was filled with destructive power. And the flames were burning fiercely. This kind of flame that was born in the depths of the Earth's core was an extremely terrifying flame. Ordinary cultivators, they couldn't resist this kind of flame at all. They would be burned to ashes. Lin Feng controlled 5 types of heavenly fire. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of this kind of flame. He used the heavenly fire to protect Yu Simon. Therefore, Yu Simon was also not harmed by the flames. There were even some terrifying flame creatures active in the depths of the Earth's core. However, after those flame creatures sensed the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, they didn't attack Lin Feng and Yu Simon. 2 hours later, Lin Feng and Yu Simon followed the jade talisman to an underground magma world. In the underground magma world, there was an armor floating. Chapter 3492. The Dominator's armor was shrouded in mystery, exuding a shocking and powerful force. As expected of a supreme treasure left behind by a Dominator, this supreme treasure was absolutely extraordinary. If one could refine it, it would have a heaven-defying effect on any cultivator. Take the jade talisman and see if you can refine the Dominator's armor. Yu Simon handed the jade talisman to Lin Feng. Now, Yu Simon's entire mind was on Lin Feng. Therefore, even if she wanted to refine the Dominator's armor, she would let Lin Feng try first. If Lin Feng could refine the Dominator's armor, perhaps she would be even happier than if she did it herself. If Lin Feng couldn't refine the Dominator's armor, then she would try to refine the Dominator's armor. Lin Feng nodded and took the jade talisman. Then, he took the jade talisman and flew toward the Dominator's armor. Lin Feng arrived above the Dominator's armor. Then, he struck out with a strand of magic power. Lin Feng's strand of magic power tried to merge into the Dominator's armor. However, Lin Feng realized, his magic power was actually repelled by the Dominator's armor. The Dominator's armor was very strange. It could repel a cultivator's magic power. Lin Feng's magic power couldn't merge into the Dominator's armor, let alone refine it. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that he wasn't fated to have the Dominator's armor? Lin Feng dreamed of refining such a powerful magic treasure. But if he wasn't fated, he was destined to miss this magic treasure. Lin Feng looked at the jade talisman in his hand. Could this jade talisman play a key role? Thinking of this, Lin Feng injected magic power into the jade talisman. After absorbing Lin Feng's magic power, something astonishing immediately happened. Dense runes appeared on the jade talisman. The runes intertwined and twisted together, forming an incomparably powerful vibration force. The vibration force fiercely shook the void. Every wave of vibrating force seemed to be able to collapse the void. The runes on the jade talisman finally shot out a beam of light. The beam of light fused into the sovereign's armor. Buzz. However, at this moment, the hegemon armor gently shook the void. A wave of tyrannical power surged out. That terrifying strength made the talisman fly away. Lin Feng was also blown away along with the talisman. However, just as Simon had said before, even if he couldn't refine the ruler's armor, as long as he had the jade talisman, the ruler's armor wouldn't harm him. This was the case with Lin Feng. Although he had failed to refine the ruler's armor, because of the jade talisman, Lin Feng hadn't been harmed by the ruler's armor. Such a powerful treasure, yet I can't refine it. I really can't accept this. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. He absolutely wasn't willing to give up on refining the ruler's armor just like that. Lin Feng absolutely wasn't willing. He grabbed the jade talisman and sat down cross-legged. Then, Lin Feng began to circulate the true word of Lin. Lin Feng hoped to use the true word of Lin to comprehend the secrets of the ruler's armor. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this wasn't an easy task. However, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Lin Feng wouldn't give up. Lin Feng began to circulate the true word of Lin. With the help of the true word of Lin, very quickly, Lin Feng entered a mysterious state of mind. He vaguely felt that he seemed to have formed a mysterious connection with a great existence. It was just that the connection wasn't particularly obvious. As time passed, Lin Feng discovered that he seemed to have seen a vast and majestic world. That world was ancient, mysterious, immortal, and powerful. In that world, there stood a mountain-like existence proudly. Looking carefully, that existence was actually a huge armor. And that armor was the ruler's armor. The surface of the ruler's armor was covered with countless runes, and each rune contained a destructive power that could destroy the heavens and earth. Each rune contained unimaginably terrifying power. The runes were like immortal talismans. Listening carefully, it was as if one could hear the sound of heaven and earth from those runes. The ruler's armor was indeed powerful. Now, it gave Lin Feng the feeling that it was like an unparalleled ruler that couldn't be resisted. Although it was just an armor, it gave people the feeling of looking down at the heavens. Ruler's armor, follow me. Only by following me can you complete the transformation. In the future, you will become even more powerful. Lin Feng looked at the ruler's armor and said, "Humph. An ant-like existence dares to say such words to this seat. You're simply overestimating yourself." Suddenly, a voice came from inside the ruler's armor. Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. Was this the voice of the ruler's armor's weapon spirit? Lin Feng felt that it was very likely so. After all, the ruler's armor was so powerful. It wouldn't make sense if it didn't have a weapon spirit. Humph. You're too arrogant. Even existences surpassing the great emperor realm wouldn't dare to say such words in front of this seat. You're just a cultivator who hasn't become a great emperor, yet you dare to say such words. Do you know that you're a joke in front of this seat? I only need a divine thought to kill you. The weapon spirit of the ruler's armor said coldly. Lin Feng smiled and said, "You're right. I know that you won't attack me. Why? Could it be because of the token? There's no rule that says that I can't attack cultivators who have the token." The weapon spirit of the ruler's armor said coldly. Although this weapon spirit didn't appear, Lin Feng had a strong feeling. This terrifying weapon spirit. Now, its eyes were fixed on him. Every move he made. Everything was under the control of this weapon spirit. Lin Feng said. The token is only one of the reasons. Oh, what other reason is there? I'd like to hear it. The weapon spirit of the ruler's armor said coldly. Lin Feng said, "First, if you wanted to attack me, you wouldn't have said so much to me. Second, in fact, you've already discovered that I'm extraordinary. You're just hesitating in your heart about how to make a choice. Third, you're worried about your choice. If you make the wrong choice, you'll be delayed for many years. However, time is extremely precious to you now. Due to the appearance of the 5 signs of decay, You don't have much time to continue defying the heavens and changing your fate. When the era is destroyed, your fate will be destroyed as well. Therefore, at this time, you need to find someone who can truly help you. However, you can't be sure if I'm that person. I don't know if these 3 points are correct. Chapter 3493. That's right. The 3 points you mentioned are exactly what I'm worried about. The artifact spirit couldn't help but say. The artifact spirit didn't know how to hide his thoughts. He was an open and above-board existence. The artifact spirit faintly said, the undying bloodline, the sovereign clan, and the sealed fate bloodline. In addition, there seems to be an even more mysterious power inside your body. You are destined to be extraordinary, but you are also destined to experience many trials and tribulations. If you can summon a dragon and this seat follows you, I will naturally be able to obtain endless benefit. However, this seat already knew that you will encounter many difficulties and obstacles. Thus, the probability of overcoming them is not high. Falling before you can mature is more likely. Thus, I need to carefully consider whether I should follow you or not. As expected, the ruler's armor's spirit was extremely strong. It even knew about the fourth mysterious strength, which was sealed in Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was astonished. Of course, Lin Feng was also someone who had seen many storms and waves. Therefore, even though he was astonished, Lin Feng remained calm and collected. Lin Feng said, I have always been an optimist. I believe that I can overcome any difficulties. Moreover, the Tao I cultivate is the Tao of supremacy. A supremacy is an existence who has stepped on the bones of Kai Kai to reach the peak. If I don't encounter any difficulties along the way, how can I reach the peak? You are not being optimistic. You are being blindly confident. In other words, you are being arrogant. The artifact spirit couldn't help but sneer as if he was deliberately mocking Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, arrogant? I don't think so. Since I have the ability, I have the confidence to do so. I have cultivated 2,400 types of the 3,000 Grand Daos. In addition, I have also cultivated the legacies of Fushi, Kaiyu, the two Devil Lords, Nua, and many other peerless experts. In the history of this epoch, how many cultivators who have yet to become emperors have cultivated the 3,000 Grand Daos and had more top divine abilities than me? I'm sure there are only a handful of them, right? Apart from these powerful divine abilities, I have also obtained 3 stone swords, the Hell King Bell, the Heavenly Drum, the Vampiric Dagger, the Heaven-Devouring Jar, the Black Dragon Sword, and many other supreme treasures. How many people in history have obtained so many supreme treasures like me? Those who think I'm arrogant don't know my strength or my methods, so they assume I'm arrogant. Don't you find it laughable? After hearing Lin Feng's words, the artifact spirit of the ruler's armor couldn't help but frown. The achievements that Lin Feng had mentioned were indeed astonishing. Follow me. Soar to the heavens, Lin Feng said firmly. At that moment, the artifact spirit sensed an indescribable aura from Lin Feng. That kind of temperament. It was like the aura emanating from the Ren Huang. That kind of aura made people have an impulse to believe him. Good. I can agree to your request, but we need to agree to 3 conditions. The artifact spirit of the ruler's armor said. Lin Feng was overjoyed when the artifact spirit of the ruler's armor agreed to submit to him. He asked calmly, what conditions do you want? Tell me, first. Before the great calamity arrives, I won't take the initiative to help you because I need to save my strength for when the great calamity arrive. The artifact spirit of the ruler's armor stated its first condition. Lin Feng nodded. No problem. I promise you. Secondly, you have to figure out how to use the sovereign's armor on your own. I won't take the initiative to teach you, because even if I know how to use it, I've figured it out on my own. Perhaps it's not the most correct method. Teaching it to you will only lead you astray. The artifact spirit of the sovereign's armor continued. Lin Feng said, no problem. I like to work hard to find what I want. I don't want to rely on others to give me what I want. The artifact spirit continued. Third, if your cultivation doesn't surpass the Emperor realm within 1,000 years, all ties between us will be severed. I don't need 1,000 years. I can surpass the Emperor realm, Lin Feng said with his hands clasped behind his back. How difficult was it to surpass the Emperor realm? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Lin Feng said it so confidently. Lin Feng's confidence seemed to originate from his bloodline, from his bones, and from his soul. In fact, Lin Feng's cultivation had improved so quickly over the years because of his hard work and other factors. It was also closely related to his strong self-confidence. All right, since you've agreed, let's sign the contract now, the artifact spirit of the ruler's armor said. Then, a ray of holy light surged out from the ruler's armor. The holy light intertwined in midair, and one could vaguely see that the holy light had transformed into a page condensed from energy. On the page were the requirements of the ruler's armor. Look carefully at the contents. If there are no problems, we'll sign the soul contract, the artifact spirit of the ruler's armor said. Lin Feng looked at it once, then nodded and said, no problem, we can sign the contract now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng's soul power surged into the contract book. And a soul power also surged out from the ruler's armor. That soul power also surged into the contract book. When Lin Feng's soul power and the artifact spirit of the ruler's armor surged into the contract book at the same time, suddenly, Lin Feng felt it. He had a mysterious connection with the ruler's armor. Swish. The next moment, there was a flash of light. Lin Feng found that he had returned to reality from that illusory world. He was still sitting cross-legged, holding the jade talisman in his hand. Everything that had just happened was like a dream. However, this was not a dream, because after Lin Feng woke up, he found that he had indeed formed a mysterious connection with the ruler's armor. How is it? Did you get anything? Seeing Lin Feng open his eyes, Yu Simon asked with concern. She naturally hoped that Lin Feng would succeed. Because Lin Feng was her man. The stronger Lin Feng was. Yu Simon was even happier. Lin Feng smiled, then reached out and pointed at the ruler's armor. A ray of magic power surged into the ruler's armor. Buzz. The ruler's armor vibrated with a powerful aura, then the ruler's armor soared into the sky from the magma world. Then, it turned into a rune and flew into Lin Feng's dantian. Chapter 3494. The ruler's armor fused into his dantian. Lin Feng only needed to use his divine will to communicate with the sovereign's armor. Lin Feng wasn't in a hurry to leave. He planned to study the ruler's armor. When Yu Simon saw that Lin Feng had successfully refined the ruler's armor, she was incomparably happy. She asked excitedly, now that I've refined the ruler's armor, does that mean I can use it? Lin Feng replied, I'm afraid that I still can't activate the ruler's armor. If I want to activate this treasure, I'll need to comprehend some of the activation techniques recorded in this treasure. When she heard Lin Feng, Yu Simon said, then let's enter into closed-door cultivation here for a period of time, and it wouldn't be too late to leave once we're able to utilize the Overlord armor. Yu Simon was mainly worried that she would be surrounded by 3 Emperor Realm Masters if she left at this moment. Last time, he had managed to escape from the pursuit of 3 Emperor Realm Masters by sheer luck. However, if he were to encounter 3 Emperor Realm Masters again this time, these 3 Emperor Realm Masters would most likely be prepared, so it wouldn't be easy to escape from their hands again. Thus, Yu Simon wanted to wait until Lin Feng could control the ruler's armor before leaving. If he were to encounter 3 Emperor Realm Masters at this time, with Lin Feng's own strength and the extraordinary ruler's armor, it wasn't impossible for him to contend against 3 great emperors. Even if he couldn't defeat the 3 emperors, it shouldn't be difficult for him to leave this place. Yu Simon's thoughts coincided with Lin Feng's. In the following month, Lin Feng remained in seclusion. He was trying to figure out how to use the sovereign's armor. During this month, Lin Feng had gained some enlightenment. Although he couldn't completely control the ruler's armor, he was still able to control it. However, he was already able to control the ruler's armor. Lin Feng's hands were moving in a flurry of hand seals. All of the incantations entered the sovereign armor. After fusing with the incantations, the ruler's armor was activated. Swish. With a flash of light, the ruler's armor turned into a silver armor, completely enveloping Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an eternal immortal king. His aura was so powerful that it was suffocating. Furthermore, Lin Feng could clearly sense the terrifying power contained within the ruler's armor. He was able to borrow the terrifying energy contained within the sovereign's armor. Of course, this borrowing was not without a price. He wanted to borrow that powerful force. It would consume one's own magic power. And this kind of consumption was extremely serious. The more you gain in one aspect, the more you lose in the other. This was the law of conservation. It applies to this moment. Although the ruler's armor consumed a lot of magic power, Lin Feng was still very satisfied with it. This was because the ruler's armor was powerful enough. It could increase Lin Feng's combat strength in a short period of time. Swish! With a flash of light, Lin Feng put the ruler's armor into his body. Then, he looked at Yu Simon and said, "Let's go. Let's go rescue father-in-law." Yu Simon quickly nodded. These days, Yu Simon had been worried about her father. However, Yu Simon knew that she had to be strong enough to rescue her father. Or else, she would be courting death if she went. When the time came, not only would she not be able to save her father, but she and Lin Feng would also be sacrificed. Yu Simon naturally did not want to see such a thing happen. Now, Lin Feng could finally control the ruler's armor. Yu Simon saw the hope of rescuing her father. Yu Simon followed Lin Feng and flew outside. On the way, Yu Simon said, "Do you want to visit some of my father's other friends? I hope they can help. This way, we won't be alone." Lin Feng nodded. He naturally agreed with Yu Simon's suggestion. Although he had preliminary control of the ruler's armor, Lin Feng did not know how many experts the other party had. Therefore, if he could find some allies to rescue Supreme Venerable Myriad Star, the probability of success would also be much higher. The two of them quickly flew towards the Starry Sky World. However, the Starry Sky World was sealed. Lin Feng and Yu Simon were intercepted by someone. The ones who intercepted the two of them were cultivators from the Starry Sky Demon Snake Clan, the Star Refining Demon Swallowing Clan, and more than a dozen other forces. "Kid, we've been waiting for you for a long time. You're finally here. If you want to live, hand over the Stone of Time, otherwise, we'll have no choice but to kill you," an expert said in an indifferent voice. "Let's do it." Lin Feng could not help but sneer. "Kill this kid." Hundreds of experts' voices were cold. Then, they attacked together and attacked Lin Feng. These people were already prepared. They had set up a killing array and even used hundreds of powerful magic treasures and an Emperor-level magic treasure to guard the array core. The killing array released a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. If it were any other cultivator facing the killing array set up by so many experts, they would probably feel despair. However, the killing array set up by these cultivators was not a problem for Lin Feng. In this world, there were probably not many cultivators who could be more powerful than Lin Feng in terms of array formation attainments. Therefore, in the face of the killing array's attack, Lin Feng easily found the flaws of the array. Lin Feng grabbed Yu Simon's hand and moved through the deployment spell. They dodged the attacks one after another, and then they successfully came out of the deployment spell. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his right hand and a dense sword chi swept out. It slashed towards those cultivators. "How can you rush out of the array so easily?" Many cultivators cried out in disbelief. They could not believe their eyes. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had managed to escape from the deadly deployment spell so easily. It was simply unbelievable. However, these cultivators quickly came back to their senses because Lin Feng's attack was already coming. They had no choice but to block Lin Feng's attack. However, Lin Feng's attack was too powerful. The dazzling sword chi instantly tore apart the divine abilities of the cultivators. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Then, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard one after another. One cultivator's body was directly cut into two by Lin Feng's sword chi. In the end, they died tragically under Lin Feng's attack. When the rest of the cultivators saw how terrifying Lin Feng was, how could they still have the courage to fight? They all fled in all directions. "Do you think you can escape?" Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. As soon as his voice fell, he executed a sword blade storm. Endless sword chi formed a storm and swept towards the fleeing cultivators. Chapter 3495. The power of the sword blade storm was too tyrannical. It was simply shocking and moving. The escaping cultivators were all sucked into the sword blade storm. I don't want to die. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare me, I'll do anything. The cultivators who were sucked into the sword blade storm begged loudly. However, Lin Feng didn't care about these people's pleas at all. Lin Feng was very clear about that. Showing mercy to your enemies was the same as showing mercy to yourself. Therefore, he wouldn't pity these people. Poochie. 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 The sound of tearing continued. The cultivators who were sucked into the sword blade storm were directly killed. Their bodies were torn to pieces by the dense sword chi, and they all died tragically. After killing these cultivators, Lin Feng took their storage rings and magic treasures, and then quickly left. Some cultivators who were watching the show in the distance had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they saw Lin Feng easily kill hundreds of experts by himself. It was really too shocking. Anyone who saw this scene would probably not dare to believe it was real. I've only heard that this kid is extraordinary. He even snatched the Stone of Time from the hands of the 3 emperors. But at that time, I always thought that this kid was able to do this because he had some powerful treasures. At that time, he must have used those powerful treasures to snatch the Stone of Time, but now it seems that he didn't rely solely on those treasures. That kid's cultivation is really terrifying. At this time, a cultivator said. Yes. That guy's combat strength is terrifying. This can't be underestimated. However, it's said that the 3 emperors are now guarding the outer realm. It won't be easy to escape. We have to pray that we don't meet the 3 emperors. Otherwise, we'll still die. Then, another cultivator said. Many people began to talk about this matter. At this moment, Lin Feng and Yu Simon had already flown into the distance. However, it was not easy to escape. The news of Lin Feng's appearance quickly spread. After a short time, a Zun Di cultivator caught up with Lin Feng. The Emperor Realm Master who had caught up with Lin Feng was none other than the Emperor Realm Master of 10,000 Kingdoms. You little bastard. Are you ready to die? The myriad countries' emperor stared coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with killing intent. Myriad kingdom emperors hated Lin Feng to the bone and wished that they could kill Lin Feng right now. Said Lin Feng indifferently. You think you can do it alone? You're overestimating yourself. Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the 10,000 Kingdoms Emperor's face was filled with killing intent. That was because Lin Feng was simply too arrogant. Although Lin Feng's battle prowess was frightening enough, Lin Feng was simply too arrogant. However, in front of an Emperor Realm Master, there was still a huge gap. Even if the Emperor of 10,000 countries was only a First Heaven Emperor Realm low-level Emperor. But that was still a venerable Emperor. The supreme dignity of a venerable Emperor could not be violated in any way. Brat, go to hell. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms Emperor's eyes were cold as he threw a palm at Lin Feng. In the void, a huge energy palm was formed. The energy palm gently shook the void. It was as if it could shatter 100,000 starry skies. The power of an Emperor Realm Master was terrifying. Step back. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng sent Yu Simon far away by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng communicated with the ruler's armor. Swish. A silver light flashed slightly. Then, Lin Feng's body was completely wrapped in silver light. At the same time, an unimaginably powerful and majestic mana surged into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's battle prowess. Rising steadily. In an instant, Lin Feng's battle prowess increased to a level that made ghosts and gods pale in comparison. Facing the attack of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He threw a punch, and a fist light condensed and collided with the attack of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. The attacks of both sides were annihilated. And Lin Feng and the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms both took 3 steps back. What kind of magic treasure is that? The eyes of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms were fixed on the ruler's armor on Lin Feng's body. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that the reason why Lin Feng was able to display such terrifying battle prowess was greatly related to the ruler's armor. "You want to know? Go to hell and ask the King of Hell," Lin Feng sneered, then jumped out and quickly flew towards the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. The ruler's armor provided Lin Feng with a terrifying power boost, and Lin Feng's battle prowess increased crazily. Just now, he was on par with the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Now, Lin Feng decided to go all out. He wanted to see what level his battle prowess could reach after increasing it to the limit. Supreme Reincarnation Fist. Lin Feng's mana began to circulate, and he directly used his trump card. This was the Supreme Tao that Lin Feng created himself. A peerless great Tao. 10,000 worlds extermination. At this moment, the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms also used his trump card. This 10,000 worlds extermination was also an extremely terrifying divine ability. After this divine ability was used, it immediately evolved into an endless world. The power of Nirvana surged. Endless worlds were destroyed. This was the 10,000 worlds extermination. A divine ability that was so heaven-defying that it made people turn pale with shock. And the first collision between the two sides caused a huge commotion, attracting the surrounding cultivators. At this time, a cultivator said, "The cultivator wrapped in the silver armor is the kid who stole the Stone of Time. I just saw that this guy actually didn't die after colliding with the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. It's unbelievable. That silver armor is definitely a heaven-defying treasure. No matter how heaven-defying the treasure is, what's the use? How many times can you withstand an attack from an Empyrean realm powerhouse?" Then another cultivator said, "Although magic treasures are also a part of one's strength, the Emperor-level expert is too powerful. That kid can't be a match for the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms with just magic treasures. I guess that within 3 moves, that kid will be destroyed by the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms and then killed by the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdom." The third cultivator continued. Many of the surrounding cultivators nodded. Obviously, those cultivators also felt that Lin Feng and the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms would meet. Only death awaited them. Chapter 3496. While everyone was discussing, Lin Feng and the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's attacks collided again. Under Lin Feng's control, the Supreme Reincarnation Fist exploded with its strongest power. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor's Nirvana world was also incomparably powerful. Both sides' divine abilities were extremely powerful. Bang! At this moment, the two of them collided. This was a peak confrontation, accompanied by a violent collision that shook the heavens and the earth. It was as if two rapidly rotating planets in the starry sky had collided. The sky and earth were spinning, and the earth was collapsing. It was shocking and horrifying. The starry sky collapsed and the stars shattered. It was as if doomsday had arrived, destroying everything. It was truly a peerless horror. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked and quickly dodged. The pressure from the collision between the two. It had already made the surrounding cultivators feel what despair was. Many people felt as if their lives no longer belonged to them. Fortunately, this was only a kind of spiritual pressure. However, they were not involved in this great battle. This was the only thing worth rejoicing about. If they were involved in this battle, many people felt that they would definitely die. There was no chance of survival at all. But Lin Feng and the Myriad Kingdom Emperor were in a stalemate for a very short time. Then, the Myriad Kingdom Emperor was sent flying by Lin Feng. In mid-air, the Myriad Kingdom Emperor could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. How is this possible? The Myriad Kingdom Emperor was actually injured. Oh my God, am I seeing things? An Emperor-level expert was actually injured. Isn't this too unbelievable? What we saw must be an illusion, right? Many cultivators who were watching the battle could not help but exclaim. They could not believe what they were seeing. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor. He was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. It was truly unbelievable. Many people even rubbed their eyes hard, trying to see if it was real. However, they realized that everything that happened in front of them was real. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor, he was really beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng, who was wearing the silver armor. It's that silver armor. Otherwise, that kid wouldn't have such strength. What kind of supreme treasure is that? He's actually so powerful. Many cultivators exclaimed as they stared unblinkingly at Lin Feng's sovereign armor. Endless greed burst out from many people's eyes. The silver armor was simply too tempting. In the eyes of many, Lin Feng could become so powerful after wearing the silver armor. In that case, if these people were to wear the silver armor, wouldn't they also become very powerful? Lin Feng already knew that many people would covet the ruler's armor after seeing it. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What a bunch of greedy and ignorant people. In this world, there weren't many people who could make the ruler's armor recognize them as its master. Lin Feng described his future to the Dominator's armor. The Dominator's armor was touched. Just now, it took the initiative to recognize him as its master. Who do these people think they are? Even many cultivators who had surpassed the Emperor realm were nothing in the ruler's armor's eyes, let alone others. He really overestimated himself. Lin Feng was like a peerless immortal king. He walked forward in the void, his eyes flashing with endless coldness. He walked step by step toward the Myriad Kingdom Emperor, his killing intent like the sea. Myriad Kingdom Emperor, your cultivation is only SOSO. If you don't have any other means, today's starry sky world will be your burial ground. Lin Feng looked at the Myriad Kingdom Emperor indifferently. His eyes flashed with endless killing intent. Kid, do you think you can kill me just by relying on a piece of armor to increase your combat strength in a short period of time? What a joke. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor's face couldn't help but contort. As an Emperor realm expert, he had just been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lin Feng. It was simply a great humiliation. For the Myriad Kingdom Emperor, it was something he couldn't tolerate. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor had lived a glorious life. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Therefore, for Lin Feng, the Myriad Kingdom Emperor only had a deep killing intent. An expert of this level must have mastered a lot of methods. At this moment, the void around the Myriad Kingdom Emperor began to distort. Then, mysterious countries appeared one after another. Those were mysterious countries. In each country, there was an ancient god sitting cross-legged. 10,000 countries, 10,000 gods. Could it be, among the spectating cultivators, someone seemed to recognize the divine ability that the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had used? They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and their expressions became extremely serious. What is it? Many people asked curiously. They didn't know what kind of divine ability the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had used. However, from the shocked expression of the cultivator, they could tell that the divine ability the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had used must be very heaven-defying. The cultivator said, "Myriad Kingdom God, this is the legendary supreme technique passed down from a supreme existence in the era of titled gods. It's called a thought to create a country, Myriad God descends. Once this divine ability is used, it will definitely cause a terrifying power that can destroy the world. Just wait and see, this divine ability will definitely erupt with a terrifying destructive power that can shock one's heart. Is this divine ability really that powerful?" A cultivator couldn't help but ask. Of course. This divine ability is so heaven-defying. The cultivator nodded and said. He was extremely confident in the divine ability that the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had used. Myriad kingdoms floated in the air. Myriad gods were born. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor stood in the center of the Myriad Kingdom God. He was like the creator of the world, powerful and immortal. High and mighty, lowly ant, I'll let you have a taste of my supreme divine ability. To be able to die under the attack of my divine ability, even if you die, it won't be a loss. As soon as the Myriad Kingdom Emperor finished speaking, the Myriad Kingdom God rushed towards Lin Feng at the same time. That kid is dead for sure. Many of the spectating cultivators couldn't help but exclaim, thinking that Lin Feng would definitely die. It was impossible to resist such a terrifying attack from the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. My Tao is the Tao of supremacy. In this world, I am the supremacy, and my divine ability is invincible. Lin Feng looked at the 10,000 countries' great emperor indifferently. Then, he stepped forward and circulated his magic power. The divine ability formation formed by thousands of divine abilities in his body was also activated. Together, they supported Lin Feng's supreme reincarnation fist. In the face of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's attack, Lin Feng still used the supreme reincarnation fist, an unparalleled divine ability. However, Lin Feng's second move was even more powerful than the first. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision, the two sides collided again. Everyone saw that the Myriad Kingdom God formed by the Myriad Kingdom Emperor was destroyed by Lin Feng's punch. Then, Lin Feng's terrifying punch landed on the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's chest. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor was sent flying. Crack, crack. Chapter 3497. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms was heavily injured by Lin Feng's attack. The outcome of the battle had been decided. Many people were shocked. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms' powerful divine ability was actually broken by Lin Feng's divine ability. Now, everyone understood one thing. Even though the silver armor had increased Lin Feng's battle strength by a lot, it was still too weak. However, the silver armor's enhancement to Lin Feng was only part of the reason why Lin Feng's battle strength was so strong. The most fundamental reason was that Lin Feng's cultivation was strong enough. If Lin Feng's cultivation level wasn't high enough, even with the silver armor, his battle strength would still be far from the terrifying battle strength that Lin Feng had displayed. No, 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 this is impossible. The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, who had been defeated by Lin Feng, could not help but roar loudly. He had even used his trump card. He could not even defeat a young cultivator like Lin Feng. This was a huge blow to the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Lin Feng looked at the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms with an indifferent expression. As he rushed towards the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, he sneered and said, "Nothing is impossible. Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms, are you ready to die?" The Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms' expression was extremely gloomy. As much as he did not want to admit it, but the truth was indisputable. Lin Feng was indeed too strong. It was not something he could contend against. When the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms saw Lin Feng rushing towards him, he said coldly, "Kid, don't be too happy. Our grudge will not end so easily. Just you wait, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces sooner or later." As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms turned around and flew into the distance. He wanted to escape. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You think you can escape just because you want to? No one can save you today." Lin Feng quickly chased after him. Lin Feng's speed was too fast, and he quickly caught up to the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. Lin Feng unleashed a devil ancestor holy fist at Myriad Kingdom Emperors. An ancient devil ancestor appeared behind Lin Feng. The ancient evil ancestor couldn't help but roar. Then, he charged toward Myriad Kingdom Emperor. The face of the Myriad Kingdom Emperors turned extremely ugly. Because Lin Feng's attack was too terrifying. He had no choice but to stop and defend against Lin Feng's attacks. Violent energy fluctuations surged out of Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body. Next, Myriad Kingdom Emperor used a divine ability called Blood Sea Waves. This mystique condensed a terrifying destructive power. It was a sea of blood. Then, it condensed and formed. That blood-red sea could shatter the void with just a slight tremor. The attacks from both sides were extremely powerful. But the 10,000 countries' great emperor's attacks were much weaker than Lin Feng's. The divine ability of the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms. It was directly broken by Lin Feng. Then, a destructive force blasted the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body. Myriad Kingdom Emperor was sent flying again. Wah! Myriad Kingdom Emperor vomited blood. His injuries became more and more serious. Is the Myriad Kingdom Emperor going to be killed? Many cultivators who were watching the battle said in shock. Emperor-level experts were different from cultivators of other realms. Existences of this level. Very few people died. If an Emperor Realm Master were to fall, then, at that time, it would definitely be earth-shattering news. And now, the result of the battle between Lin Feng and the Myriad Kingdom Emperor seemed to be irreversible. Lin Feng quickly rushed toward the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. Now was the best time to kill the Myriad Kingdom Emperor in one go. If he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to kill the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. With a thought, flowers bloom, the sovereign descends to the world. Lin Feng used the supreme technique passed down by the mysterious Devil Lord. After this powerful divine ability was used, it exploded with a terrifying power that shook people's hearts. The demonic might was vast. It enveloped all directions. That terrifying aura. This caused countless people to be aghast. Many people felt that Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an immortal Devil Lord. Everyone's face. They were all deeply shocked. Who is he? Many people looked at Lin Feng, and they couldn't help but feel puzzled. So young. So powerful. Lin Feng's identity. Lin Feng's background. Everyone was puzzled. But no one knew Lin Feng's specific background. Myriad Kingdom Emperor naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He quickly took out a powerful defensive magic treasure. This powerful magic treasure was a bronze shield. Its defense was extremely strong. Myriad Kingdom Emperor wanted to use the bronze shield to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! A violent collision sound was heard. Lin Feng's divine ability bombarded Myriad Kingdom Emperor's shield. Myriad Kingdom Emperor's shield was sent flying by Lin Feng's divine ability. Then Lin Feng's divine ability continued to bombard Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body. This time, Myriad Kingdom Emperor's injuries were even more serious. Half of his body was blasted apart. Myriad Kingdom Emperor, no one in the world can save you. Lin Feng's expression was cold, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He continued to attack Myriad Kingdom Emperor. The Supreme Reincarnation Fist was directly swung out. He punched out at the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. After feeling the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body, Myriad Kingdom Emperor's face couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. Myriad Kingdom Emperor was unwilling to die in Lin Feng's hands like this. Therefore, Myriad Kingdom Emperor hurriedly used his divine ability to block Lin Feng's attack. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, the two weapons collided. Lin Feng and Myriad Kingdom Emperor collided once again. After Myriad Kingdom Emperor's divine ability was broken by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's punch landed on Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body. This time, Myriad Kingdom Emperor's body directly exploded. It turned into a bloody mist. A mass of grayish-brown energy quickly flew into the distance. That mass of grayish-brown energy was the soul of Myriad Kingdom Emperor. Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul wanted to escape. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He waved his hand. He charged towards Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul. Spare me. Spare me. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to give you endless treasures. Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul begged. If his soul was destroyed, the Emperor of 10,000 Kingdoms had completely vanished into thin air. Myriad Kingdom Emperor didn't want to die. So when faced with life and death, Myriad Kingdom Emperor threw away his dignity. But Lin Feng was indifferent. He had no intention of sparing Myriad Kingdom Emperor at all. Lin Feng directly suppressed Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul, and then began to search Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul. But at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the depths of Myriad Kingdom Emperor's soul. That aura was truly terrifying to the extreme. It made Lin Feng feel a sense of shock. You actually killed Myriad Kingdom Emperor, despicable ant. Have you ever thought about how you will die? Chapter 3498. Then, an illusory shadow condensed. This illusory shadow was the existence that spoke to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. He originally thought that the rise of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor was entirely due to his own means. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. There were also hidden experts behind the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. It was just that Lin Feng didn't know about it before. Perhaps many people had been deceived by the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. Not only did Lin Feng not know, many people didn't know. After this terrifying existence appeared, it directly locked onto Lin Feng's divine sense. Swish. The next moment, this terrifying existence appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Destroy your soul. I'll shatter your soul into nothingness. Only in this way can I vent the hatred in my heart, the terrifying existence said in an indifferent voice. He had transformed into the appearance of a cultivator. However, the cultivator that this existence had transformed into was surrounded by a layer of holy light. It was impossible to see what he looked like. Who are you? Lin Feng asked in a deep voice, wanting to find out the identity of the existence behind the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. This terrifying existence sneered and said, "How can a lowly ant be qualified to know this lord's identity? Go to hell now." As his voice faded, this terrifying existence began to attack Lin Feng. Boom! A powerful attack that could destroy heaven and earth instantly erupted. Those powerful attacks were all aimed at Lin Feng's soul. Lin Feng's soul entered the primal chaos ancient lamp. Then, the primal chaos ancient lamp gently shook the void. The primal chaos ancient lamp swept out the light of primal chaos and blasted towards the attack of this terrifying creature. Bang! The two sides collided. Lin Feng's attack from the primal chaos ancient lamp and this terrifying existence's attack were both annihilated. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. This terrifying existence was just a divine sense imprint. To be able to block the attack of the primal chaos ancient lamp, it was truly peerless and terrifying. However, Lin Feng's attacks were not limited to the ancient primal chaos lamp. The 5 great heavenly flames were also extremely damaging to the cultivator's souls. Lin Feng brought out the 5 great heavenly flames. He used the 5 great heavenly flames to form the 5 elemental heavenly fire great array and launched a fierce attack on the terrifying existence. Together with the help of the primal chaos ancient lamp, that terrifying existence was suppressed by Lin Feng. Perhaps the one who will be destroyed today will be you, not me. Now that I've destroyed your divine sense imprint, sooner or later, I'll kill your true self. Lin Feng stared coldly at the terrifying existence. His attacks became even more ferocious. Although that terrifying existence was incomparably powerful, it was only a divine sense brand after all. Facing so many powerful attacks from Lin Feng, he was suppressed to the point that he didn't have much power to fight back. After more than 10 consecutive waves of attacks, the body of this terrifying existence finally couldn't take it anymore. The sound of cracking could be heard. The terrifying existence's body began to crack apart. Damn it! The terrifying existence's expression was gloomy to the extreme. He originally thought that it would be quite easy to destroy Lin Feng's soul. But who would have thought that it would be so difficult to destroy Lin Feng's soul? Lin Feng's soul was really too powerful. Moreover, he also had a powerful life source magic treasure. Plus the 5 great heavenly flames. They had never seen such a monstrous cultivator. Lin Feng's cultivation level was so high that he could defy the laws of the universe. Lin Feng made him feel a little wary. But more than that, there was a dense killing intent. Boy, I'll remember you. Quietly wait for the arrival of death. When this lord's true self appears, you will know that in front of this lord, you are simply an ant and a dog. You don't even have the qualifications to make this lord attack. This lord can destroy you millions of times with just a glance. This terrifying existence said coldly, glancing sideways at Lin Feng. He didn't put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. As far as he was concerned, killing Lin Feng was a piece of cake. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're about to die and yet you still dare to boast shamelessly. What a joke." The attacks of the chaotic ancient lamp and the 5 great heavenly flames became more and more violent. This terrifying existence was suppressed to the extreme. At this time, Lin Feng's soul turned into Lu Yai's star observing map and flew out. In an instant, he flew to the front of this terrifying existence. He swept across the void gently. Poochie! A tearing sound suddenly came out. The body of that terrifying existence was instantly torn into 2 halves by Lu Yai's star observing map transformed by Lin Feng. Then, Lu Yai's star observing map transformed by Lin Feng suddenly shook. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision, there was a loud sound. The body of that terrifying existence directly exploded. After destroying that terrifying existence, Lin Feng let out a long breath. At this time, Lin Feng came back to his senses and found that the soul of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor had been destroyed. The idea of exploring the secret of the Myriad Kingdom Emperor was completely ruined. He put away the Myriad Kingdom Emperor's origin and storage ring, and then quickly left with Yu Simon. The Myriad Kingdom Emperor is dead. That kid actually killed the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. That's too terrifying. Even with the help of that armor, it's absolutely impossible to increase his combat strength like that. It seems that the kid's combat strength is unimaginable. Ordinary Emperor Realm cultivators can't provoke that kid. Otherwise, only death awaits. As for us, let's just watch the show. Yeah. If you have any ideas about that kid, you'll definitely end up the same as the Myriad Kingdom Emperor. After Lin Feng left, many cultivators who were watching the battle from afar began to discuss, and everyone's faces were filled with deep shock. Lin Feng's strength had completely shocked these cultivators. Now, these cultivators were emboldened. These cultivators did not dare to attack Lin Feng. By the time Emperor Taigan and the leader of the demonic bandits arrived, Lin Feng and Yu Simon had been gone for a long time. The two emperors learned what happened from the cultivators who were watching the battle. Their expressions couldn't help but become solemn. But soon, their killing intent became awe-inspiring, and their eyes were filled with endless greed. The silver armor Lin Feng was wearing was simply too terrifying. Lin Feng's battle prowess had increased by so much when he had put on that silver armor. Then, what if they wore it? How much would their combat strength increase? Just thinking about it made the two emperors extremely excited. The two emperors quickly left, and then they each issued a new Starry Sky wanted order, ordering Lin Feng to be wanted in the entire Starry Sky world. The news that Lin Feng had killed the Myriad Kingdom Emperor quickly spread, and this matter was spread within the surrounding dozens of starfields. This matter immediately caused a huge uproar. Countless cultivators were discussing this matter. They were all guessing Lin Feng's identity. Chapter 3499. In the Starry Sky World. The news of the Myriad country's Supreme Emperor being killed was still spreading among the major starfields and the major forces. After all, a Supreme Emperor was killed in the end. Moreover, he was killed by a young human cultivator. It was impossible for this matter not to attract attention. Soon, the news began to spread among the surrounding dozens of starfields. This news was about Lin Feng's background. This kid is called Lin Feng. He's a cultivator from the human clan of the 9 regions. After this news spread, it caused even greater waves. The 9 regions. It was a great world where countless forces had long declined. It was not until the myriad races and other forces invaded the 9 regions that everyone had a new understanding of the strength of the 9 regions. However, the decline of the human clan of the 9 regions was an indisputable fact. Although there were a few old immortals in the human clan of the 9 regions. However, among the younger generation, there was almost a gap, and it was difficult to produce a top master. Lin Feng's reputation had spread among the 5 or 6 starfields outside the 9 regions' great world. However, in the vast Starry Sky world, there were too few people who had heard of Lin Feng. At first, I thought this kid came from some major force, so I had always been afraid of him and didn't dare to attack him. But now, it seems that there's no need to worry. This kid came from the 9 regions. Although there are top masters in the 9 regions, it seems that those top masters can't leave the 9 regions at will. We don't need to be afraid at all. If we kill Lin Feng, we'll really be rich. This kid has too many good things on him. It's time to kill him. Otherwise, when he completely grows up, it won't be easy to kill him. Some of the top masters looked indifferent and wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng was powerful. However, he was still too young. In addition, Lin Feng's combat strength was partly enhanced by the ruler's armor, so he was not taken seriously by the high-level Emperor Realm cultivators or even cultivators beyond the Emperor Realm. The things Lin Feng had were enough for countless people to covet. The major forces were still looking for Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng did not shrink back. The path of supremacy. It was to step on the bones of countless enemies and become an invincible expert. Lin Feng was besieged several times in the starry sky world. Every time, hundreds of people attacked together. But Lin Feng was very calm. Furthermore, he attacked mercilessly, using his own combat prowess and the great desolate demon refining bugs. Several waves of cultivators besieging him were completely annihilated. After the news spread, many people were shocked. Some of the top forces discovered that wanting to kill Lin Feng really wasn't an easy matter. Lin Feng's methods were too shocking. If the various forces wanted to kill Lin Feng, they would probably have to pay an extremely heavy price. Many of the forces there grew much quieter. They no longer sent out a large number of cultivators to besiege Lin Feng. However, the other side had sent out 6 Emperor Realm Masters. The top forces that had attacked Lin Feng wanted to use these top experts to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He fought with the 6 Emperor Realm Masters. He sent Yu Simon into the mountain and river ring. This way, there would be no worries during the battle. Lin Feng wore the ruler's armor and fought a bloody battle. Fortunately, the ruler's armor's defensive power was amazing. Even if the 6 Emperor Realm Masters joined forces, they could not break Lin Feng's ruler's armor. Therefore, this supreme treasure played an extremely crucial role. This battle was very difficult. Lin Feng tore an opening and finally left successfully. Lin Feng's every move attracted the attention of countless cultivators. The news of him fighting 6 Emperor Realm Masters by himself quickly spread and shocked many star fields. Ancestor Wu Fan, I will destroy your sect. Lin Feng said coldly. Ancestor Wu Fan came from the Common Witch Starfield and was the Field Master of the Common Witch Starfield. 5th Heaven of the Emperor Realm. Very powerful. This person was one of the 6 Emperor Realm Masters who besieged Lin Feng. Moreover, his original body was a golden crow. Lin Feng did not like Qinwu people, so he decided that the first person he would deal with was Ancestor Wu Fan. Lin Feng came to the Common Witch Star. This was the place where Ancestor Wu Fan's family resided. Common Witch Star. Looking Dragon City. People came and went and it was very lively. Lin Feng arrived wearing the ruler's armor. Look, the cultivator in the silver armor is here. Is that the cultivator who was besieged by the 6 Emperor Realm Masters? Someone saw Lin Feng and could not help but exclaim. The 6 Emperor Realm Masters besieged Lin Feng, but Lin Feng successfully escaped. For the 6 Emperor Realm Masters, this was a great humiliation. However, for others, this matter was too shocking. It was like a legend. Now, Lin Feng actually came to the place where Ancestor Wu Fan's family resided. This surprised many people. What did Lin Feng want to do here? The ancestor is not here, but Lin Feng came to Looking Dragon Star. Quickly activate the array. Ancestor Wu Fan's family was in chaos. In many people's eyes, Lin Feng fought against so many great forces alone and killed countless cultivators who besieged him. He was like a devil incarnate. Now that Lin Feng came, he must be targeting Ancestor Wu Fan's family. Wang. In the depths of Looking Dragon City, Ancestor Wu Fan's huge family mansion was completely enveloped by a defensive barrier. Lin Feng is too scary. He can intimidate a family that rules a region. Many people could not help but take a deep breath and say. Ancestor Wu Fan's surname was Murong, which was a compound surname. Therefore, Ancestor Wu Fan's family was called the Murong family. Many people also like to call Ancestor Wu Fan's family Murong family. Originally, it was very lively outside the Murong family mansion. Many people would come to visit every day. Now, it was deserted. Around. A large number of cultivators had gathered, ready to watch the battle. Lin Feng wore the ruler's armor and walked towards the Murong family mansion step by step. Lin Feng, you'd better retreat. Otherwise, we don't mind activating the array to kill you. A cold voice came from the Murong family mansion. The Murong family had an extremely powerful ancient array, but it was very difficult to activate. However, once it was activated, its power was boundless. The other party wanted to use this to intimidate Lin Feng and make Lin Feng leave. Lin Feng, Don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but I'm not someone who's afraid of trouble. If you want to kill me and snatch my treasure, you have to be prepared to pay a heavy price. Today, I will definitely destroy the Murong family. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't stop and continued to walk towards the Murong family. Many people were shocked and felt that Lin Feng was extremely domineering. A powerful force that ruled a region, in front of Lin Feng, seemed to be able to be destroyed by Lin Feng. Chapter 3500. However, Lin Feng dared to say such a thing. Lin Feng's arrogance seemed to come from his bones. However, now, no one thought that Lin Feng was arrogant. Many people felt that what Lin Feng said was a matter of course. Countless cultivators thought so because Lin Feng's combat strength was too strong. Waves of experts besieging Lin Feng, including many great emperor-level experts, fell one after another when they besieged Lin Feng. In addition, 6 great emperor-level experts besieged Lin Feng, but Lin Feng successfully escaped. Many things showed how terrifying Lin Feng was at this moment. With Lin Feng's combat strength, it was not impossible for him to destroy the Murong clan if he went all out. Since you're courting death, we'll fulfill your wish. Seeing Lin Feng constantly approaching, the experts of the Murong clan could not help but shout coldly. They were completely filled with killing intent. Buzz. Then, violent fluctuations swept through heaven and earth. Lines of emperor-level inscriptions intertwined in the void. A powerful formation, one that contained emperor runes, was in the midst of brewing. I heard that the Murong clan's ancestor was an emperor-level expert in the past. These great formations should be left behind by that emperor-level expert, a cultivator said, talking about some things that happened in the Murong clan in the past and the experts that appeared. Emperor-level experts were naturally terrifying. They were only one step away from surpassing the emperor realm. Now that cultivation had declined, experts of this level were very rare. In fact, even in the golden age of cultivation, emperor-level experts were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. The great formations set up by experts of this level were naturally extremely terrifying. Many of the great killing formations contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. The most terrifying ones were the emperor-level inscriptions set up by emperor-level experts. Those distorted emperor-level inscriptions contained unimaginable power. Once the emperor-level inscriptions were activated, they could often play the role of reversing the battle. Now, the Murong clan activated the ultimate killing formation passed down by the sovereign master. The densely packed emperor runes intertwined and shot towards Lin Feng. A sovereign lord-level formation is unleashing its power. I wonder if Lin Feng can withstand such a powerful attack. A cultivator couldn't help but ask. He wasn't sure if Lin Feng could withstand such a terrifying attack. Countless cultivators stared at Lin Feng. They were waiting for Lin Feng to make his next move. Boom! When the densely packed emperor runes were about to bombard Lin Feng, everyone saw a terrifying aura surge out of Lin Feng's body. Then, Lin Feng leaped out. In the void. With a light slash. Puff! A tearing sound rang out. The emperor rune left behind by an emperor lord was actually torn apart by Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had only torn a few emperor runes, it was enough for him to escape. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared in the Murong clan's mansion. Heavens, the formation is broken. Isn't this too simple? How did Lin Feng break such a terrifying formation? Countless cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Although the Murong clan's Emperor Lord level formation was no longer as powerful as before due to the passage of time, it was still an Emperor Lord level formation. However, an Emperor Lord level formation was still an Emperor Lord level formation. Even though its power had decreased significantly, it was still extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Lin Feng was, facing such a terrifying formation, there should be an intense battle, right? After this battle, whether or not the formation would be separated would be a matter for the future. However, the reality was completely different from what everyone had imagined. Lin Feng had easily broken the Murong clan's formation. It was truly inconceivable. Seeing Lin Feng hovering above the mansion, the Murong clan's cultivators had extremely ugly expressions. Let's start by destroying the Murong clan. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He raised his right hand and slammed it toward the Murong clan. In the void, a huge palm that could cover the sky condensed and enveloped the entire Murong clan. That huge energy palm emitted a terrifying pressure that made people suffocate. When many people saw the huge energy palm, their souls couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Feng, do you really want to kill us all? Why don't we each take a step back and let the world be clear? An expert from the Murong clan said. Lin Feng smiled coldly. Even at that moment, the people of the Murong clan still had the impression that they were arrogant. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer. The Murong clan's people were too arrogant. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let the Murong clan's people go. Right now, he needed to establish his might. The best way to establish his might in the universe was to destroy the other party's forces. Only then would he be able to intimidate the other forces. At the same time, he would establish his own supreme might. Destroy. Lin Feng spat out a word coldly. Then, the energy palm that he condensed directly descended from the sky and slammed toward the Murong clan's mansion. Kill. Fight it out with him. Many experts from the Murong clan soared into the sky. There were even great Emperor Realm experts who attacked. These people wanted to join forces to fight against Lin Feng, but they couldn't do it at all. Lin Feng's attack was too terrifying. The powerful energy palm slammed down. Immediately, one by one, the cultivators were directly killed in the void. Their bodies exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, the energy palm that Lin Feng condensed directly destroyed the Murong clan. Countless people from the Murong clan were killed. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't look at the Murong clan that had already turned into ruins. It was difficult for cultivators to survive. If they wanted to survive, they had to be decisive. Otherwise, everyone would think that they were easy to bully. When the time came, there would be countless troubles. The path of a supreme being was definitely filled with thorns and dangers. This path was also destined to be filled with countless corpses. Lin Feng couldn't retreat. Otherwise, only death would await him. Soon, Lin Feng left. The news of the Murong clan's annihilation quickly spread. Ancestor Wu Fan was still outside searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. When he heard that his clan was actually annihilated by Lin Feng, he was immediately enraged and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Lin Feng, you vicious and merciless little bastard. I will definitely cut you into pieces, Ancestor Wu Fan said with killing intent. Lin Feng replied coldly, this is just the beginning. I will first annihilate your clan. Soon, you will follow in their footsteps. After Lin Feng's words spread, it could be said that it caused a huge wave. Lin Feng was simply too arrogant, too arrogant. Chapter 3501. The 6 emperors besieging Lin Feng were Ancestor Wu Fan, the leader of the evil demon bandit group, Emperor Taigan, Emperor Yuan Feng, Emperor Thousand Transformations, and Lady Bai Ling. Evil Demon Star. The evil demon bandit group's headquarters. This was where the evil demon bandit group was entrenched. The evil demon bandit group was not a terrifying existence that any force dared to provoke. This force was too powerful, with countless experts. Of course, the most important thing was that this force had an Emperor Realm expert overseeing it. Therefore, the evil demon bandit group was a terrifying existence that not many people dared to provoke in the starry sky world. Lin Feng crossed 24 star fields and arrived at the evil demon bandit group's headquarters. Since he had already made his move, Lin Feng wanted to kill to his heart's content. The evil demon star was enveloped by a powerful restriction. Lin Feng held the black dragon sword and slashed out. Puff! The sound of something tearing suddenly rang out. The evil demon star's restriction was destroyed by Lin Feng's black dragon sword, and then Lin Feng entered the evil demon star. The silver armor had almost become Lin Feng's symbol. When they saw the cultivator wearing the silver armor arrive, the expressions of the evil demon bandit group's cultivators changed drastically. They had naturally heard of Lin Feng's name long ago. They had even heard of the Murong family, where Ancestor Wu Fan was from, being destroyed by Lin Feng. But the evil demon bandit group still did not view Lin Feng as a threat. Because the evil demon bandit group's evil demon star was too far away from the starfield where ancestor Wu Fan was. No one thought that Lin Feng would cross the starfield to come here. But no one would have thought that Lin Feng would actually cross the starfield to come here. Lin Feng stood in the void, one palm after another bombarding the evil demon bandit group's cultivators in the ancient city below. The evil demon bandit group had built a huge ancient city, where the elites of the evil demon bandit group were gathered. A large number of cultivators soared into the sky. But it was useless. No one was a match for Lin Feng. Just as the experts of the evil devil bandits rushed into the air, their flesh exploded, and they died on the spot. Many great emperors also rushed out. There were even 2 imperial emperors among them. However, these great emperors were no match for Lin Feng. God emperors and immortal emperors were easily killed by Lin Feng. He had converted 2 imperial emperor-level experts and made them his slaves. The 2 sovereign emperors that Lin Feng had converted helped Lin Feng deal with the cultivators from the fiend bandit group. It was a bloody massacre. The evil devil star was destroyed. The evil demon bandits were destroyed. Shu Tian, Shu Sen. Bring me to the treasury. Lin Feng looked at Shu Tian and Shu Sen. These 2 were originally the vice-captains of the evil demon bandits. Moreover, the 2 of them were biological brothers. But now, he had become Lin Feng's servant. One of them was at the 5th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. The other was at the 7th heaven of the Imperial Emperor realm. His combat strength was extremely tyrannical, but he was no match for Lin Feng at all. Of course. A portion of the elite experts of the evil demon bandits had followed the captain of the evil demon bandits out and were not on the evil devil star. Therefore, there were still some remaining forces of the evil demon bandits. Lin Feng planned to find an opportunity to destroy those people in the future. Master, please follow us. The Shu brothers hurriedly said. Lin Feng nodded and followed behind the Shu brothers towards the treasury built by the evil demon bandits. The treasury of the evil demon bandits. It was incomparably huge. The laws of space were used here, and there were endless treasures piled up. Shu Tian said, "No one knows how many things are piled up in this place. Most of them were looted, and some of them were found by chance in some cave mansions and obtained from those cave mansions." Lin Feng nodded and looked at the various treasures piled up together. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Over the years, Lin Feng had collected countless treasures, but compared to the treasures collected by the evil demon bandits, they paled in comparison. There are so many treasures, but you don't even look at them. Why do you keep robbing and killing cultivators and merchant ships? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He didn't understand what these bandits were thinking. With so many treasures, wouldn't it be better to exchange them for cultivation resources and find a place to cultivate? However, this was not the case for the evil demon bandits. With so many treasures piled up, the upper echelons of the evil demon bandits rarely looked through the treasures. It was unknown how many treasures they had obtained. Then, they continued to burn, kill, and rob. Lin Feng felt that there was something wrong with these people's heads. Shu Sen said, "Master, when we first formed the bandit group, we were very excited when we robbed all kinds of treasures. However, as time went by, we saw too many treasures. Unless it was a treasure that defied the natural order, very few treasures could excite us. We continued to rob these treasures, not because we liked them, but because we had formed a morbid habit. We wanted to practice hard, but we couldn't. We just wanted to rob and kill. If we didn't do these things, we would feel extremely uncomfortable." Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He couldn't help but think of many people who drank too much. Those people. Because they were addicted to alcohol. If they were forced to stop drinking, it would be worse than killing them. These bandits used the same principle to kill and rob. They had formed a kind of psychological and physical dependence. If they didn't do these things, they would suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Feng looked at the pile of treasures. Perhaps there were some amazing things here, but these treasures had been piled up for too long. It was not an easy task to find the real treasures. Fortunately, Lin Feng had the dragon rabbit to help him. Lin Feng summoned the dragon rabbit. "Little guy, find the most precious treasure here for me." Lin Feng gave the order to the dragon rabbit. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dragon rabbit waved its little claws and called out to Lin Feng. The little guy looked very excited. It had been a while since Lin Feng summoned it. This made the dragon rabbit very disappointed. It felt that Lin Feng didn't need it anymore. Now that it could help Lin Feng do things, the dragon rabbit was very happy and motivated. The little guy quickly plunged into the endless treasures. Not long after, the little guy rushed out with a white jade box in its mouth. Then, the little guy handed the white jade box to Lin Feng. "What's this?" Lin Feng was shocked. He opened the white jade box and saw a 7-colored divine flower lying in it. Lin Feng didn't know the origin of this 7-colored divine flower. Chapter 3502. Rainbow Holy Flower. What's the use of this thing? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask curiously. The demon lord was very knowledgeable. What kind of treasure had he not seen before? However, this treasure seemed to have surprised the demon lord. From this, it could be seen that this treasure was definitely extraordinary. The demon lord said, "This is a treasure that was born in the Essence Soul Great World." This treasure was very rare in the Essence Soul Great World. Later on, the Essence Soul Great World was destroyed. From then on, the Rainbow Holy Flower lost its habitat. Therefore, it's basically impossible to see this thing now. The Rainbow Holy Flower's use is also extremely shocking. It can allow a cultivator to form a new primordial spirit. After hearing the demon lord's words, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Now, Lin Feng had a main primordial spirit. 3 main primordial spirits. He could do 4 things at once. If he could cultivate another primordial spirit, he would be able to do 5 things at once. Now that he knew the use of the Rainbow Holy Flower, Lin Feng was ecstatic. Of course, now was not the time to refine the Rainbow Holy Flower. Lin Feng kept the Rainbow Holy Flower in his mountain river ring. He continued to wait for the dragon rabbit to find a powerful treasure for him. Whoosh! Not long after, the dragon rabbit rushed out again. This time, the dragon rabbit was holding something in its mouth. This time, the dragon rabbit took out a yellowed Tao scripture. The dragon rabbit handed the Tao scripture to Lin Feng. Then, it continued to rush into the treasure mountain to find other treasures. Lin Feng opened the Tao scripture and started to read it. This Tao scripture was written in divine text. However, the divine text was severely missing. The Tao scripture was too old. Therefore, many of the words were extremely blurry. Lin Feng carefully read the parts of the Tao scripture that he could still recognize. Lin Feng was shocked to find that this Tao scripture was actually related to the orthodoxy of an earthly emperor. The human race started from the first earthly emperor. There were 9 earthly emperors. 9 earthly emperors. They were all extremely terrifying. The 9 earthly emperors created the Emperor Brush. The 9th earthly emperor had forged the Earth Emperor's book. The Earth Emperor's book was an extremely terrifying treasure. The Emperor Brush represented the orthodox Tao of the human race. In that case, the Earth Emperor's book represented virtue. It represented the great Tao of earth, heaven and earth. Since there was the great Tao of heaven, naturally, there was also the great Tao of earth. However, regardless of whether it was the great Tao of heaven or the great Tao of earth, they all represented the orthodoxy of heaven and earth, the supreme great Tao. Mysterious and unfathomable. The Tao scriptures are related to the Emperor of Earth, but the Tao scriptures are incomplete and the most important parts are missing. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He vaguely felt that this Daoist scripture was hiding some other secrets. However, if he wanted to know the secrets hidden in the sutra, he would have to know. He needed to comprehend it. Lin Feng put away the Daoist scripture related to the earthly sovereign. I'll study it when I have time in the future. Perhaps he might be able to discover something profound about it. If he could find the orthodoxy of the earthly sovereign. Or perhaps he could find the Earth Emperor's book. For Lin Feng, this was definitely a huge help. Of course, Lin Feng was also very clear. This kind of thing could only be encountered by chance. At this time, the dragon rabbit flew out again, just like the previous 2 times. This time, the dragon rabbit also took out something from its mouth. This time, what the dragon rabbit brought out was actually a jade tube. Lin Feng took the jade tube that the dragon rabbit handed to him. Then, the dragon rabbit squeaked. And it kept waving its little claws and gesturing something to Lin Feng. This was the dragon rabbit's body language. Ordinary people might not understand it. But Lin Feng had been with the dragon rabbit for many years. Therefore, it was easy for him to recognize what the dragon rabbit's body language was trying to express. You're saying that there are many cultivation divine powers imprinted in this? Lin Feng looked at the dragon rabbit and asked curiously. The dragon rabbit immediately nodded. Lin Feng could not help but feel shocked. This jade tube actually recorded the cultivation method of divine powers. It was just that he did not know what kind of divine powers were recorded in the jade tube. The various divine powers naturally had different values. And at the current stage, what Lin Feng wanted the most was the 3000 Great Tao. Because the 3000 Great Tao were too important to Lin Feng. Before becoming an emperor, Lin Feng wanted to collect all the 3000 Great Tao as much as possible. Lin Feng's spiritual will invaded the jade tube. Instantly, Lin Feng felt as if he had arrived in a boundless world. In this boundless world, there were stars floating in mid-air. Those stars were of different sizes, and the power that lingered around them was also different. Divine powers stars. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. The cultivator who forged the jade tube was definitely extremely extraordinary. Or else, it was impossible to evolve the divine powers into the appearance of stars. One had to know. Even the current Lin Feng was far from being able to do this. Lin Feng began to explore the stars one by one. His divine sense probed the first star. He discovered that the divine powers recorded in this star was a divine powers called Destructive Demon Fist. Lin Feng began to explore the stars one by one. He immediately discovered the divine powers recorded in these stars were very diverse. However, many of the divine powers were extremely powerful. There were even a few immortal techniques recorded. Other than that, there were also many records of the 3000 Great Tao. However, Lin Feng had already cultivated a lot of the 3000 Great Tao. So, Lin Feng had already cultivated many of the 3000 Great Tao recorded in the jade tube. Of course, there were also 3000 Great Tao that Lin Feng had never cultivated. There were a total of 50 of these 3000 Great Tao. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. Any of the 3000 Great Tao was precious. Not to mention that he had obtained a total of 53,000 Great Tao this time. At this moment, the dragon rabbit flew out again. Then, the dragon rabbit bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It looked rather anxious as it said something. The dragon rabbit seemed to have seen something unbelievable. So it asked Lin Feng to go over and take a look. Lin Feng couldn't help but be very shocked. He didn't know what it was that made this little guy not dare to bring that thing over. There was even a terrified expression in the little fellow's eyes. This made Lin Feng even more curious. Lin Feng let the dragon rabbit lead the way. Then, he followed behind the dragon rabbit and flew into the treasure vault. The Shu brothers followed closely behind. Because the treasure vault contained the spatial laws. Therefore, the area was extremely huge. They flew for more than 10 miles. They arrived at that place just now. The place where Lin Feng and the others arrived at had a large number of immortal stones piled up. Those immortal stones were piled up into a mountain peak. Now, the mountain peak that was piled up with immortal stones cracked. A black hole appeared. The dragon rabbit was the first to enter the black hole. Then, Lin Feng and the Shu brothers also followed the dragon rabbit inside. There was a cave at the bottom of the immortal stone mountain peak. Inside the cave, there was a huge immortal stone. The immortal stone was translucent. Inside the immortal stone. Chapter 3503. What's that thing? Lin Feng looked at the immortal stone in surprise. That immortal stone was extraordinary. A mysterious power was emitted from the immortal stone. The thing sealed inside the immortal stone was very mysterious. He didn't know what it was. Lin Feng wanted to take a closer look at that thing. However, that thing was very blurry and couldn't be seen clearly. However, the fact that the dragon rabbit brought Lin Feng here was enough to show that that thing was extraordinary. Only extremely shocking things could attract the attention of the dragon rabbit. Ordinary treasures couldn't attract the dragon rabbit's attention at all. However, Lin Feng didn't know what that treasure was. He came to the side of the immortal stone and studied it carefully. He found that the immortal stone was covered with mysterious runes. Each of the runes emitted a shocking energy fluctuation. Under the contrast of those runes, the entire immortal stone looked like a coffin. However, Lin Feng had never seen a coffin made of immortal stone. However, Lin Feng soon discovered something new. He vaguely felt a trace of life aura from the immortal stone. Although that feeling was very weak, he felt it after all. Lin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. He suddenly had a different idea. Could it be that the immortal stone was nurturing a terrifying creature? Strictly speaking, immortal stones were also a type of stone. Therefore, it was possible for immortal stones to nurture some terrifying creatures. As for a high-grade stone like an immortal stone, if some terrifying existences were to be born, it would be an extremely shocking matter. Maybe I can break open the immortal stone and see if it's a living creature that's nurtured inside. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He tried to break open the immortal stone. However, after several attempts, he failed. Lin Feng frowned. The immortal stone was indeed extraordinary. It really wasn't an easy task to break open the immortal stone. However, Lin Feng didn't want to give up because he felt that after opening this immortal stone, there should be a shocking discovery. What was sealed inside the immortal stone? It would definitely be earth-shattering and shocking. Since he couldn't break the immortal stone for the time being, Lin Feng planned to collect the immortal stones. He would find a chance to break open the immortal stone in the future. After leaving the cave, the dragon rabbit continued to search for other treasures. However, there were not many treasures that could catch the dragon rabbit's eye. In the end, the dragon rabbit did not find any other treasures. Lin Feng allowed the dragon rabbit to return to the mountain river ring. Following which, he began to move the various treasures from the treasury into his own mountain river ring. A large number of treasures entered Lin Feng's mountain river ring. After emptying the evil demon bandit's treasury, Lin Feng quickly left. The news of the destruction of the demonic bandit group's headquarters quickly spread out, causing an even greater shock. This was because the evil demon bandits were a much more powerful force than the Murong family. Now, they had been destroyed. The news has been confirmed. The evil demon bandits were destroyed by Lin Feng. Soon, the news spread that the evil demon bandits were also destroyed by Lin Feng. This news caused a huge shock. Lin Feng had first killed 10,000 emperors, then destroyed the Murong family and the evil demon bandits. This was the most direct way for Lin Feng to respond to the 6 emperors. News of Lin Feng's decisiveness quickly spread through the dozens of starfields. Countless people were very wary of him. At this time, the 6 emperors were divided. The Murong family and the evil demon bandits were destroyed by Lin Feng one after another. Therefore, old ancestor Wu Fan, the leader of the evil demon bandits, and Lin Feng's relationship was completely irreconcilable. There was no room for reconciliation between the two sides. However, the other 4 emperors did not have such a deep grudge with Lin Feng. Now, they saw how terrifying Lin Feng's methods were. Therefore, they could not help but be very worried that the forces behind them would be destroyed by Lin Feng. We withdraw. We will no longer participate in this matter. The other 4 emperors spoke one after another. They did not want to continue to participate in the encirclement of Lin Feng. Even Emperor Taigan also spoke out. Previously, Lin Feng had stolen the Time Stone. Emperor Taigan hated Lin Feng to the bone and wanted to kill Lin Feng. But now, Lin Feng's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Emperor Taigan was also afraid. Therefore, he wanted to take the initiative to ask for peace. The 4 emperors took the initiative to ask for peace. This matter could be said to have caused a huge uproar in the starry sky world. After all, emperors were lofty existences. They were incomparably powerful and looked down on all living beings. Any emperor realm master was a lofty existence. But now, for emperors were compromising with a young human cultivator at the same time. It was really unbelievable. Normally, if people heard about this matter, they would not believe it at all. However, now that it had happened in front of their eyes, they could not help but believe it. Don't you think it's too late to compromise now? However, this young master will give you a chance. If each of you contribute at least 100 types of the 3,000 great Taos that I have never cultivated, I will let bygones be bygones, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. He directly threatened the 4 emperors. The 4 emperors were almost angered to death by Lin Feng. Countless cultivators in the starry sky world were shocked. Lin Feng dared to threaten the 4 emperors. Did he want to fight to the death with the 4 emperors? However, these cultivators in the outside world did not know that although the 4 emperors were angered to death by Lin Feng, they did not reject Lin Feng's proposal. Of course, the 4 emperors chose another way to ease the relationship between the two sides with Lin Feng. This way was negotiation. Lin Feng also knew that it was simply impossible to collect 100 types of the 3,000 great Taos that he had never cultivated from the 4 emperors. After all, now, Lin Feng had cultivated a total of 2,400 types of the 3,000 great Taos. And he still had 51 types of the 3,000 great Taos that he had not cultivated. Even though the 4 emperors had mastered many of the 3,000 great Taos, many of them should have overlapped with the 3,000 great Taos that Lin Feng had cultivated. In the end, the 4 emperors had collected 59 types of the 3,000 great Taos. Lin Feng had never cultivated these 59 types of the 3,000 great Taos. Including the 51 types of the 3,000 great Taos that he had not cultivated before, plus the 2,400 types of the 3,000 great Taos that he had successfully cultivated. Lin Feng had obtained a total of 2,510 types of the 3,000 great Taos. The grudge between Lin Feng and the 4 emperors had come to an end, and the leader of the demonic bandits and ancestor Wu Fan did not make any moves. No one knew what they were thinking. Chapter 3504. Rescuing Yu Simon's father was an urgent matter. Now, Lin Feng was also worried that his father-in-law would be killed by those people. This time, Lin Feng and Yu Simon were going to a place called the Lone Wolf Star Zone. The Lone Wolf Star Zone's domain master was said to be a star demon wolf, known as the Lone Wolf Emperor. He was very powerful. In the past, Yu Simon's father went out to train when he was young and met this terrifying existence. For many years after that, Yu Simon's father and the Lone Wolf Emperor maintained a very close relationship. Of course, the Lone Wolf Sovereign wasn't the one who had the best relationship with Yu Simon's father. But there was nothing they could do. The other powerhouses were not willing to get involved in this muddy water at all. As for the Myriad Kingdom Emperor, he chased after Lin Feng and Yu Simon all the way. People's hearts were unpredictable. The friends made when they were noble often had not experienced any trials. Therefore, once something happened, they would often stand by and watch, or even cut off all ties. And the best relationships were often those made when they went through life and death together or when they were in the early stages of cultivation. Yu Simon did not know if the Lone Wolf Emperor would coldly and heartlessly reject her like the previous emperor-level powerhouses. But now, Yu Simon had no other choice. On the way, Lin Feng was comprehending the 3,000 great Taos he had obtained. These 3,000 great Taos might be very difficult for others to cultivate, but for Lin Feng, it was extremely simple. Of course, with so many 3,000 great Taos, it would take some time to cultivate them all. When Lin Feng and Yu Simon arrived at the Lone Wolf Star Zone, Lin Feng had only just cultivated a dozen or so of the 3,000 great Taos. Of course, it took more than a month to cultivate so many of the 3,000 great Taos. It was already extremely difficult. Lin Feng and Yu Simon landed on the Lone Wolf Star together. The Lone Wolf Star was also very lively, with people coming and going. After arriving at the Lone Wolf Star, Lin Feng and Yu Simon went straight to the core ancient city of the Lone Wolf Star. This core ancient city was called Lone Wolf City. The Lone Wolf Emperor cultivated in Lone Wolf City. Lone Wolf City was bustling with activity. Many cultivators were talking about the mysterious starry sky ancient city that had appeared some time ago. It was said that many cultivators had entered the ancient starry sky city. Moreover, he had obtained many extraordinary items in the ancient city. Some cultivators kept the treasures they obtained for their own use. A portion of the cultivators took out their treasures, intending to exchange them for supreme treasures. There were rumors that many cultivators had entrusted the auction house to deal with their treasures. The auction house was planning to hold a small trade fair. At that time, the trade fair would be bartering. After the matter was completed, the cultivators who entrusted the auction house with their help would pay a considerable commission. At present, many cultivators were discussing the trade fair. Many of them were guessing what kind of powerful treasures would appear during the trade fair. Because of this trade fair. Therefore, during this period of time, Lone Wolf City had attracted many experts. Many of them had come for this trade fair. After arriving at Lone Wolf City, Lin Feng and Yu Simon headed towards the City Lord's mansion where the Lone Wolf Supreme Venerable resided. From time to time, powerful exotic beasts would pass through the sky. There were often some young cultivators sitting on top of those exotic beasts. Those cultivators were all young elites from various large factions. This time, they had also been attracted by the trade fair in Lone Wolf City. A direct descendant of the Lone Wolf Supreme Venerable held a gathering and invited these young elites to the City Lord's mansion. Many people wanted to go to the City Lord's mansion to inquire about what kind of good items would appear at the trade fair. That ancient starry sky city was very extraordinary. Lin Feng heard many things about that ancient starry sky city along the way. There were even rumors that someone had obtained a stone sword in the ancient starry sky city and intended to trade it. This matter caused a huge uproar, shocking and moving countless people. Because many cultivators had heard of the stone sword's reputation, they knew how terrifying this treasure was. If they could obtain the stone sword, it would be absolutely heaven-defying. Lin Feng could not help but be shocked when he heard about the stone sword. Was the stone sword that was widely rumored in Lone Wolf City one of the 36 stone swords? Because he had not seen the stone sword, Lin Feng could not be sure if it was one of the 36 stone swords. Lin Feng was quite interested in this trade fair, but it would only be held 3 days later. Now, Lin Feng's main task was to accompany Yu Simon to visit the Lone Wolf Supreme Venerable. Roar! A loud dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. In the distance, 3 huge flood dragons pulled a divine chariot over. The divine chariot was surrounded by endless divine light and was densely covered with runes. At a glance, it was obvious that it was an extremely extraordinary divine chariot. The owner of the divine chariot was probably going to the City Lord's mansion to participate in the gathering. In a short period of time, many young elites had already rushed in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Suddenly, the divine chariot stopped in the void. The 3 huge flood dragons looked around with a cold expression. After feeling the aura of the 3 huge flood dragons, many cultivators on the street could not help but tremble slightly. Yu Simon. I never thought that we would meet here. At this moment, a voice came from the divine chariot. It was a man, and from the voice, it seemed to be a rather young man. And that man obviously knew Yu Simon. Zhong Yu Feng. After hearing the voice, Yu Simon could not help but frown. That's right. It's me. After the voice fell, a cultivator stepped out of the divine chariot. That was a handsome man, incomparably handsome. Moreover, this man's cultivation should be very strong because the void around him was slightly distorted. From this, one could see how tyrannical this man's cultivation was. Who is this person? Lin Feng looked at Yu Simon and could not help but ask. Yu Simon said, someone from the infinite world, the grandson of a sage emperor powerhouse. His cultivation is extremely tyrannical. A sage emperor was an existence that surpassed the emperor realm. This level of powerhouse was extremely rare. Any sage emperor powerhouse in the starry sky world was at the level of a giant. When a sage emperor powerhouse saw a sage emperor, they would have to bow. This cultivator called Zhong Yu Feng was actually the direct grandson of a sage emperor. His identity was really extraordinary. Zhong Yu Feng saw Lin Feng, who was beside Yu Simon, and raised his eyebrows. In his eyes, there was a flash of coldness. Chapter 3505. Yu Simon was a meticulous person. She knew that Lin Feng could see through many things very clearly. Her relationship with Zhong Yufeng should be suspicious of Lin Feng. Yu Simon said in a low voice, "I met this person when I went out to train in the past. At that time, we experienced many things together. This Zhong Yufeng once pursued me, but I rejected him." Lin Feng nodded. It was similar to what he had guessed. A peerless beauty like Yu Simon was indeed too charming. She could make many people fall head over heels for her. Therefore, Yu Simon naturally had no lack of suitors. At this time, Zhong Yufeng's frown deepened. He realized that the relationship between Lin Feng and Yu Simon seemed to be quite close. Just as Yu Simon said before, Zhong Yufeng had pursued her before, but was rejected by Yu Simon. Even now, Zhong Yufeng had not given up. When he saw Yu Simon again, he naturally wanted to win her back. However, Yu Simon seemed to be taken. This made Zhong Yufeng very jealous. In Zhong Yufeng's view, Lin Feng was just a human cultivator. Cultivation, bloodline, family background, and so on, how could he be compared to him? He had pursued Yu Simon before, but he was rejected by her. Lin Feng, who could not compare to him in any way, how could he win Yu Simon's favor? It had to be said that jealousy was the source of all evil. When jealousy arose in the heart, no matter what race a cultivator was from, jealousy would completely change everything. Zhong Yufeng said with a fake smile, "Sister Simon, you still haven't introduced the origin of this brother beside you." Zhong Yufeng's address made Yu Simon frown slightly. Yu Simon said indifferently, "Young Master Zhong, don't call me that. I don't want to cause unnecessary misunderstandings." The corner of Zhong Yufeng's eyes twitched violently. His expression was extremely gloomy. Then, Yu Simon and Lin Feng left together. Yu Simon did not introduce Lin Feng to Zhong Yufeng. The two sides didn't have much interaction, so there was no need to know so clearly. Moreover, was Lin Feng's identity something that just anyone could know? If Lin Feng's identity were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Moreover, Yu Simon didn't have a good impression of Zhong Yufeng. It could even be described as extremely bad. This was because Yu Simon felt a deep hostility towards Lin Feng from Zhong Yufeng. Yu Simon naturally knew where this hostility came from. Therefore, Yu Simon didn't want to get entangled with Zhong Yufeng. As for Lin Feng, from the beginning to the end, he did not put Zhong Yufeng in his eyes. This Zhong Yufeng's cultivation was indeed not bad. But that was all. Lin Feng didn't even look at him. Damn it. This bitch actually dares to ignore this young master. Zhong Yufeng's expression was extremely gloomy. A cultivator beside Zhong Yufeng said, "I heard that Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was suppressed by a few people from a terrifying force. The Yu family is completely finished. Yu Simon, who has lost her backing, no longer has the right to be arrogant." Zhong Yufeng nodded. That's right. She no longer has the right to be arrogant. This young master can get any woman he fancies. Then, Zhong Yufeng and his other companion entered the divine chariot. 3 WMS pulled the divine chariot and quickly left. Lin Feng and Yu Simon arrived at the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was bustling with noise and excitement. Many top-notch geniuses had arrived. You can only enter if you show your invitation card. Lin Feng and Yu Simon were stopped by the guards. Yu Simon took out a jade pendant and handed it to the guard. She said, "Please give this jade pendant to Uncle Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf." Uncle Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf. The guards were instantly shocked. The leader of the guards felt that the person who took out the jade pendant was very likely to have an extraordinary identity. He nodded and said, "Please wait in the living room." He arranged for his subordinates to bring Lin Feng and Yu Simon to the living room to rest. Then, he took the jade pendant and quickly left. When they arrived at the living room, a servant quickly served tea. Lin Feng and Yu Simon waited patiently. Not long after, a young cultivator walked in. "Ha ha ha ha, so it's Sister Simon. Sorry for not coming out to meet you." The cultivator who had arrived at the living room was quite young and thin. However, he was in high spirits. His eyes, in particular, were emitting a faint green light. Those eyes were very intimidating. This person was much stronger than Zhong Yufeng, whom Lin Feng had met before. He was definitely a powerful figure. Yu Simon smiled and said, "So it's brother Tuohai. Long time no see. How are you doing, brother?" "Thanks to you, sister, everything is fine. I already know about Uncle Supreme Venerable Myriad Star, but you still need to wait for a few days. My father has been in seclusion for more than 100 years. However, I estimate that he will come out soon. When the time comes, I will bring Sister Simon to meet him, but I can't guarantee anything," Dongfang Tuohai said. His attitude was quite kind, which made Yu Simon, who had been rejected many times, feel a little better. "Thank you, brother." Yu Simon bowed to Dongfang Tuohai. Dongfang Tuohai said, "Sister Simon, you're welcome. I didn't do anything. Unfortunately, my cultivation is limited, so I can't help you much." Then, Dongfang Tuohai glanced at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Brother, are you Sister Simon's lover?" Dongfang Tuohai knew Yu Simon more or less. She had no contact with male cultivators, but now she had come here with Lin Feng. Moreover, Yu Simon looked at Lin Feng affectionately, which naturally made Dongfang Tuohai speculate. Dongfang Tuohai clearly knew how arrogant Yu Simon was. She didn't like many young masters who were direct descendants of big forces. However, Yu Simon was now in love with Lin Feng. That made Dongfang Tuohai very curious about Lin Feng's identity. The young human cultivator in front of him looked very ordinary. What kind of charm did he have to be able to conquer Yu Simon? Dongfang Tuohai was a very straightforward person. After hearing Dongfang Tuohai's words, Yu Simon blushed slightly. Lin Feng said generously, "Just as you guessed, Your Excellency, Yu Simon and I are lovers. I admire you. You managed to capture Sister Simon's heart. My name is Dongfang Tuohai. I haven't asked for your name yet." Dongfang Tuohai didn't look down on Lin Feng because of his low cultivation level. He cupped his fists and asked, "My surname is Lin. My name is Feng." Lin Feng replied, "You are Lin Feng." Chapter 3506. Now, in the surrounding dozens of starfields, who didn't know Lin Feng's name? Who didn't know him? He killed 10,000 emperors. He destroyed the Murong family and the evil demon bandits. He forced the 4 emperors to bow their heads and beg for peace. Any one of these things was enough to shock everyone. But so many things were done by one person. And that person was Lin Feng. He was right in front of them. Countless forces and cultivators were talking about Lin Feng. Many people were guessing what kind of person Lin Feng was. However, in the vast starfield, cultivators who had seen Lin Feng were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Everyone's understanding of Lin Feng was too limited. However, many people knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. He could kill emperors at such a young age. No one knew how far he would grow in the future. Besides, Lin Feng's decisive personality had become the topic of many people's conversations. Now, when people talked about Lin Feng, they all looked at him in awe. This was the majesty that Lin Feng had built up along the way. Countless people trembled in fear when they heard his name. Dongfang Tuohai had naturally heard of Lin Feng's name. Dongfang Tuohai had cultivated for 15,700 years. He was now at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. His talent was definitely top-notch. Among the geniuses of the starry sky world, Dongfang Tuohai was also one of the top geniuses. However, compared with Lin Feng, he was naturally far behind. However, Dongfang Tuohai had never been jealous of Lin Feng. Because, when the gap between two people was too big, it was not jealousy but admiration. Generally, when someone who was inferior to him got something that he wanted but couldn't get, it would make people jealous. Now, the famous Lin Feng had appeared in their Dongfang family. How could Yuan Tuohai not be shocked? Now Yuan Tuohai finally knew why Yu Simon, the goddess of heaven who used to be very repulsive to men, loved the man in front of him so much. Perhaps, in this world, Very few women could resist the charm of this man in front of them. So it's Brother Lin, my apologies, my apologies. Dongfang Tuohai hurriedly cupped his fists and said. Lin Feng said, Brother Dongfang, there's no need to be so polite. Brother Dongfang, please do not reveal my identity for the time being. Brother Lin, don't worry. Tuohai will definitely not reveal Brother Lin's identity. Dongfang Tuohai hurriedly promised. Lin Feng nodded. Dongfang Tuohai said, soon, there will be a gathering. At that time, many young masters of the direct line of descent from many starfields will come. Are Brother Lin and Sister Sai Man interested in participating? Lin Feng wasn't very interested in this kind of gathering. Yu Simon had no interest in attending the party. Lin Feng was about to refuse. At this time, Dongfang Tuohai continued, it is said that someone saw the mysterious coffin carrier in the starry sky world. Pulling an ancient coffin and moving forward in the starry sky world, many people want to explore it. Oh, there was such a thing. Who is the coffin carrier? Lin Feng could not help but ask. It's a very ancient existence, and its identity is a mystery. Some old antiques seem to have been alarmed. It is said that the coffin that mysterious person is pulling hides a huge secret. When the time comes, people will discuss this matter, and perhaps we can obtain some information, Dongfang Tuohai said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the mysterious coffin carrier he had seen in the ice plains above the Tianwu continent. Coffin carrier in the ice plains. Even after experiencing the passage of time, it would not stop to rest. The coffin carrier's clothes were ragged. It was difficult to walk. In the world of ice and snow, it was barefoot. It was difficult to walk forward step by step. Lin Feng remembered that the mysterious coffin carrier seemed to be related to the fairy in Morcho's cave. That peerless fairy had waited for her lover to return. Silently guarded. Until her youth was gone. Her fairy face had aged. She could not wait for her lover to return. It was filled with endless nostalgia, sadness, and longing. That fairy had left the world. Later, Lin Feng encountered danger in the ice plains. He activated the bronze artifact, but it was difficult to resist. The mysterious coffin carrier woke up from his muddle-headedness. It helped Lin Feng resolve the danger. Everything that had happened in the past was still vivid in Lin Feng's mind. Now, a mysterious coffin carrier had appeared in the starry sky world. He did not know why. Lin Feng would instantly think of the mysterious coffin carrier in the ice plains world. Okay, let's go and take a look, Lin Feng said. Brother Lin, please follow me, Dongfang Tuohai said. He led the way in front, while Lin Feng and Yu Simon followed behind Dongfang Tuohai. Finally, everyone arrived at the villa where Dongfang Tuohai lived. There were rockery and strange stones, small bridges and flowing water, luxuriant grass, and hundreds of flowers in full bloom. It was very beautiful. Dongfang Tuohai was a person who knew how to enjoy the heat. Soon, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the hall. In the hall, there were already 30 to 40 young cultivators sitting. There were men and women, and these people were all extraordinary. Dongfang Tuohai brought Lin Feng and Yu Simon here. Hey, isn't this Yu Simon? I heard that her father was killed and suppressed by an expert from an unknown force. Now, he is already in dire straits. Isn't there a saying that a fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken? Does Yu Simon even have the qualifications to participate in this gathering? Someone immediately mocked. The Yu family and the Dongfang family have been friends for generations. It's normal for Dongfang Tuohai to invite Yu Simon here. Then someone said. Dongfang Tuohai invited Lin Feng and Yu Simon to sit in the first seat on the left. This was the most honorable seat. This made many people frown. They did not know what Dongfang Tuohai meant. What qualifications did Yu Simon have to sit in that seat? Not to mention now, even when Supreme Venerable of Myriad Stars was still alive, Yu Simon was not qualified to sit in that seat. Many people thought that Yu Simon was qualified to sit there because of Lin Feng. However, when everyone sensed that Lin Feng was a cultivator who had not even broken through to the Emperor realm, they could not help but show contempt. Brother Dongfang seems to have arranged the wrong seat. The first seat on the left. Not everyone is qualified to sit there, Zhong Yufeng said with a fake smile. Obviously, he was targeting Lin Feng and Yu Simon. Dongfang Tuohai replied indifferently, Brother Zhong, you don't have to worry about that. Brother Lin and Sister Simon are qualified to sit there. Chapter 3507. Zhong Yufeng was extremely insidious. He pushed Lin Feng in front of everyone and made everyone hostile to Lin Feng. In fact, if Zhong Yufeng didn't point out Lin Feng and Yu Simon's seats, even if the others were a little dissatisfied, they were just guests after all, and the host could do whatever he wanted. No one else could control it, right? However, Zhong Yufeng pointed out Lin Feng's seat as an insult to everyone. At this time, many people couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. They were all affected by Zhong Yufeng. Humph! Zhong Yufeng! Don't sow discord. Everyone is my friend, and there is no distinction between high and low. As for where you sit, it doesn't matter. You're not looking down on everyone as you said. If you continue to sow discord, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Dongfang Tuohai couldn't help but say coldly. Although Zhong Yufeng was from the infinite world and his ancestors were also experts at the Holy Emperor level, the infinite world was extremely far away from here. Their sphere of influence couldn't reach the lone wolf star zone. Therefore, Dongfang Tuohai naturally wouldn't be afraid of Zhong Yufeng. Moreover, Dongfang Tuohai already knew Lin Feng's identity. How could a mere Zhong Yufeng be compared with Lin Feng? The difference was like heaven and earth. Seeing that Dongfang Tuohai actually fell out with him for Lin Feng, Zhong Yufeng's face became more and more unsightly. The rest of the people looked like they were watching a show. This made Zhong Yufeng feel humiliated. Not only did Zhong Yufeng hate Lin Feng and Yu Simon, but he also hated Dongfang Tuohai. Zhong Yufeng said with a fake smile, Brother Dongfang, there's no need to be angry. It was a slip of the tongue just now. Then, Zhong Yufeng sat down. He didn't continue to talk about this matter. Although Zhong Yufeng was extremely arrogant, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He also knew that this was Dongfang Tuohai's territory. As a foreign cultivator, he naturally couldn't offend Dongfang Tuohai here. It wouldn't do him any good. After Zhong Yufeng sat down, the rest of the people didn't mention anything about their seats. Cultivators had always been rather open-minded. They would usually laugh over such trivial matters. Only someone like Zhong Yufeng, who harbored evil intentions, would talk about such a trivial matter. Brother Dongfang, you must have seen those treasures, right? I wonder if Brother Dongfang can give us some specific information? Suddenly, a cultivator said. Many people looked at Zhong Yufeng. That ancient city in the starry sky was incomparably mysterious. There were many treasures that were passed down, which made people's hearts palpitate. He was targeted by many forces. The auction house in Lone Wolf City was the property of the Dongfang family. Since many treasures were stored in the auction house for trading, Dongfang Tuohai naturally had the opportunity to see those treasures. I can't say too much. After all, we need to maintain a sense of mystery before the trade fair. However, there are some things that I can tell you. Please prepare all kinds of treasures. The things that have spread out from that ancient starry sky city are very amazing. Many of those things will definitely make you excited. Of course, whether you can obtain those things will depend on your own means. That's right, I'm not sure whether you can obtain those things. Dongfang Tuohai couldn't help but say. Even though they didn't get any specific information from Dongfang Tuohai, they did get some definite answers. Everyone became even more excited about this small-scale trade fair. Dongfang Tuohai looked at a female cultivator in a red dress. This female cultivator in a red dress had a graceful figure. Her face was beautiful and her temperament was charming. Dongfang Tuohai smiled and said, Fairy Hongyun, I heard that you personally witnessed a mysterious person carrying a coffin across the starry sky world. Many people had heard of this incident. Therefore, when Dongfang Tuohai mentioned it, many people's eyes lit up. Many people were extremely curious about this incident. It was just that they didn't have the opportunity to know the ins and outs of this incident. Clearly, Fairy Hongyun had gotten hold of the entire story. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain some information from Fairy Hongyun. Back then, I followed the elders of the family and passed through the starry sky world. I saw the scene that Brother Dongfang described. A mysterious person carrying a coffin across the starry sky. The starry sky shook. It was an ancient stone coffin. It was surrounded by endless mysteries and emitted an ancient aura. It was definitely extraordinary, Fairy Hongyun said. Could it be that the cosmic coffin carriers have reappeared in this world? Someone said with a solemn expression. Cosmic coffin carriers? What kind of story is that? Lin Feng asked. This was the first time he had heard of such a term. Many people looked at the cultivator who spoke. Everyone was extremely curious about the term cosmic coffin carriers. That cultivator said, legend has it that after the beginning of an era, some unimaginably terrifying existences would be born. These existences would stand at the pinnacle of the Great Tao. Just like Hongmeng, Daoist Lu Ya and a few other terrifying existences in our era. After these existences fall, they would be buried in stone coffins. They would then be pulled by the cosmic coffin carriers to travel across the starry sky. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Some even found it hard to believe. If that was really the case, then the existences buried in the stone coffins were way too terrifying. Who buried these terrifying existences in the stone coffins? Are the cosmic coffin carriers cursed? If the cosmic coffin carriers were to pull the stone coffins across the starry sky, where would they end up? Lin Feng asked. That cultivator shook his head. He did not know either. He did not know much about the cosmic coffin carriers either. He had only read about it from a Tao scripture. Many top sects have wanted to head to that starry sky to explore. Fairy Hongyun said. Where is that starry sky? Lin Feng asked. Fairy Hongyun looked at Lin Feng. Given Lin Feng's low cultivation, there was no need for him to ask about that starry sky. He would only be courting death if he went. However, Fairy Hongyun did not reject Lin Feng's question. She said, that starry sky is called the Chaos God Starry Sky. It's located in the northwest of the Lone Wolf Starry Sky. Chaos God Starry Sky? Is there anything special about it? Lin Feng asked curiously. Of course. It's said that there's a terrifying energy lingering around that place. Many powerful beings who entered that place eventually lost their minds and their sense of self. Fairy Hongyun said. Lin Feng was shocked. This Chaos God Starry Sky seemed to be extraordinary as well. There were many secrets hidden within it. We have to wait for those top experts to make a move before we can attempt to enter that starry sky. Chapter 3508. Exploring that ancient starfield was naturally not an easy task. One needed to be careful. Otherwise, it was very likely that one would die there. After the gathering was over, everyone got up and walked outside. What? You're also investigating the Chaos God Starfield. Could it be that you also want to enter and explore it? It's really true that the ignorant are fearless. Zhong Yufeng looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but mock. Many people revealed a faint smile. Obviously, Zhong Yufeng was hostile to Lin Feng in his heart. He was deliberately targeting Lin Feng and wanted to humiliate Lin Feng. Some people had also heard that Zhong Yufeng had failed to pursue Yu Simon in the past. Now that Yu Simon was close to Lin Feng, it was normal for Zhong Yufeng to be envious and jealous. Because Zhong Yufeng had never been a magnanimous person. And Lin Feng was targeted by Zhong Yufeng. It was Lin Feng's bad luck. Zhong Yufeng, don't go too far, Yu Simon said coldly. Too far? How am I going too far? I'm just telling the truth, Zhong Yufeng said with an indifferent expression. The more Yu Simon protected Lin Feng, the more jealous Zhong Yufeng was of Lin Feng. He really wanted to humiliate Lin Feng in front of Yu Simon. He really wanted to humiliate Lin Feng in front of her. Dongfang Tuohai knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. If Lin Feng made a move, killing Zhong Yufeng would be too easy. Dongfang Tuohai didn't care about Zhong Yufeng's life or death. But there was one thing. Zhong Yufeng couldn't die in their Dongfang clan. Because this might make their Dongfang clan an enemy of the infinite world. Zhong Yufeng, don't make a mistake. Dongfang Tuohai said coldly. Many people looked at Dongfang Tuohai in confusion. No one understood why Dongfang Tuohai would protect Lin Feng, a human cultivator with a weak cultivation. Moreover, he even told Zhong Yufeng not to make a mistake. This was obviously a warning to Zhong Yufeng. He did not give Zhong Yufeng any face at all. For a mere Lin Feng, he had offended Zhong Yufeng. Was it worth it? At this time, everyone realized that they didn't even know Lin Feng's name or which force he came from. Brother Dongfang, what do you mean? Does Brother Dongfang think you can keep me here? Zhong Yufeng looked at Dongfang Tuohai indifferently. He felt that Dongfang Tuohai was protecting Lin Feng and deliberately making things difficult for him. Dongfang Tuohai said calmly, I'm doing this for your own good. There are some people you can't afford to offend. If Brother Zhong is smart, you should understand what I mean. Zhong Yufeng sneered and said, Who are you saying that I can't afford to offend? Are you Dongfang Tuohai? Or you Simon, whose family had been destroyed? Or is it this brat who hasn't even entered the great emperor realm? Dongfang Tuohai frowned. He cursed Zhong Yufeng in his heart. This person was really arrogant. In the Dongfang family, he dared to refute his master again and again. He really didn't give him any face. Dongfang Tuohai said coldly, Leave at once. Our Dongfang family doesn't welcome you. It seems that Brother Dongfang is willing to fall out with me because of this brat. He's just a human cultivator, a lowly race. Is he worthy of being treated like this by Brother Dongfang? Brother Dongfang is really stupid. If Lord Lone Wolf comes out of seclusion and learns about this, I wonder what he'll think. Zhong Yufeng continued to sneer. Dongfang Tuohai was speechless. At this moment, he saw Lin Feng frowning and stopped talking. Zhong Yufeng had obviously provoked Lin Feng's displeasure. In Dongfang Tuohai's opinion, Zhong Yufeng was arrogant and ignorant. Of course, the most important thing was that Zhong Yufeng's cultivation had not reached the level where he could look down on other sky prides. Yet, he was so arrogant. Wasn't he digging his own grave? You Simon said coldly, Zhong Yufeng, you'd better watch your mouth. What? Is your heart aching because of that pretty boy? Zhong Yufeng looked at Yu Simon with a mocking gaze. Yu Simon was so angry that her pretty face turned ashen. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Feng patted Yu Simon's shoulder. Yu Simon understood tacitly and did not say anything else. Lin Feng looked at Zhong Yufeng and said indifferently, I didn't argue with you before, not because I was afraid of you, but because I disdained you. However, you have just insulted the human race, which has crossed my bottom line. This is the Dongfang clan, and I'm a guest of the Dongfang clan, so it's not appropriate for me to kill people in the Dongfang clan. You should feel very lucky about this. Now, cripple one of your arms, and I'll let you go. Is this brat crazy? After hearing Lin Feng's words, many people could not help but be shocked. Lin Feng, a cultivator in the quasi-emperor realm, actually dared to say such words to Zhong Yufeng, an immortal emperor realm cultivator. Many people felt that Lin Feng was simply trying to kill Zhong Yufeng. Now, even Dongfang Tuohai would not be able to protect Lin Feng. The only people present who had confidence in Lin Feng were Yu Simon and Dongfang Tuohai. They knew Lin Feng's identity. They also knew how terrifying Lin Feng was. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with Zhong Yufeng? Brat! Who do you think you are? How dare you say such words to me? Go to hell! As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Yufeng directly stepped towards Lin Feng, wanting to attack Lin Feng. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura was emitted from Lin Feng's body. The moment that aura was released, the surrounding sky prides felt as though they had turned into mere ants in an instant. Lin Feng was like a god, sacred and inviolable. Oh my god, how is this possible? The aura in this person's body is too terrifying, many people exclaimed. The aura emitted from Lin Feng's body was too terrifying. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Get down on your knees. Lin Feng looked at Zhong Yufeng indifferently. When his voice died down, that terrifying aura directly enveloped Zhong Yufeng's body. Zhong Yufeng suddenly discovered in shock. His body was unable to move. Moreover, Zhong Yufeng felt that the aura emitted from Lin Feng's body was getting stronger and stronger. It was getting harder and harder for him to resist. Zhong Yufeng's legs trembled violently. He struggled hard. But it was difficult to resist the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. Everyone saw that. Bearing the oppression of Lin Feng's aura, Zhong Yufeng's legs trembled violently. Then, with a plop, Zhong Yufeng directly knelt on the ground. No. This is absolutely impossible. Zhong Yufeng could not help but roar, his entire face distorted. He could not accept all this at all. Previously, he had all kinds of contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Now, he was actually forced to kneel on the ground by the aura emitted from Lin Feng's body. This extreme contrast. Chapter 3509. Get lost. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and Zhong Yufeng was instantly swept away. Barf. Zhong Yufeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured by Lin Feng, and his face was as pale as a sheet. Lin Feng looked at Zhong Yufeng indifferently and said, "Don't let me see you again, because you won't be so lucky next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked outside. Yu Simon and Dongfang Tuohai followed Lin Feng and walked outside. The rest of the people started to talk about it. Lin Feng's cultivation was really terrifying. It was simply shocking. Many people were discussing Lin Feng's identity, trying to find out Lin Feng's identity. However, everyone was confused. Lin Feng's identity was really too mysterious. No one knew where Lin Feng came from. However, many people thought that Dongfang Tuohai might know Lin Feng's identity. Otherwise, Dongfang Tuohai wouldn't have warned Zhong Yufeng not to provoke Lin Feng. Now everyone knew that Dongfang Tuohai's warning to Zhong Yufeng was not to protect Lin Feng. It was for Zhong Yufeng's own good. It was just that Zhong Yufeng misunderstood Dongfang Tuohai. Now, there were already people who planned to ask Dongfang Tuohai about Lin Feng's specific identity later. As for whether Dongfang Tuohai would tell them, these cultivators were not sure. 3 days later, the small-scale trade fair officially began. There were not many cultivators who could participate in this small-scale trade fair. Either they were from a big family, or they were experts whose names could shake a region. Those who were able to participate in this small-scale trade fair were all people of status and status. Lin Feng and Yu Simon followed Dongfang Tuohai to the small-scale trade fair. After they arrived, many people pointed at Lin Feng and whispered to each other, discussing Lin Feng. Obviously, the news that Lin Feng injured Zhong Yufeng with only his powerful aura had spread out, and it attracted a lot of attention and discussion. Now, one of the main characters of the story, Lin Feng, had appeared. Everyone was naturally curious about Lin Feng's identity. "Brat, who are you?" Suddenly, a middle-aged cultivator arrived at Lin Feng's residence. There was an indifferent look on his face as he regarded Lin Feng. His eyes flickered with a sinister light. "And who are you?" Lin Feng replied indifferently. "Zhong Qiongtian. People from the limitless world." The middle-aged cultivator said coldly. This was an imperial emperor-level expert, so he had a high and mighty appearance. This level of cultivation was already considered a powerhouse in the emperor realm. Overlords of the universe usually referred to experts at the imperial emperor realm. Therefore, those who had cultivated to the imperial emperor realm were considered big shots by countless cultivators. "Are you here for Zhong Yufeng?" Lin Feng looked at Zhong Qiongtian indifferently. Zhong Qiongtian's cultivation was indeed powerful, but it was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Feng. "Since you know that I'm here for Zhong Yufeng, you should know the consequences of your actions." Zhong Qiongtian looked at Lin Feng condescendingly, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. After hearing Zhong Qiongtian's words, many cultivators who were watching the show could not help but smile. After all, this conflict had nothing to do with them. Therefore, the more intense this conflict was, the better. At this moment, Dongfang Tuohai said, "Senior, this is the place where the trade fair is held, not a place to settle personal grudges. If you want to settle personal grudges, you should find another place, not our Dongfang clan's auction house." Dongfang Tuohai spoke before Lin Feng could, so he naturally did not want to make a big deal out of it. Because once the matter was blown out of proportion, it would not benefit the Dongfang clan at all. That was the point. Lin Feng also understood. It was also because he understood Dongfang Tuohai's difficulties that Lin Feng did not say much after hearing Dongfang Tuohai's words. After all, he still had to discuss with Dongfang Tuohai's father about rescuing Yu Simon's father in the future. Therefore, he still had to give some face to the Dongfang clan. However, Zhong Chengtian obviously did not understand Dongfang Tuohai's good intentions. He did not give any face to Dongfang Tuohai. After hearing Dongfang Tuohai's words, Zhong Chengtian sneered and said, "You're just a junior of the Dongfang clan. How dare you say such rude words to me? If it weren't for the sake of your Dongfang clan's elders, I would have slapped you in the face for daring to say such rude words to me just now." There was naturally a reason why Zhong Chengtian dared to act so high and mighty in the Dongfang clan's territory. First, he was an Emperor realm expert. No force was willing to offend an expert of this level. Second, Zhong Chengtian had the infinite world as his backer, so he naturally had no scruples. Lin Feng could not help but shake his head slightly. Zhong Chengtian simply did not know how to appreciate kindness. Dongfang Tuohai was helping him. Instead, he thought that Dongfang Tuohai was protecting him. And he did not give face to Dongfang Tuohai. Even if Dongfang Tuohai was a junior, he was also a cultivator at the peak of the immortal Emperor realm. Dongfang Tuohai's talent was very powerful, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor realm. Dongfang Tuohai was naturally a person who cared about his reputation. Zhong Chengtian did not give face to Dongfang Tuohai. Now, Dongfang Tuohai also threw caution to the wind and no longer cared about Zhong Chengtian. Zhong Chengtian could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, Zhong Chengtian would definitely not have a good ending after offending Lin Feng. Seeing that Dongfang Tuohai no longer intervened in this matter, Zhong Chengtian's face suddenly showed a smug expression. Zhong Chengtian thought that Dongfang Tuohai was afraid of him, so he did not continue to intervene in this matter. Zhong Chengtian looked at Lin Feng arrogantly and said with an indifferent expression, "Those who offend our infinite world will not have a good ending, and you are no exception. However, we still have to give face to the Dongfang clan today. How about this? Cripple your own Dantian, and I will spare your life today." When a cultivator crippled his own Dantian, he would completely become a cripple. For a cultivator who was once powerful, this was simply more uncomfortable than killing them. I wonder what that kid will choose. He probably won't submit. He will probably resist. Many cultivators could not help but whisper to each other. Almost no one was willing to cripple their own Dantian. Therefore, many cultivators felt that Lin Feng would definitely resist. However, Zhong Chengtian's cultivation was very powerful. If Lin Feng resisted, he would probably die in the end. A clown actually dares to run in front of me. How ridiculous. I will say the same to you. Cripple your own Dantian now, and I will spare your life. Chapter 35:10. This kid is too arrogant. I don't think he'll have a good ending if he offends an Emperor realm expert like this, some cultivators immediately said. They didn't understand why Lin Feng would offend an Emperor realm expert without any scruples. One had to know that an expert of this level was a high and mighty existence. Offending such an existence would definitely be extremely miserable. Then, another cultivator said, "Actually, I don't think so. That kid might have some hidden methods, so he's not afraid of Zhong Chengtian." This point of view was agreed by many cultivators. After all, cultivators with high realms were often knowledgeable. Which one of them wasn't extremely intelligent? No one would believe that he was completely brainless and arrogant. Therefore, some people felt that there was a reason for Lin Feng's arrogance. "Kid, I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to boast so shamelessly in front of me." Zhong Chengtian looked coldly at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from Zhong Chengtian's body, directly suppressing Lin Feng. Zhong Chengtian wanted to use his aura to intimidate Lin Feng. The aura of an Emperor realm expert was extremely terrifying, causing many people's expressions to change. However, everyone soon realized that Lin Feng, who was enveloped by Zhong Chengtian's aura, was completely fine. He wasn't affected at all. Look, Zhong Chengtian's aura is so powerful, but that kid is completely fine. I already said that kid is not simple. How is it? I was right, wasn't I? A cultivator couldn't help but say. At this moment, Zhong Qiongtian's eyes were extremely gloomy and ugly. He was a cultivator of the 7th Imperial Emperor Leia, and his qi was enough to oppress Lin Feng, a young cultivator. Lin Feng was completely fine. This made Zhong Qiongtian feel extremely humiliated. Kid, take this. Zhong Qiongtian leaped up and rushed towards Lin Feng. Then, he sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. The powerful force shook the void. It was as if it could shatter the void. Strong. He was simply too strong. Zhong Qiongtian was indeed worthy of being a sovereign emperor. His attack was truly terrifying. Many people couldn't help but gasp. They originally thought that Lin Feng had some special methods hidden on him. At this moment, they also changed their minds. Zhong Qiongtian's attack was simply too powerful. It was simply too despairing. Even if Lin Feng had some special methods hidden, he was probably not Zhong Qiongtian's opponent. Zhong Qiongtian's punch was about to reach Lin Feng, but at that moment, Lin Feng moved. Lin Feng's punch. That punch didn't seem to have much power. However, when Lin Feng and Zhong Qiongtian's. However, Zhong Qiongtian's body seemed to be out of his control as he quickly flew backwards TSS. SSS. Zhong Qiongtian's face turned as pale as paper. TTS. After seeing this scene, the entire hall became silent. Shock. Everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a deeply shocked expression. They simply couldn't believe what they had just seen. Lin Feng's combat strength was simply too terrifying. Zhong Qiongtian's attack was actually broken by Lin Feng in an instant, and he was even injured by Lin Feng. It was really hard to imagine how terrifying Lin Feng's cultivation was. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Zhong Qiongtian couldn't accept all this at all, so he roared. Lin Feng stepped towards Zhong Qiongtian and said indifferently, I gave you face, but you didn't want it. An ant like you doesn't even have the qualifications to die in my hands. I won't kill you today because killing you would only dirty my own hands. Today, I will cripple your dantian and make you live in endless pain for the rest of your life. After saying that, Lin Feng sent a palm strike towards Zhong Qiongtian. Lin Feng's words were too arrogant and pretentious. However, everyone didn't think that Lin Feng was arrogant, nor did they think that Lin Feng was acting pretentious. Because Lin Feng's cultivation was strong enough. No matter what someone with a strong enough cultivation said, others would take it for granted. Lin Feng was like an immortal god, exuding the aura of a ruler. After sensing Lin Feng's aura, everyone's face couldn't help but reveal a deeply shocked expression. The aura emitted from Lin Feng's body was simply too powerful and terrifying. It made every cultivator present feel as if they were facing an ancient god. There were even a few emperor-level experts present. Now, those emperor-level experts also felt a deep pressure from Lin Feng's body. They were incomparably shocked. Why was that young cultivator so terrifying? They couldn't figure this out because Lin Feng was really too young. So young, even if he cultivated in his mother's womb, he shouldn't be so strong, right? I'll fight it out with you. Zhong Qiongtian's face contorted, and a destructive force surged from his body. Zhong Qiongtian used a divine ability called Nine Heavens World Destruction Palm. Bang! Lin Feng and Zhong Qiongtian clashed. Crack crack. Zhong Qiongtian's divine ability was instantly broken, and his arms were directly broken. Many of Zhong Qiongtian's bones were also broken. His body flew backward. While still in midair, Lin Feng's right hand gently slashed across the void. Swoosh! A dazzling sword qi suddenly flew out, and that sword qi instantly pierced through Zhong Qiongtian's dantian. Ah! Zhong Qiongtian let out an incomparably shrill scream. His dantian was destroyed by Lin Feng. With a plop, Zhong Qiongtian fell to the ground. My dantian! My dantian! Little bastard, you actually destroyed my dantian. Our infinite world won't let you go. Zhong Qiongtian roared with hatred. The infinite world doesn't have the ability to kill me, but your dantian has been destroyed, and from now on, your status will fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. Perhaps even your family will give up on you. After all, no major force would be willing to raise a piece of trash. Lin Feng said coldly. Killing the heart. Lin Feng's words directly stabbed the deepest fear in Zhong Chengtian's heart. Therefore, after hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhong Chengtian's eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Zhong Chengtian roared. Then, anger attacked his heart. Phut! Zhong Chengtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His body directly collapsed to the ground, and all the bones in his body seemed to have fallen apart. Chapter 35:11. Toss him out. Dongfang Tuohai ordered. Yes, young master. Immediately, 2 guards from the auction house stepped forward and carried the paralyzed Zhong Chengtian out. The hall quieted down. Lin Feng and Yu Simon found a place to sit down. Everyone was observing Lin Feng and whispering to each other, discussing Lin Feng's identity. He was so young, but he was so powerful. The starry sky world was vast and boundless. Therefore, there would always be some heaven-defying monsters. Some people thought that Lin Feng was such a monster. Many people arrived one after another. In the end, there were about 200 people in the hall. At this time, an old man walked in. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and a powerful aura. He was an emperor-level expert. The old man's name was Dongfang Yang. He was the president of the auction house and the great elder of the Dongfang family. It was said that even the lone wolf supreme emperor had to call him uncle. It was obvious how high his status in the Dongfang family was. Thank you for coming to this trade fair. This trade fair is very rare, so I won't beat around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. This time, a total of 7 cultivators took out 12 treasures and asked our auction house to help deal with these treasures. These 12 treasures were passed down from the ancient Starry Sky City some time ago, so they are extremely precious, Dongfang Yang said with a smile. Many people's interest was piqued. Someone said, then let's start the trade fair quickly. Okay. Bring out the first item, Dongfang Yang said. Following that, a maidservant walked out with a tray and brought out the first item to be traded. It was a white jade box. No one knew what was inside for the time being. Dongfang Yang opened the white jade box. Suddenly, the thing inside appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The thing inside was actually a small section of a root. What is this? Many people asked curiously. The immortal root of the ancient tree of enlightenment, Dongfang Yang said. What? The immortal root of the ancient tree of enlightenment. Immediately, many cultivators stood up from their seats. Then they exclaimed. Immortal spiritual items were very rare. Some immortal herbs, immortal fruits, and so on were extremely rare spiritual items. In addition, they needed to grow for more than 1,000,000 years to transform into immortal spiritual items. Therefore, immortal spiritual items were incomparably precious. However, the most precious immortal spiritual items often had the word immortal in front. For example, the immortal herb and the immortal tree of immortal were born during the birth of an era. Were extremely rare. These immortal spiritual items of immortal spiritual items had unimaginable miraculous effects. And their lifespan was endless. Ordinary immortal herbs, and other immortal spiritual items had limited lifespans. It was already extremely difficult for them to live for more than 1,000,000 years. If they wanted to live longer, it would be even more difficult. At any time, they could be destroyed by the heavenly Tao. However, the immortal herbs, immortal grasses, and immortal trees of immortality could at least live from the beginning of an epoch to the end. If he was lucky, who knows, they might even be able to live to the next epoch. This was not unheard of. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree was a famous undying immortal tree. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree was powerful in that it could allow one to comprehend the great Tao. It was said. Some people had been stuck in a certain realm for many years. If they used the Enlightenment Ancient Tea leaves to make tea, they would be able to break through. If they drank the tea, they would quickly gain enlightenment and break through their cultivation. In the past, there were peak emperor-level experts who used this method. In the end, they successfully broke through the shackles of the emperor realm and broke through to a higher realm. The Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree has disappeared for many years. No one knows where it is. Some say that it has undergone nirvana and is waiting for a chance to be reborn. If this root in my hand can be used to cultivate a sapling of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, then maybe a new Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree will be born, Dongfang Yang said. Many people were tempted. Some branches even announced that such a treasure was too precious. It was enough to make people want to obtain it at any cost. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Between heaven and earth, two different immortal herbs, and immortal trees were not allowed to exist at the same time. The ancient tree of enlightenment had not undergone nirvana. It was just that it was now in the great world of exile. The starry sky surrounding the great world of exile was dark. There was a powerful magnetic field shrouding it. Basically, no one could enter it. The ancient tree of enlightenment was in the death zone of the great world of exile. People in the outside world naturally did not know about it. That was why they thought it had undergone nirvana. Since the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree was still alive and well, this small section of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree's roots naturally couldn't grow into a new Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Of course, Lin Feng would not say this out loud. That would offend many people. How do we trade? Someone asked impatiently. The other party needs all kinds of immortal herbs and immortal herbs. The highest bidder wins, Dongfang Yang said. Immortal herbs and immortal herbs were too precious. Even a big force might not be able to take out many of them. However, in order to get the root of the ancient tree of enlightenment, these big forces went all out. After a fierce competition. In the end, the root of the ancient tree of enlightenment was sold at the price of 64 immortal herbs. Bring up the second item, Dongfang Yang continued. A beautiful maidservant brought up the second precious treasure. It was a porcelain bottle. Dongfang Yang said, there is a pill in the bottle. This pill is called the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. Have any of you heard of this pill before? Heavens, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill? Such a pill actually exists. At this moment, the Demon Lord's shocked voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. The Demon Lord was very knowledgeable. There were very few treasures that could move the Demon Lord like this. However, this 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill could actually make the Demon Lord so excited. Lin Feng was very surprised. Clearly, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill must have some heaven-defying effect. Otherwise, the Demon Lord would lose his composure. Lin Feng could not help but ask, Demon Lord, what does the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill do? The Demon Lord said, it is said that the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill can bring someone back from the dead. What? Bring someone back from the dead? That's impossible, right? Even immortal herbs of immortality can only bring someone back to life. They can't bring someone back to life. Can the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill do that? Lin Feng said in shock. Chapter 35:12. That's right. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill can bring the dead back to life, but it's only a legend. After all, I've never seen such a pill before. The Demon Lord said. Some things don't come out of nowhere. Since it's rumored that the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill can bring the dead back to life, maybe it really has such a miraculous effect. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill piqued his interest. Lin Feng planned to bid for the pill. Of course, there would be many people competing for it later. Lin Feng wasn't sure if he could successfully bid for the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. He needed to see what the other party wanted. If Lin Feng didn't have what the other party wanted, then he was destined to miss out on the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. What's the effect of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill? Someone couldn't help but ask. They had never heard of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill. Dongfang Yang said, it said that this pill can bring the dead back to life. Bring the dead back to life? No way. There's such a pill. I heard that even the most mysterious immortal medicine of immortality can't bring the dead back to life. It can only make a cultivator younger or bring the dead back to life. Could this 9 Revolutions Soul Return Pill be more powerful than the immortal medicine of immortality? After the crash, a cultivator said, doubting the true effects of this medicinal pill. Bringing the dead back to life meant bringing the dead back to life. However, as everyone knew, there was no method to bring the dead back to life in the world of cultivators. Therefore, everyone found it hard to believe the effects of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return pill. This is a legendary elixir. I don't know if it really has the effect of bringing the dead back to life for the time being. It's impossible to test this elixir. This elixir needs to be exchanged for 3 elixirs of the immortal level, Dongfang Yang said. The cultivator who took out the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir probably didn't believe in the effects of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir, so he took it out to exchange. If they believed in the effects of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return pill, they definitely wouldn't take it out to exchange for it. The value of the 3 immortal pills was naturally extremely high, mainly because immortal pills were simply too rare. However, Lin Feng had collected more than a dozen celestial pills over the past few years. He had never used any of them before, and now he could take them out to exchange. I want this 9 Revolutions Soul Return pill. While the others were still frowning and pondering, Lin Feng spoke. He took out 3 porcelain bottles containing immortal elixirs and handed them to Dongfang Yang. Dongfang Yang checked it carefully and found that there was nothing wrong with it. Then, he gave the bottle to Lin Feng. The others did not participate in the competition. They probably did not believe in the effects of the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir. Swallow the 9 Revolutions Soul Return pill later and refine it, the Demon Lord said telepathically. Lin Feng said, swallow it. Wouldn't that be a complete waste of the pill? The Demon Lord said, no. The 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir is rather special. It is said that you need to swallow this elixir in advance when there is nothing wrong with your body. Then, the energy of this elixir will be stored in your body. When death comes, the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir stored in your body will take effect. This, Lin Feng laughed bitterly. Everyone knew that once a pill was swallowed, its energy would be quickly absorbed by the body. It could not be stored. However, the Demon Lord said that the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir had to be swallowed, refined, and stored. Why did Lin Feng feel that he would lose everything by buying the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir this time? However, Lin Feng had always believed the Demon Lord's words. Since the Demon Lord said that he had to swallow the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir, then he would swallow it. Of course, now was not the time to swallow the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir. After all, this was not the place to swallow and refine it. Lin Feng temporarily put the porcelain bottle with the 9 Revolutions Soul Return elixir into his mountain river ring. As for the trade fair, it continued. Precious treasures were taken out one after another. Many of them made Lin Feng's heart beat faster. However, Lin Feng did not have some of the treasures that the other party needed. Therefore, he could not participate in the trade fair. The cultivators who had the treasures that the other party needed started to fight fiercely. That ancient starry sky city is really extraordinary. There are so many treasures. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. The treasures that appeared in the trade fair were only a part of the treasures. In fact, Lin Feng suspected that there was a heaven-defying treasure in that ancient starry sky city that had been taken away by others. However, no one would take out such a treasure for trade. That ancient starry sky city was very attractive. Unfortunately, there was no chance to explore it now. Next, the 10th treasure will be taken out, Dongfang Yang said. A servant girl walked up with a tray. There was a stone sword on the tray. Previously, there was a rumor that a mysterious stone sword would appear in this trade fair. And that mysterious stone sword was very likely to be one of the legendary 36 stone swords. However, when Lin Feng saw the stone sword that was taken out, he immediately showed a disappointed expression. The stone sword that was taken out now was not one of the 36 stone swords. Of course. The stone sword that was taken out now was also extremely extraordinary. But unfortunately, no matter how extraordinary the stone sword was, as long as it was not one of the 36 stone swords, it would be less attractive to Lin Feng. What Lin Feng needed were the 36 stone swords. Not the other stone swords. He had only collected 3. Di Wudao, on the other hand, had 9. Of the 36 stone swords, 12 already had owners. The remaining 24 stone swords had no owners. However, The whereabouts of the 24 stone swords were a mystery. This stone sword is called the Green Mountain Sword. It was nurtured from the Green Mountain Stone at the beginning of time, Dongfang Yang explained. The various stone tools nurtured from the Green Mountain Stone are very powerful and have amazing attack power. This stone sword is definitely a treasure, a giant soldier god level treasure. It can be broken into pieces with just one strike. As Dongfang Yang spoke, he took out a giant soldier god. Then, he held the stone sword in his hand and slashed at the giant soldier god level stone sword. There was a puff. There was a tearing sound, and the giant soldier god was directly torn in half by the stone sword. Oh my god, the power of this stone sword is so terrifying. Many people could not help but exclaim. Originally, many people had guessed that the stone sword that appeared in the trade fair was one of the 36 stone swords. However, when they found out that it was not, they felt as disappointed as Lin Feng. However, now that they had seen the power of this stone sword, everyone's eyes suddenly shone with a dazzling light. This stone sword is not only powerful, but it is also said to be related to the orthodoxy of a peerless expert. At this time, Dongfang Yang continued speaking and threw out a piece of important news, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lin Feng could not help but be very surprised. He did not expect this stone sword to be related to the orthodoxy of a peerless expert. Chapter 35:13. What's the name of this unparalleled expert? What's his background? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He was very interested in this matter. That peerless cultivator's identity was very important to Lin Feng's heart. Dongfang Yang said, this person is called Qing Shan Daoist. His is Yantian life form. Qing Shan Daoist. You said that the stone sword is called Qing Shan sword. Is there any special connection between the stone sword and Qing Shan Daoist? A cultivator asked. Dongfang Yang said, you've hit the nail on the head. This Qing Shan Daoist's identity isn't ordinary. He was born together with the Qing Shan sword. Born together with the stone sword, many people couldn't help but be shocked. This was too extraordinary. They couldn't believe it. A stone sword and a Yantian being were unexpectedly born together. It looked like this Daoist priest of Green Mountain and this Green Mountain sword must have helped each other and grown together. There must have been a glorious history in the past. However, that was countless years ago. Countless years later, what happened in the past had become a mystery. Everyone, I'm sure all of you already know the value of the Sword of Green Mountain. I won't say more about the power of the Sword of Green Mountain, but the main point is that the inheritance of the Daoist priest of Green Mountain is too tempting. Dongfang Yang continued in a gentle and enticing manner. Many people couldn't help but look at him with fervent gazes. Many cultivation practitioners wanted to get their hands on the Sword of Green Mountain. What does he want in exchange? Lin Feng asked. 50 types of 3,000 great Daos, and an emperor weapon, Dongfang Yang said. This. Many people frowned. Many people frowned. The price of exchanging for the stone sword was too high. Many major forces could take out 50 types of 3,000 great Daos. However, it was very difficult for them to take out an emperor weapon to exchange for the stone sword. Because emperor weapons were too rare. They were the most precious treasures of all major forces. Therefore, no one would take out an emperor weapon to exchange for the stone sword. Unless the benefits of the exchange were much greater than the emperor weapon itself. As a stone artifact, the Qing Shan sword's value was no less than an emperor weapon. However, although it was powerful, after countless years, the method to control it had probably been lost. Perhaps the true power of the Qing Shan sword couldn't be unleashed. As for the legacy of Qing Shan Daoist, although it was very tempting, whether or not they could find it was another matter. Therefore, exchanging an emperor weapon for the Qing Shan sword. It was a huge risk. Not many cultivators dared to take this risk. The Qing Shan sword. I want it, said someone at that moment. Everybody turned around and saw that it was Lin Feng. Lin Feng's with his finger. An emperor weapon Lin's hand. The emperor weapon. Lin Feng had killed many great emperors over the years, so he had obtained a few powerful great imperial weapons. Lin's emperor S. Lin Tess. Emperor. Emperor. Est tit was roughly equivalent to a monarch weapon of the god-emperor level. These monarch weapons were also divided into different grades. Each grade of monarch weapon had a different level of power. The emperor weapon was only a beginner-level emperor weapon. Lin Feng didn't care about such a great imperial weapon, but to many cultivators, it was a precious treasure, even in their dreams. Apart from the emperor weapon, Lin Feng also took out a jade tube. There were 50 types of 3,000 great Daos imprinted in it. Senior Dongfang, you can take a look at these 50 types of 3,000 great Daos. If there's no problem, let's make a deal, Lin Feng said. Dongfang Yang nodded and took the jade tube from Lin Feng. He checked it. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. There's no problem at all. The Qing Shan sword belongs to you. Dongfang Yang handed the Qing Shan sword to Lin Feng. This kid is really rich. He casually took out a monarch weapon and exchanged it with 50 types of 3,000 great Daos without even blinking. I really wonder how many treasures he has to be able to ignore a monarch weapon and 50 types of 3,000 great Daos. His identity is very mysterious. We still don't know who he is. However, he's so young and has such a powerful cultivation. He must have an extraordinary background. Apart from that, he must have great luck to be so powerful at such a young age. Since he has such great luck, it's normal for him to have many treasures on him. That's true. The only thing that's puzzling now is the origin of this young master. Lin Feng took out an emperor weapon and 50 types of 3,000 great Daos to exchange for the Qing Shan sword. Immediately, many cultivators began to discuss spiritedly. Now, everyone was extremely curious about Lin Feng's identity. However, no one knew Lin Feng's background. As for Dongfang Tuohai, Yu Simon wouldn't tell him about Lin Feng's background. Next, we're going to trade the 11th item. Bring out the 11th treasure, Dongfang Yang said. A maidservant brought out the 11th supreme treasure. He didn't know what the 11th supreme treasure was, but it was covered by a piece of brocade. Thump, 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 thump. After hearing the thumping sounds, Li Yundong was stunned. Many people couldn't help but be startled. This sound was so strange, it was like the sound of a beating heart. What was the 11th item? Dongfang Yang didn't keep them in suspense. He lifted the silk cloth on the tray, and a fiery red rock appeared. A ball of flame gushed out from the rock. It was burning. It burned the void. The fiery red rock seemed to contain a heart. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. The noise became more and more intense, more and more urgent. Many people couldn't help but feel that their hearts were beating rapidly. Furthermore, his heart was in incomparable pain, as if it was about to split open. This feeling was incomparably terrible. Is this the legendary purgatory demon heart? At this time, a cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time Lin Feng had heard of the purgatory demon heart. However, from the name, it seemed that this item should be related to the boundless purgatory. As for the use of the purgatory demon heart, Lin Feng didn't know. Dongfang Yang nodded and said, "That's right, it's the purgatory demon heart. There really is such a thing." Several cultivators who knew the origin of the purgatory demon heart couldn't help but exclaim. What exactly is the purgatory demon heart? Someone asked curiously. Like Lin Feng, he had never heard of the purgatory demon heart before. Chapter 35:14. The effect of the purgatory demon heart was so amazing that everyone was shocked. Even Lin Feng was shocked when he heard about the effects of the purgatory demon heart. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. However, Dongfang Yang obviously wasn't joking. The purgatory demon heart made everyone's heart pound. No one didn't want to obtain this supreme treasure. If they could refine it, it would play an extremely important role in their cultivation. What do you need to exchange for the purgatory demon heart? Someone couldn't wait to ask. They wanted to know how to exchange for the purgatory demon heart. Almost everyone's attention was on the purgatory demon heart. No one could resist the temptation of this supreme treasure. Of course, the purgatory demon heart was also very attractive to Lin Feng. Lin Feng also wanted to know what kind of treasure was needed to exchange for the purgatory demon heart. Dongfang Yang said, Sun-Moon Divine Essence. Who among them had something like this? The other party needed the Sun and Moon Divine Essence. If anyone can take out the Sun-Moon Divine Essence, the Purgatory Demon Heart will belong to that person. Lin Feng was a knowledgeable person, but this was the first time he had heard of the Sun-Moon Divine Essence. Just from the name, one could tell that the Sun-Moon Divine Essence was a very rare and precious item. When the rest of the cultivators heard the words Sun-Moon Divine Essence, they were all puzzled. They didn't know what the Sun-Moon Divine Essence was. Someone asked, Sun-Moon Divine Essence. What kind of treasure is that? Dong Fangyang said, it's said that the Sun and Moon Divine Essence is a kind of energy essence formed when the Sun and the Moon merge together. But I don't know what it's used for. I only heard about it from the client. That's right. It seems that the Sun-Moon Divine Essence is definitely a supreme treasure. However, I've never heard of it before, let alone take it out. It's as difficult as ascending to heaven, a cultivator said at this time. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Just as the cultivator said, he had never heard of the Sun-Moon Divine Essence before. Moreover, it was too difficult to take out something like the Sun-Moon Divine Essence. Although they couldn't take out the Sun-Moon Divine Essence, many people were very interested in the Purgatory Demon Heart. Therefore, someone asked, can we use other treasures to replace the Sun and Moon Divine Essence in exchange for that cultivator? Dong Fangyang said, no, that cultivator wants the Sun and Moon Divine Essence. As for other things, he is not interested in them. Therefore, if you want to get the Purgatory Demon Heart, you have to exchange it with the Sun and Moon Divine Essence. Other than that, you can't get the Sun and Moon Divine Essence. Hearing this, many cultivators frowned. If the other party only wanted the Sun-Moon Divine Essence, didn't that mean that no one would have a chance to obtain the Purgatory Demon Heart? If someone possessed the Sun-Moon Divine Essence, they would have taken it out long ago. It wouldn't have dragged on until now. I don't have the Sun-Moon Divine Essence here, but I do have a piece of crystal formed by condensing the Sun-Moon Divine Essence. Suddenly, a cultivator spoke up. Turning around, everyone saw that it was a young cultivator. This young cultivator was very handsome. He wore a long blue robe, which made him look very otherworldly. He spoke slowly and politely, and his eyes were gentle. He looked harmless, but no one dared to let their guard down. In the world of cultivators, the more harmless a cultivator looked, the more dangerous he was. The more dangerous he was, the more dangerous he was. For example, Lin Feng. He also looked harmless, handsome, sunny, and gentle, but in fact, Lin Feng's combat strength was terrifying and he killed decisively. However, the young cultivator in front of him gave Lin Feng a very dangerous feeling. The man held a purple crystal in his hand and handed it to Dong Fangyang. Dong Fangyang's eyes lit up when he saw the purple crystal. He said, this kind of Sun and Moon Divine Essence is more precious. I'll take this crystal formed by the Sun and Moon Divine Essence. As for the Purgatory Demon Heart, it's yours. Okay. The young cultivator nodded and put away the Purgatory Demon Heart. The others shook their heads and sighed. It seemed that they had missed the opportunity to get the Purgatory Demon Heart, so they were naturally disappointed. Where did this person come from? He can even take out a crystal formed by the Sun and Moon Divine Essence. He's quite extraordinary. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The others were also guessing the identity of that cultivator. However, no one knew where that young cultivator came from. There was only one last item left in the trade fair. Dong Fangyang asked someone to bring up the last item. This item was actually a mysterious ore the size of a fist. That piece of ore was emitting a strange energy. When everyone looked at that piece of ore, a strange energy was emitted. The eyes of all the cultivators became confused. The ore was extremely strange. It seemed to have the power to make people fall into an illusion. The power to make people fall into an illusion was very terrifying. Once eroded by that power, the cultivator would be unable to extricate himself. Even a few Emperor-level experts in the room fell into the illusion. They couldn't move their bodies and couldn't walk out of the illusion. This situation was extremely bad. If they couldn't walk out of the illusion, others could kill them at any time, until they died. They might not even know how they died. Among everyone present, Lin Feng was the first cultivator to walk out of the illusion. Lin Feng's mind power was strong, his will was firm, and he also had the protection of the primal chaos ancient lamp. Therefore, Lin Feng's soul quickly broke through the illusion and successfully walked out. After Lin Feng woke up, the cultivator who exchanged for the purgatory demon heart also walked out of the illusion. Seeing that Lin Feng was the first cultivator to walk out of the illusion, the cultivator couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Several Emperor sect-level experts also walked out of the illusory realm. Then, the Emperor-level, Immortal Emperor, and God Emperor-level cultivators walked out of the illusion. As for the Boundary Emperor-level cultivators, they didn't show any signs of walking out of the illusion. "Wake up!" Dongfang Yang shouted in a low voice. Only then did the Quasi-Emperor realm cultivators wake up from the illusion. "What is this stone? Why is it so strange?" An Emperor-level expert couldn't help but ask. He thought of how the stone instantly made him fall into the illusion. Chapter 35:15. It's said to be a treasure passed down from the Western universe. It's called the Reaper's Fantasy Stone. It's said that when this stone is used, it can form a powerful illusion. When this illusion is formed, it means that the god of death is about to arrive. The Reaper's Fantasy Stone has a wide range of applications. For example, it can be used to refine a powerful magic treasure, or it can be polished into the shape of a crystal core and embedded in one's own magic treasure. Dongfang Yang explained. Everyone was shocked when they heard about the Reaper's Fantasy Stone. The Reaper's Fantasy Stone was too extraordinary. Moreover, everyone had only taken a glance at the Reaper's Fantasy Stone, and they had been mesmerized to varying degrees. It was difficult for them to extricate themselves from the illusion. This showed how terrifying the Reaper's Fantasy Stone was. One had to know that no one had activated the Reaper's Fantasy Stone earlier, but it had already displayed such a terrifying effect. What if someone had activated the Reaper's Fantasy Stone? What can I use to exchange for this treasure? Someone asked. The Dragon Origin Core. Who has it? Dongfang Yang said. Clearly, the other party wanted a treasure like the Dragon Origin Core. What's the Dragon Origin Core? Many cultivators revealed puzzled expressions. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. He had heard of the Dragon Origin Core before. The Origin Core referred to the origin. The Dragon Origin Core referred to the origin of dragons. The Dragon Origin Core was said to be a crystal born from the Dragon Origin Core. It was also called the Dragon Crystal. However, Lin Feng wasn't very clear about the Dragon Origin Core's specific use. He had only read about it in a Daoist scripture. But the Taoist scriptures had very limited information about the core of the dragon origin, so Lin Feng hadn't been able to read too much about the core of the dragon origin in the scriptures. Although he had a certain understanding of the heart of the dragon origin from the Tao scripture, it was only a very superficial understanding. On a deeper level, everything was a mystery. More and more cultivators asked Dongfang Yang about the Dragon Origin Core. Dongfang Yang explained, the Dragon Origin Core is a mysterious crystal born from the Dragon Origin Core. It's said that this crystal can only be born from the Dragon Origin Core before the death of an extremely powerful Dragon Origin Core. Lin Feng was very surprised. The scripture he had read didn't have such an introduction. Dragons with extremely powerful bloodlines were extremely rare. If the Dragon Origin Core, it would be even more difficult to find a suitable Dragon Origin Core. Therefore, the Dragon Origin Core was extremely precious. What a pity. I can't take it out. Lin Feng frowned. If he had the Dragon Origin Core, he would have been able to obtain the Reaper's Dragon Origin Core. However, the Reaper's Reaper S therefore. Lin Feng didn't have any illusions about the Death God's Illusion Stone anymore. Even though Lin Feng was interested in the Death God's Illusion Stone, he didn't really need it. The effect of the Death God Fantasy Stone was terrifying. However, if he kept borrowing the power of the Reaper's Fantasy Stone, he would easily become dependent on it. If the Reaper's Fantasy Stone was damaged or stolen in the future, his body would become heavily dependent on the Reaper's Fantasy Stone. If he couldn't use the Reaper's Fantasy Stone to fight, he would easily have a mental breakdown. Wouldn't it be a dead end then? Therefore, it might not be a bad thing if he couldn't get the Reaper's Fantasy Stone. I have the Dragon Origin Core, Reaper's Fantasy Stone. I want it. An Emperor-level expert said aloud. Then he took out a porcelain bottle. Groan. A high-pitched dragon roar came from the porcelain bottle. A small dragon could be vaguely seen twisting its body in the porcelain bottle. That small dragon should be transformed from the Dragon Origin Core. The transaction for the last supreme treasure was completed. Dongfang Yang said with a smile, "Everyone, it's getting late. Our auction house has prepared the best spiritual food banquet. Please follow this old man." Everyone nodded and followed Dongfang Yang to participate in the spiritual food banquet. After the banquet, Lin Feng, Dongfang Tuohai, and Yu Simon returned to the Dongfang family. Lin Feng was still waiting for Emperor Lone Wolf to come out of seclusion. However, when Emperor Lone Wolf would come out was not something Lin Feng could decide. In the next few days, Lin Feng had been cultivating in seclusion. On the fourth day, Dongfang Tuohai came to see Lin Feng in person. Emperor Lone Wolf had come out of seclusion. Lin Feng and Yu Simon followed Dongfang Tuohai to see Emperor Lone Wolf. Emperor Lone Wolf looked to be in his 40s and was thin. However, his eyes were brimming with vigor and were incomparably breathtaking. Few people dared to look him in the eyes. Simon greets Emperor Lone Wolf. When Yu Simon saw Emperor Lone Wolf, she bowed to him. "Little Simon, there's no need to be so courteous with your uncle. I've already heard about your father. Your father and I were friends of life and death back then, so I won't ignore your father's matters. However, rescuing your father isn't a trivial matter. It involves many things, so you need to wait calmly for a period of time. We also need to make a good plan," Emperor Lone Wolf said. Lin Feng was surprised. It was said that the Wolf clan was sinister and cunning. However, Emperor Lone Wolf did not seem to be such a person. He looked very sincere. Lin Feng did not doubt Emperor Lone Wolf's words. If he did not want to agree to help a powerhouse like Emperor Lone Wolf, he would directly say it. He would definitely say it directly. There was no need to lie to Yu Simon. "Thank you for your help, uncle." Yu Simon hurriedly looked at Sovereign Lone Wolf. Previously, she had been rejected everywhere and suffered humiliation. Now, she had finally found a senior powerhouse who was willing to rescue her father. Therefore, Yu Simon was very excited. Lin Feng could now display the battle prowess of an Emperor Realm Master. In addition, Emperor Lone Wolf, who was an Emperor Realm Master, was very likely to rescue her father. Yu Simon was very clear about this. She really wanted to rescue her father now. However, Yu Simon knew that at this time, she needed to listen to Lin Feng and Emperor Lone Wolf. "Are you Lin Feng, the one who caused a lot of commotion? You're really a young hero." Emperor Lone Wolf looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. "Senior, you're too polite." Lin Feng could not help but cup his fists. Emperor Lone Wolf said, "I'm not being polite, but I'm just expressing my feelings. It's finally reassuring that Simon can find a home like you." Lin Feng smiled slightly and did not say anything more on this topic. Emperor Lone Wolf continued, "We might not be able to save Supreme Myriad Star by ourselves. We still need to find a few helpers. You guys rest for a while. I'll personally go and visit some old friends." Hearing this, Yu Simon was overjoyed. Chapter 35:16. Originally, Yu Simon still had a few people to visit. However, those people were not only friends of Yu Simon's father, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. They were also friends of Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf. Therefore, it was naturally much better for Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf to visit those powerhouses than for Yu Simon to visit those powerhouses. In the following period of time, Lin Feng had been in seclusion. He was cultivating the 3,000 great Daos he had obtained, hoping to complete the cultivation of the 3,000 great Daos as soon as possible. Every time he cultivated one of the 3,000 great Daos, his combat strength would increase greatly. Because the starry sky was vast and boundless, even an expert like Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf would need to spend a lot of time visiting his old friends in different star domains. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, Lin Feng had not successfully cultivated the Great Wish technique of the 3,000 great Daos he had obtained previously. Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the rest of the divine abilities. The The Great Wish technique was an unparalleled ultimate technique. Lin Feng had tried to comprehend the Great Wish technique many times, but he had not succeeded. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the Great Wish technique. Lin Feng had already obtained 2,510 types of 3,000 Great Daos. Now, apart from the Great Wish technique, he had not successfully cultivated it. Lin Feng had successfully cultivated the remaining 2,509 types of 3,000 Great Daos. Now, Lin Feng's comprehension of the Tao had reached an unimaginable level. He let out a soft cry. It was like the sound of the Tao shaking the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Now, Lin Feng could already start his own sect. He was recruiting disciples. In this world, there were probably not many people who had cultivated more of the 3,000 Great Daos than Lin Feng. At present, Lin Feng only knew of the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng did not know about the rest for the time being. However, the Red World Fairy was a very special example. There was a reason why she had been able to obtain 3,000 types of 3,000 Great Daos in the past. Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's 3,000 Great Daos were obtained by relying on his own ideas. It was unknown how much effort he had gone through. It was unknown how many times he had experienced life and death situations. In the end, he collected 2,510 types of 3,000 Great Daos. Right now, there were only 490 types of the 3,000 Great Daos left to collect. The day after Lin Feng came out of seclusion, Emperor Lone Wolf returned. Along with Venerable Lone Wolf, there were 3 other masters, all of whom were venerable emperors. The first expert was a sage-like old man. He wore a daoist robe and had a smile on his face. This daoist was called the Holy Ground Old Man. The second expert was a beautiful woman in a purple dress. This beautiful woman had an enchanting figure, an enchanting face, and a charming temperament. There was a boundless charm in her eyes. Just a casual glance was enough to captivate a person's soul. Vixen. This was the best way to describe this beautiful woman. This beautiful woman was the incarnation of a demon race cultivator from the starry skies, and her ancestor was of the fox bloodline. However, in her generation, she was already in human form when she was born. Only a portion of her clan members who had returned to their ancestral roots could transform. This female cultivator was called Thousand Twists. This name was extremely strange. Of course, this name was just a code name. Lin Feng had also heard of an even stranger name. He had also seen it before. The third expert was a child who looked to be 8 or 9 years old. He had 2 pigtails and his body was always surrounded by flames. He held a red tasseled spear in his hand. This person was not to be underestimated. He was called the Flame Emperor. The reason why his body did not grow up was said to be because he was robbed when he was young. His entire family was killed, and he was also hit. Fortunately, he was rescued. However, his body suffered extremely serious injuries, so from then on, his body could no longer grow up. However, the injuries to his body did not affect his cultivation. Seniors. Lin Feng and Yu Simon both bowed to the 3 of them. When the 3 of them looked at Yu Simon, they more or less revealed a smile. Yu Simon should have met them before. After all, these 3 were not only friends of the Lone Wolf Emperor, but also friends of the Myriad Star Emperor. However, when they looked at Lin Feng, their gazes could not help but become somewhat indifferent. These emperors were all high and mighty existences. In the face of a young human cultivator like Lin Feng who they had never met before, it was naturally impossible for them to show a particularly warm expression. This is the Holy Ground Elder. This is Empress Thousand Twist. This is the Flame Emperor. This is Lin Feng. I believe everyone has heard of the name Lin Feng, right? The Lone Wolf Emperor introduced the 2 sides. After hearing the 2 words Lin Feng, the 3 people, who were originally quite indifferent, revealed extremely surprised expressions. They did not expect that this seemingly ordinary cultivator in front of them was actually Lin Feng, who had been the talk of the town during this period of time. Killing the emperors of myriad countries. Destroying the Murong clan and the evil demon bandits. Forcing the 4 emperors to take the initiative to ask for peace. One thing after another, who knew how many people were shocked. The three emperors naturally heard of the name Lin Feng like thunder. It was just that they had never seen him before. Now, they finally saw him. Is this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? The three emperors could not help but secretly curse. If they had known that this young cultivator in front of them was Lin Feng, naturally, everyone would be polite to him. They would not be as rude as before. The world of cultivators had always been so realistic. This was a world where strength was respected. Strength. Others would value you. Strength was weak. Others would look down on you. Since they lived under such rules, then they had to have the ability to adapt to these rules. So its little friend Lin Feng, sorry for the disrespect. The three emperors cupped their fists in greeting. Three seniors are too polite, said Lin Feng while smiling. He looked as carefree as before. At this time, the three emperors were extremely surprised. They realized that Lin Feng's mental fortitude was incredible. Even when he was facing Zun Di cultivators like them, he didn't care. He always had this kind of indifferent expression. No wonder. Lin Feng was so powerful at such a young age. All of this seemed to be a sign. Let's discuss the rescue of Supreme Emperor Myriad Star now, Emperor Lone Wolf said. He felt that at this moment, it had reached a point where there was no time to delay. After all, the longer Supreme Emperor Myriad Star was imprisoned, the more dangerous it would be for him. Okay. Everyone nodded and had no objections. 6 hours later, Lin Feng, Emperor Lone Wolf, the Holy Ground Old Man, Chen Baoran, and the Flame Emperor set off together. They flew quickly towards the Myriad Immortals planet where Supreme Emperor Myriad Star was imprisoned. 3 months later, a huge planet came into sight, and it was none other than Myriad Immortals planet. Chapter 35:17. We've arrived at Myriad Immortals planet. Emperor Lone Wolf took a deep breath and said. Everyone looked at Myriad Immortals planet with solemn expressions. The only thing they knew now was that the force that attacked was from the Undying Realm. They knew nothing about other things, such as how many experts there were on Myriad Immortals planet. Then we'll act according to the original plan. The 4 of us will feign an attack. We'll lure the experts on Myriad Immortals planet, and Lin Feng will sneak into Myriad Immortals city to rescue Supreme Myriad Immortals. Emperor Lone Wolf said. Wait. Lin Feng suddenly said. Does little friend Lin have a different opinion? Old Man Holy Ground asked. I've recently cultivated a powerful secret technique. Perhaps it can come in handy at this time, Lin Feng said. Oh, a powerful secret technique? Everyone looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. They had heard of Lin Feng's means. It was said that Lin Feng had mastered many extraordinary means. Therefore, it attracted many people's attention. Therefore, many major forces besieged Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he took out the Book of the Dead. During his trip to Myriad Immortals planet, Lin Feng had been comprehending the summoning technique in the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead. It could summon the terrifying dead spirits of the netherworld. The level of the dead spirits that could be summoned and the cultivation base of the cultivator who performed the summoning technique had a lot to do with the summoning technique in the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead was extremely strange. Back then, Yang's realm was unfathomable. However, when he cultivated the 19th technique, he encountered a tribulation. After his physical body was destroyed, his soul had to enter the Book of the Dead to ensure his soul was not destroyed. After countless years, Yang gradually merged with the Book of the Dead and became the weapon spirit of the Book of the Dead. When Lin Feng cultivated the summoning technique in the Book of the Dead, he communicated with Yang a lot. As long as there was something he did not understand, Lin Feng would ask Yang for advice. Therefore, with Yang's help, Lin Feng quickly and safely cultivated the 18 summoning techniques. As for the 19th summoning technique, Lin Feng did not cultivate it. Firstly, there was no time for him to practice the 19th summoning technique. The second reason was because Yang was so powerful back then, but he still suffered a backlash and died when he cultivated the 19th summoning technique. Lin Feng was naturally very fearful. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to wait until he had enough time to study the 19th summoning technique. When everyone saw the Book of the Undead, their pupils violently shrank. They did not recognize the Book of the Dead. However, they sensed a sinister and terrifying aura from the Book of the Dead. That aura. It made everyone feel suffocated. The origin of the Book of the Dead was definitely extraordinary, and incomparably evil. This guy's cultivation method is so heterogeneous. He even has such an evil treasure. I wonder if this evil treasure will take control of my body in the future. In the end, he became a slave to the evil treasure. The four great emperors couldn't help but think to themselves. From their point of view, gains and losses were proportional. Therefore, they felt that it was not necessarily a good thing for Lin Feng to have such an evil treasure. However, the four great emperors' vision was still much smaller. Lin Feng's ambition was to become the new human emperor and lead the human race to seek a chance to survive in this chaotic world. Even, Lin Feng hoped that the human race's bloodline could live to the next era. Therefore, a mere Book of the Dead could not affect Lin Feng at all. Of course, others would not be able to understand this point. Undead creatures sleeping in the undead world, quickly wake up. I will bring you into the world of living creatures and let you feel the aura of the world of living creatures again. Lin Feng began to chant an incantation. This incantation was chanted in an extremely ancient undead language. Only those terrifying undead creatures. No one could understand the content of Lin Feng's incantation. The current Lin Feng seemed to have transformed into an immortal lord of the undead. His voice was mysterious, ancient, and immortal. The Book of the Dead played an extremely crucial role at this time. The Book of the Dead not only recorded these summoning techniques. In addition to the summoning techniques, the Book of the Dead, it was also a medium for cultivators to communicate with the undead world. In other words, even if they mastered those summoning techniques, if they did not have a treasure like the Book of the Dead, when the time came, cultivators would still be unable to communicate with the undead in the undead world. Through the Book of the Dead, Lin Feng seemed to see a vast and boundless world. That world was filled with the aura of death everywhere. That world was the world of the undead. That world was eerie, terrifying, and terrifying. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. Skeletal palms stretched out from the cracked ground. Then, skeletal creatures crawled out from the cracked ground. Who is summoning us? Those undead creatures looked up and asked. The great emperor of the human race is summoning you. Return to the world of the living and fight for the emperor of the human race. In the future, this emperor will erect a monument and build a tomb for you, and open the 6 paths of reincarnation for you so that one day, you can escape the calamity and return. Lin Feng's voice resounded above the undead world. Humph! What emperor of the human race? Do you think we are easy to deceive? One of the undead could not help but snort coldly. These undead were very powerful. Therefore, they could sense some of Lin Feng's real situation. Therefore, they knew. Lin Feng was not the emperor of the human race. After being exposed, Lin Feng did not feel embarrassed. He said, although I am not the emperor of the human race now, but I will definitely be the emperor of the human race in the future. Now, as the future emperor of the human race, the owner of the Book of the Dead, I am officially summoning you to serve me. Are you willing? The group of undead looked at each other. Next, the most powerful undead half knelt on the ground and then said, we are willing to serve the future emperor of the human race. The rest of the undead also knelt on the ground and shouted together, we are willing to serve the future emperor of the human race. Swish! There was a flash of light. These undead disappeared from the undead world without a trace. In the real world, boundless power of death began to churn in the void. In the power of death, terrifying undead creatures appeared one after another. When they saw those terrifying undead creatures, the expressions of the 4 emperors could not help but change drastically. The aura of each undead creature made them somewhat fearful. And those undead creatures were densely packed and innumerable. The summoning technique that Lin Feng used was really too terrifying. Greetings, Lord. Chapter 35:18. Get up. Lin Feng waved his hand. All of a sudden, the densely packed undead stood up. At all cost. Attack this planet. Lin Feng pointed at Myriad Immortals' planet. Myriad Immortals' planet had completely fallen. The people inside had basically been slaughtered. Only Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star and the cultivators who imprisoned Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star were left. The origin of those cultivators was mysterious. The only thing that was known was that they came from the Undying Realm. Lin Feng even guessed that those people were likely to be a force formed by several forces in the Undying Realm. Those people's cultivation bases were very powerful, but so what? No matter how powerful they were, Lin Feng had summoned an undead army. This undead army was enough to hold the attention of countless forces in the Undying Realm. Kill. The undead leader growled and took the lead to rush toward Myriad Immortals' planet. Then, the densely packed undead rushed toward Myriad Immortals' planet. An endless aura of death filled the world. That terrifying aura was enough to make one's countenance change. Young friend Lin's means are really amazing. I admire you. The four Supreme Sovereigns all cupped their fists and said. They admired Lin Feng's means from the bottom of their hearts. Anyone who saw Lin Feng summon an undead army would be shocked. They would be the same as them. They would be deeply shocked. Haha, seniors, you are too polite. Let's enter Myriad Immortals' planet with the undead army, Lin Feng said with a smile. That's good. Let's enter Myriad Immortals' planet together and act according to the circumstances, Flame Supreme Sovereign said. Everyone nodded and quickly flew toward Myriad Immortals' planet. Myriad Immortals' planet used to be a prosperous planet. Now, Myriad Immortals' planet was full of destruction and death. Along the way, white bones could be seen. Myriad Immortals' planet had completely changed from a dazzling, lively, and prosperous planet to a withered, dead planet. Looking at the dilapidated Myriad Immortals' planet, Lin Feng could not help but sigh. He had heard some of the situation of Myriad Immortals' planet from Yu Simon. There were about 6 to 7 billion permanent residents on Myriad Immortals' planet. Together with the floating population, there were about 8 to 9 billion people. However, when the Great Battle came, only a small number of people managed to escape. At that time, Lin Feng did not understand at all, even though the people from the undead realm were extremely powerful. After all, they were few in number. There was no way they could have massacred so many people. It was only later that Lin Feng found out. It turned out that the people of the Undying Realm had directly used the sacrificial technique. Those people from the Undying Realm had treated all the people on Myriad Immortals' planet as sacrificial offerings. As a result, countless people were sacrificed alive. There were simply too few people who managed to escape. Just like that, Myriad Immortals' planet was destroyed. So many living beings had been sacrificed alive. It was simply too tragic. However, in the eyes of those in the Undying Realm, sacrificing billions of people was like killing a group of ants. In their eyes, the weak were all ants. So what if he killed him? It couldn't even cause any ripples in their hearts. These people from the Undying Realm were too heartless. However, they were powerful enough to treat all living beings mercilessly. The undead army finally arrived at the Myriad Star City guarded by the experts of the Undying Realm. The Myriad Star City was heavily guarded. Looking from afar, one could see that the Myriad Star City was like a giant primeval beast that resided on the ground. It was majestic and heavy. It gave people a sense of suffocation. Above the Myriad Star City, there were many cultivators patrolling back and forth. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to sneak into the Myriad Star City quietly. Of course. Lin Feng and the others didn't think of sneaking into the city. They came openly and openly. The aura of death rolled and quickly surrounded the huge Myriad Star City. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Those guards immediately shouted. At this moment, the undead army rushed over and fought with those guards. Puff! Puff! Bone knives pierced through the bodies of those guards. The flesh, blood, and soul essence of those guards were instantly devoured by those undead creatures. After devouring the flesh, blood, and soul essence of those guards, there were streaks of blood on the surface of those undead creatures. Those undead creatures seemed to want to grow new flesh and blood. Their methods were really amazing. Of course. There were also many undead creatures that were destroyed by those powerful guards. However, what was shocking was that those undead creatures didn't die after their bodies were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, their bodies recombined and returned to their original state. Undead creatures. The 4 Emperor-level powerhouses couldn't help but be shocked. Undead creatures were the most mysterious existence among the undead creatures. Why did those undead creatures have undead bodies? No one knew. Perhaps some people in the undead world knew. But in the world of the living, this was a big secret. Undead creatures meant that you couldn't kill them. This kind of undead creature was extremely terrifying and was the most suitable army for large-scale battles. Just like everything that was happening now. After the guards of the undead world destroyed the bodies of the undead creatures could quickly recombine and couldn't be killed at all. However, the damage caused by those undead creatures was extremely serious. If they were careless, they might be killed by those undead creatures. Kill all these people, don't leave a single one alive. The leader of the undead creatures shouted loudly. The densely packed undead creatures charged into the depths of the Myriad Star City. The cultivators of the undead world in the depths of the Myriad Star City were also alarmed and quickly rushed out. Among them, there were even 6 Emperor-level powerhouses. Now, the densely packed cultivators and the undead creatures were engaged in a fierce battle. Let's go to the heavenly prison, Lin Feng said. The heavenly prison was a place where prisoners were imprisoned. Previously, Yu Simon told Lin Feng that the heavenly prison was made of forbidden magic stone. It imprisoned all magic power. Therefore, the Supreme Master of Myriad Star was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Soon, Lin Feng and the other 4 arrived at the heavenly prison. There were many experts here. There were several Emperor-level experts guarding the heavenly prison. However, these people were no match for Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the other 4 started a massacre and killed everyone. Then, they broke open the heavenly prison and entered it. In the depths of the heavenly prison, a cultivator was imprisoned here. His shoulder blades were pierced by chains. Brother Yu, we're here to save you. Supreme Master Lone Wolf shouted loudly. Obviously, the cultivator whose shoulder blades were pierced by chains was Yu Simon's father, Supreme Master of Myriad Star. At this time, Supreme Master of Myriad Star, whose eyes had been closed and whose aura was weak, opened his eyes. Chapter 35:19. A sage emperor was stronger than an emperor. It was simply unimaginable how powerful a sage emperor was. An emperor was an invincible figure who dominated a star field. And a sage emperor was the master of the Sea of Stars. Only when many star fields were combined together could they form the Starry Sea. And a sage emperor controlled such a huge sea of stars. High and mighty, looking down at billions of living beings. Such a powerhouse was not someone an emperor realm cultivator could contend against. Therefore, when he heard Supreme Sovereign Myriad Star say that there was a sage emperor guarding this place, he was shocked. Everyone's expression changed drastically. This place was a trap. It was to lure the person who rescued Supreme Emperor Myriad Star here. Then, they would be wiped out in one fell swoop. You can't leave. Since you're here, you can't leave. An icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. Then, a middle-aged cultivator walked towards the crowd. This middle-aged cultivator blocked the way out. This middle-aged cultivator should be the Sage Emperor cultivator that Supreme Emperor Myriad Star had mentioned. Although he did not exude any powerful aura. However, when everyone faced this middle-aged cultivator, they still felt an aura of despair from this middle-aged cultivator. How powerful this middle-aged cultivator was had completely exceeded the understanding of Lin Feng and the others. A sage emperor, standing at the top of the starry sky, looking down on all living beings. Who could contend with a sage emperor cultivator? At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for an emperor cultivator to do this. 5 great experts. They looked at this sage emperor cultivator with a solemn expression. What a bunch of idiots. Why don't you think about which force is from? In our eyes, your wishful thinking is simply stupid. This sage emperor cultivator was extremely arrogant and mocked. I've implicated everyone. Supreme Emperor Myriad Star blamed himself. Brother Yu, please don't say that. When we decided to take action, we had already expected all kinds of possible outcomes. Supreme Emperor Lone Wolf licked his lips and said, reminiscing about the past. I really miss the 1,000 years when we trained together in the starry sky world. No matter what the outcome is today, we will never regret it. The Flame Emperor said, this is a forbidden space. Our magic power is restricted. If we work together, we might be able to deal with this person. The old man couldn't help but ask, little friend Lin, we'll stop this person first. You go and save Brother Yu. No problem. Please be careful, Lin Feng said. He leaped out and arrived in front of the prison door. Then, he punched the door. A loud bang was heard. Lin Feng punched the cell door. Surprisingly, the prison door was still intact. The Shengdi cultivator looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Even if a great emperor doesn't have a treasure, it would be difficult for him to break through the door. You, a tiny little insect, think you can break through the door? Wishful thinking. The Saint Emperor did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. Lin Feng pursed his lips and ignored this person. This prison door was indeed incomparably hard, but so what? He might not necessarily be unable to break open this prison door. Open for me. Lin Feng grabbed the chain wrapped around the prison door. Then, with a loud shout, all the strength in his body suddenly burst out. Crack, crack. The chain wrapped around the prison door was directly broken by Lin Feng. The prison door was opened by Lin Feng. The Sage Emperor's face could not help but suddenly sink. He did not expect Lin Feng to actually break open the prison door. What kind of broken door is this? It's not difficult to open it at all. If you can't open it, it can only mean that you're too useless. Lin Feng looked at the Sage Emperor and could not help but mock. Hearing this, the Sage Emperor's mouth twitched violently. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Little bastard, I won't let you die so easily later. I'll let you taste endless torture before taking your life, the Sage Emperor said coldly. Then, he leaped out. He charged toward the 4 sovereigns. He needed to deal with the 4 sovereigns first, then deal with Lin Feng. Attack! The 4 sovereigns could not help but shout coldly. They joined forces to attack the Sage Emperor. At this time, Lin Feng had already entered the prison. These chains are made of profound yin extreme cold iron. There's no way to break them with physical strength. You need magic power to destroy them. Don't bother with me anymore. Quickly leave this place. As soon as he finished speaking, Sovereign Myriad Star revealed a dumbfounded expression. Because he saw. The young human cultivator grabbed a chain with both hands and suddenly exerted force. The chain directly shattered. 4 times in a row. All 4 chains were broken by Lin Feng. Sovereign Myriad Star's expression was full of shock. He could not believe his eyes. Such a hard chain was actually broken by the young human cultivator in front of him. Who was this kid? Why did he come to rescue him? After breaking 4 chains, Lin Feng grabbed Sovereign Myriad Star, who was almost unable to stand steadily. Then, he carried Sovereign Myriad Star on his back and quickly rushed out of the prison. At this time, the 4 sovereigns had blocked 2 attacks from the Sage Emperor. The 4 sovereigns could no longer resist the 3rd attack and were directly sent flying by the Sage Emperor. Barf! The 4 sovereigns. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their faces became as pale as paper. The Sage Emperor was about to rush forward and kill the 4 sovereigns. With a punch, 4 fist shadows instantly enveloped the 4 sovereigns. The 4 sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. They were no longer able to resist the attack of the Sage Emperor. Die! The Saint Emperor had an indifferent look on his face. His voice was cold. The 4 sovereigns were about to be killed by him. At this moment, Lin Feng rushed over and swept a punch at the Sage Emperor. The fist momentum condensed. In an instant, it broke the 4 fist shadows. Then, boom, 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 bang, accompanied by the violent sound of collision. The ground shook violently. Then, deng deng deng, the 2 of them each took 3 steps back. They were actually evenly matched. Oh my God, Little friend Lin's physical body is so strong. The four sovereigns were extremely shocked after being defeated by Lin Feng. Each of them was so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, Lin Feng had managed to block the Saint Emperor's attack. Otherwise, the four of them, just now, they would have been killed. I'll stop this person. You guys take Sovereign Myriad Star and leave, Lin Feng said. Little friend Lin, be careful. Sovereign Lone Wolf and the others supported Sovereign Myriad Star and then said. Then, the four of them quickly left with Sovereign Myriad Star. Chapter 3520. A Saint Emperor level expert was indeed extremely terrifying. However, right now, everyone was deep within the cage that imprisoned their mana. Therefore, Lin Feng was not worried about his own safety at all. Lin Feng felt that with his ability, he should be able to kill this Saint Emperor level expert here. Brat, do you think that just because you let them out first, they can escape? Now that the great array outside has been activated, they won't be able to escape even if they have wings. After I deal with you, I will go and kill those guys. The Saint Emperor level expert sneered. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. This Saint Emperor level expert naturally did not put Lin Feng in his eyes. In his opinion, although Lin Feng's methods were a bit strange, he had even blocked his attack. However, he had only used a third of his strength just now. If he used his full strength, Lin Feng had no choice but to die. Lin Feng sneered and said, "What a conceited fellow. Since I stopped you, I have the strength to kill you. Brat, are you boasting shamelessly? You really overestimate yourself." The Saint Emperor level expert's expression was indifferent. A young cultivator like Lin Feng actually dared to say such words to him. Wasn't this looking down on him? Therefore, the Saint Emperor level cultivator was extremely angry. "I'm just saying what I feel, and you will soon know that your little bit of strength is not worth mentioning in front of me." Lin Feng curled his lips and said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Saint Emperor level cultivator's eyes immediately revealed killing intent. His body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. Then, the Saint Emperor level expert rushed towards Lin Feng. A palm struck towards Lin Feng. The power of this palm strike was much stronger than before. It could be said that it could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was truly shocking. The sound of a sonic boom could be heard in the air. As expected of a Saint Emperor level expert. An attack. It was really too terrifying. Facing the attack of a Saint Emperor, Yi Zichen was shocked. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He threw a punch at the Sage Emperor cultivator. Bang! Along with the sound of the violent collision, there was another sound. Lin Feng and the Saint Emperor clashed once again. This was a collision. Lin Feng was still safe and sound. The Saint Emperor had been forced back by Lin Feng's punch. "No. That's impossible." The Saint Emperor immediately roared hysterically. He simply couldn't believe that he would be repelled by Lin Feng. That punch. This Sage Emperor had unleashed 70% of his battle prowess. Such powerful combat strength. In his opinion, wouldn't killing Lin Feng be a piece of cake? However, reality and ideal formed an extreme contrast. Lin Feng was completely fine. Instead, he was the one who was repelled. Lin Feng walked towards the Saint Emperor cultivator with an indifferent expression. He sneered and said, "Nothing is impossible. Even if your physical body is stronger than mine, your strength is far inferior to mine. You should have heard of the phrase 1 man can defeat 10 men, right? With my strength, not to mention a mere Saint Emperor cultivator like you, even if an Emperor cultivator came, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from me." Lin Feng's words sounded extremely arrogant. But in reality, his words were not arrogant at all. The power of the draconic elephant arm would continuously increase as Lin Feng's battle prowess increased. During this period of time, Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly increased because he had refined too many of the 3,000 great Daos. Therefore, the power of his draconic elephant arm had also greatly increased. Moreover, Lin Feng's devouring martial spirit had transformed from 5 to 6. The draconic elephant arm was related to the devouring martial spirit. When Lin Feng's 6 devouring martial spirits were completely activated, Lin Feng could at most display 6 times the power of the draconic elephant arm. Lin Feng had never displayed 6 times the power of the draconic elephant arm. Therefore, even he didn't know how powerful 6 times the power of the draconic elephant arm was. Just now, Lin Feng had used 3 draconic elephant arms to repel the Saint Emperor cultivator. 3 times the draconic elephant arm was naturally far from being comparable to Lin Feng's 6 times the draconic elephant arm. Lin Feng knew that Supreme Emperor Myriad Star and the others outside might not be in a good situation. Therefore, now, he had to end the battle quickly. Therefore, after Lin Feng forced that Saint Emperor to retreat, Lin Feng had to be careful. There was no stopping at all. He quickly rushed towards this Saint Emperor level expert. Lin Feng wanted to kill this Saint Emperor level cultivator as quickly as possible. 6 times the draconic elephant arm was activated. Lin Feng's strength instantly rose to the peak level. The power of 6 times the draconic elephant arm was completely unleashed. It was simply shocking. That terrifying power instantly erupted with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. Although it was only the power of the physical body, it gave people a feeling that it could shatter the void. This was the terrifying power of 6 times the draconic elephant arm. The perception ability of a Saint Emperor level cultivator was extremely powerful. When Lin Feng's fist was about to reach him, this Saint Emperor level cultivator immediately felt an unprecedented sense of danger sweep through his entire body. That feeling, it made this Saint Emperor level expert's hands and feet instantly turn cold. This Saint Emperor level expert's expression suddenly changed. He knew how terrifying Lin Feng's punch was. This Saint Emperor level cultivator wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack. But he was shocked to find out that he was actually unable to dodge Lin Feng's terrifying attack. Therefore, this Saint Emperor level expert had no choice but to resist Lin Feng's attack. Bang! The two sides collided again. This time, the collision. It was even more violent. It was also even more violent. The power of Lin Feng's 6 times the draconic elephant arm was simply too powerful. Therefore, after this collision, this Saint Emperor level cultivator directly suffered a calamity. Catcher. One after another, it spread out. This Saint Emperor level cultivator's arm was actually directly broken by Lin Feng. This Saint Emperor level cultivator couldn't help but scream. After injuring this Saint Emperor level cultivator, Lin Feng's morale was greatly boosted. He sped up and rushed towards this Saint Emperor level cultivator. He wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Kill this Saint Emperor level cultivator. At this moment, this Saint Emperor level cultivator waved his hand. Swish! A cold light flashed. Instantly, densely packed silver needles flew out. The tip of each silver needle flickered with a green luster. It was obvious that it was highly toxic. This Sage Emperor level cultivator was truly sinister to the extreme. He actually hid such a vicious method. When the densely packed silver needles pierced towards him, powerful aura energy surged out of Lin Feng's body. The aura energy formed a shield of aura energy. It blocked the densely packed silver needles. And Lin Feng rushed forward. A palm strike towards this Saint Emperor level expert. This palm strike killed the Saint Emperor level cultivator on the head. This Saint Emperor level cultivator's head directly exploded. Chapter 35-21. In the outside world. The battle was fierce. Although they had the help of the undead army, the cultivators of the undead realm had already set up layers of ambushes. The undead army was blocked in the courtyard outside the heavenly prison. They could not enter. The courtyard where the heavenly prison was located was formed by various killing arrays. Under the urging of a large number of experts, waves of destructive power suddenly erupted. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. The 4 emperors had been injured by the Saint Emperor level powerhouse. They were now escorting Supreme Myriad Star to break out of the encirclement. However, they were fiercely attacked by the cultivators of the undead realm, so their injuries were getting worse and worse. There were a total of 5 Emperor-level experts presiding over the array. These 5 Emperor-level experts stood in the core of the array in the position of the 5 elements. They cooperated with each other very well. In addition, the array and the help of many experts, killing Supreme Myriad Star and the other four. It seemed to be only a matter of time. Just as Supreme Lone Wolf, Supreme Myriad Star, and the other four were gradually unable to hold on. Suddenly, thud, 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 thud. This sudden sound that sounded like footsteps attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked in the direction of the heavenly prison. They immediately saw a cultivator holding a human head in his hand stepped out of the heavenly prison. Oh my God, how is this possible? When they saw the cultivator who stepped out, everyone exclaimed. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They could not believe their eyes. The cultivator who stepped out was Lin Feng, and in his hand was the head of the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor. What kind of terrifying existence was that? The endless sea of stars. Standing at the peak. A terrifying existence that could become the lord of the sea of stars. Such a powerful existence. His strength was naturally earth-shattering. However, such a powerful existence was killed by Lin Feng. Everyone thought that this was a dream. However, this was not a dream, but something that really happened. How did he do it? Supreme Myriad Star, Supreme Lone Wolf, Supreme Thousand Circles, the Holy Ground Old Man, and Supreme Flame could not help but tremble slightly. Sir has fallen. Sir has actually fallen. How is this possible? How is that possible? Meanwhile, the experts of the Undying Realm were mumbling to themselves. Although they didn't want to believe what they were seeing, everyone knew that everything they saw was real. One of their Saint Emperors had fallen. If this matter were to spread back to the Undying Realm, it would cause quite a stir in the Undying Realm. A Saint Emperor-level expert. Even in the Undying world where experts were as common as clouds, he was still a high and mighty figure. But now, he actually died in the lower realm. Who is that kid? How did he do it? The cultivators from the Undying Realm couldn't help but feel puzzled. They thought of a possibility. The heavenly prison was a restricted space. Unable to circulate his magic power. Could it be that the Saint Emperor had lost in a contest of physical strength? Was he killed in the end? However, that human cultivator seemed to only be a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor could kill a sage emperor with his physical body? Wasn't that just daydreaming? However, except for this explanation, the cultivators of the Undying Realm could not think of any other reason. Let's go. Lin Feng flew toward Supreme Venerable Myriad Star and the others. He waved his hand. An endless amount of magical power surged out. That powerful magic power engulfed Supreme Venerable Myriad Star and the others. Before the experts of the Undying Realm could react, Lin Feng directly used the formation splitting technique. The formation was instantly torn apart. Whoosh. Then, Lin Feng and the others rushed out of the Great Deployment spell. Now, the 5 Supreme Venerables were injured, and Lin Feng alone was unable to save the situation. The Undying Realm was full of experts. Naturally, it was best to leave. Anyway, he had already saved the people he wanted to save. There was no benefit in continuing to fight with these people. Lin Feng was a person who knew when to advance and when to retreat. People who didn't know when to advance and retreat often died miserably. Chase, don't let them escape. When Lin Feng tore apart the formation and left with the 5 Supreme Venerables, the experts of the Undying Realm finally reacted and roared one by one. They chased after Lin Feng and the others. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. He instantly disappeared without a trace with the 5 Supreme Venerables. This little brother is simply like an ancient Saint Emperor descending to the mortal world. I admire him. I haven't asked how I should address you, little brother. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but ask curiously. The 5 people who came to rescue him. Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf, Supreme Venerable Qianbao, Holy Ground Old Man, and Supreme Venerable Flame were all his old friends. In the past, they were life and death friends. They took the risk to rescue him. It was understandable. But what about Lin Feng? He was a stranger to Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. Therefore, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star didn't understand why a stranger like Lin Feng would risk offending the major forces of the Undying Realm to rescue him. At this moment, the four Supreme Venerables couldn't help but smile. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star looked at the four of them in confusion and then asked, "What are the four of you smiling about?" Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf said, "It seems that girl Simon did a good job of keeping it a secret." "What do you mean?" Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was puzzled. Supreme Venerable Qianbao said, "This little friend is called Lin Feng. Brother you must have heard of him, right?" Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was slightly stunned. Then, he said, "Lin Feng? Lin Feng, the rising star of the 9 states?" Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, "That's me." Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was extremely shocked. Lin Feng of the 9 states. He had naturally heard of him, but Supreme Venerable Myriad Star didn't take Lin Feng seriously. After all, Lin Feng was just a cultivator of the younger generation. No matter how powerful he was, how powerful could he be? Naturally, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star didn't take him seriously. But today, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star realized how wrong he was. Lin Feng was simply too heaven-defying. He had even killed a Supreme Venerable Divine Emperor. Supreme Venerable Qianbao smiled and said, "Little friend Lin and that girl Simon have been running around, helping to contact experts to rescue Brother Yu. Everyone here was a scheming and astute person." Therefore, although the Supreme Venerable Qianbao didn't mention the whole story, everyone could understand the Supreme Venerable Qianbao's meaning. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star naturally understood what the Supreme Venerable Qianbao meant. He had never expected this. His daughter had actually found such an outstanding man without saying a word. Therefore, at this moment, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star looked at Lin Feng's gaze. He couldn't help but feel a little special. He seemed to be relieved. He seemed to be admiring him. He seemed to be relieved. His daughter had been able to find such an outstanding man like Lin Feng. As a father, he was naturally very satisfied. Everyone chatted as they flew toward the Lone Wolf Star Zone. 3 months later, they successfully returned to the Lone Wolf Star Zone. Chapter 35-22. Everyone arrived at the Lone Wolf Star Zone. The father and daughter met. They could not help but be filled with emotions. Especially at this moment. There were simply countless words in his heart that he wanted to say. The death of his family. The destruction of his family. All of this. It would never be forgotten. This was a blood feud. Even the water of the 5 lakes and 4 seas could not wash it clean. However, the father and daughter also knew how terrifying their enemy was. Therefore, at this stage, they could only swallow their anger for the time being. Then, they would look for an opportunity to take revenge. Especially when Supreme Venerable Myriad Star had just escaped. He needed to recuperate. Or else. His body might suffer injuries that could never be healed. If such a situation happened, it would be a fatal blow to Supreme Venerable Myriad Star. Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf arranged a place for Supreme Venerable Myriad Star to enter seclusion. It could allow Supreme Venerable Myriad Star to recuperate. Before Supreme Venerable Myriad Star entered seclusion to recuperate, he spent a few hours alone with Yu Simon. Lin Feng guessed. This time, they were alone. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star would probably ask a lot about him. After all, Supreme Venerable Myriad Star only had one daughter. Naturally, he hoped that his daughter's man would love and protect her well. And not simply play with her feelings. After some time, he would abandon his daughter. Lin Feng naturally did not know the specific content of Supreme Venerable Myriad Star and Yu Simon's conversation. After Yu Simon came out, Lin Feng did not ask in detail. The cultivators of the Undying World seemed to have given up. They had lost a cultivator at the Holy Emperor level. The cultivators of the Undying World would not let this matter rest. As for when the cultivators of the Undying World would take revenge on everyone. How to take revenge on everyone? Lin Feng did not know. However, he would deal with whatever came his way. Lin Feng was fearless. As for Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf and the others, they had also expected that they might suffer the revenge of the Undying World. Therefore, Supreme Venerable Lone Wolf and the others joined forces. They formed an offensive and defensive alliance. As long as there was any sign of trouble, the major forces would then join forces to fight against the enemy. In addition, they also had the resources of several major forces. Even if the Holy Emperor came, he could also deal with it calmly. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the revenge of the Undying Realm. Lin Feng planned to seclude himself in the Lone Wolf Star for a period of time. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the room, behind the cloud rain Magus Mountain, Yu Simon snuggled into Lin Feng's embrace and said, "Father already knows that you took the ruler's armor." Lin Feng replied, "Your father has extraordinary means, so it's not strange for him to know about this." Said Yu Simon, "Since the ruler's armor has accepted you, it's your destiny. However, the ruler's armor is a strange treasure, and it's even stranger than what you've seen. Therefore, you have to be careful when dealing with the ruler's armor. At the same time, you have to be on guard." Lin Feng frowned slightly. What did Supreme Venerable Myriad Star mean? Lin Feng felt that Supreme Venerable Myriad Star was implying something. However, some words. Supreme Venerable Myriad Star could not point it out. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. He knew that Supreme Venerable Myriad Star wanted to remind him to be wary of the ruler's armor through Yu Simon. It seemed that this ruler's armor was indeed much more terrifying than he had imagined. However, his understanding of the ruler's armor was still too little. This treasure was filled with a mysterious aura. The next day, Lin Feng began his seclusion. During this seclusion, Lin Feng wanted to complete the creation of the time-space. The key to creating the time-space was naturally the Stone of Time. The Stone of Time. It could change the flow of time. Lin Feng had previously comprehended a trace of the mysteries of the Stone of Time. Therefore, he knew how to use the Stone of Time to create the time-space. Lin Feng first created an illusory space in his dantian. That illusory space emitted astonishing fluctuations. Then, Lin Feng used the power of the Emperor Law in his body. The Emperor Law in Lin Feng's body evolved into runes. Those runes emitted a powerful aura and fluctuations. The runes merged into the space condensed by Lin Feng. The space condensed by Lin Feng began to gradually stabilize. Swoosh! A light flashed. Lin Feng appeared in this space. Because the space had just been condensed. Therefore, it was lifeless inside. Lin Feng planned to modify the space he had condensed. He wanted to make this space full of vitality. In the next few days, Lin Feng moved the mountains and forests outside. Rivers and lakes. Insects, fish, birds, beasts. And so on and so forth. They were all moved into this space. Suddenly, the originally lifeless space suddenly became full of vitality. Lin Feng also moved the 9 half-immortal stone veins in the mountain river ring into the space he created. After the 9 half-immortal stone veins were moved into the space created by Lin Feng, they were full of vitality. That kind of vitality was really shocking. 9 half-immortal stone veins. They began to subtly change the space created by Lin Feng. As time went by, Lin Feng believed the space he created would definitely become an extremely extraordinary small world. At that time, it could even give birth to new life. Of course, this would take some time. At the current stage, the time was not ripe yet. Lin Feng's magic power continuously poured into the Stone of Time. At the same time, the other part of his magic power poured into the space created by Lin Feng. These two parts of magic power were connected together. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds came from inside the Stone of Time. Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Because the Stone of Time actually began to crack. A treasure like the Stone of Time. It shouldn't crack. Therefore, when he saw the Stone of Time crack, Lin Feng felt very strange. He felt that the cracks of the Stone of Time were very likely related to this space. Crack, crack. The Stone of Time cracked more and more. Lin Feng's expression couldn't help but become solemn. If his guess was wrong, doesn't that mean that the Stone of Time will be destroyed? Fortunately, Lin Feng's guess was correct. The stone of time cracked. It had a lot to do with the space he created. The stone of time cracked into pieces of gravel. Swish. Light flickered. Swish, swish, swish. Then, densely packed fragments of the stone of time. They shot out in all directions. Those broken stones of time. They were all embedded into the surrounding space wall. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile. It seemed that the stone of time was going to completely merge with the space he created. Create time and space, change the flow of time, the law of time is born from nothingness. Suddenly, Lin Feng's voice resonated in the space created by Lin Feng. When he heard that voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. In the space created by Lin Feng, a law began to condense. That law. It contained a mysterious power. That power. It was the power of time. That law. Chapter 35:23. The law of time is the most mysterious and noble law. The law of time represents immortality, power, mystery, and greatness. Time is the existence that controls everything. Everything in this world, whether it has life or not, will gradually be destroyed under the erosion of time. The power of time is the most difficult power to control, and also the most difficult power to comprehend. Rumor has it, only after breaking through the shackles of the Emperor realm and becoming a higher-level expert, will there be a certain chance to comprehend the power of the law of time. The chances mentioned here were not 100%, but an extremely small probability. Crossing the Emperor realm. How difficult is that? And among those great existences who cross the Emperor realm, only a very small number can control the power of the law of time. From this, it can be seen. Comprehending the law of time. How difficult is that? Just like breaking through the Emperor realm to master the power of the law of space. In fact, not everyone can do it. Among the cultivators who break through the Emperor realm, cultivators who can smoothly master the power of the law of space are also rare. It is really too rare. But whenever such an existence appears, they are all talented figures in the Emperor realm. Now, Lin Feng has begun to master the power of the law of time. Of course, the way Lin Feng masters the power of the law of time is different from the way those experts who cross the Emperor realm master the power of the law of time. Lin Feng masters the power of the law of time through the independent space he created and the stone of time as a medium. If he did not have this independent space and the stone of time as a medium, then Lin Feng wants to master the power of the law of time can be described as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In addition, there is one point that is not the same as the cultivators who cross the Emperor realm. The cultivators who cross the Emperor realm master the power of the law of time can launch attacks on others, even depriving the other party of life force. And Lin Feng masters the power of the law of time. At the current stage, it is to change the flow of time inside the space he created. For the time being, he can't attack others. As for whether he can attack others in the future, that is after all a matter of the future. It is still hard to say. When the first law of time was formed, endless information flooded Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to explode. Fortunately, Lin Feng's soul was strong enough to successfully accept this information. He read the information carefully. This information was basically about the use of the law of time. Now that the first law of time had been successfully condensed, Lin Feng's time-space had formed a 5-to-1 time flow law with the outside world. In other words, a year passed in the outside world. In this time-space, 5 years had already passed. Lin Feng was shocked. After all, this time and space had just been built, and yet, it could make time flow 5 times faster than the outside world. It was truly inconceivable. Through the additional information in his mind, it could be seen that Lin Feng's comprehension of the stone of time and his control over time and space gradually deepened. As Lin Feng's cultivation continued to rise, more and more time laws would condense within the time-space. As for the laws of time, it could greatly increase the speed of time and space. Lin Feng planned to cultivate in the time-space for a period of time to adapt to the time-space. Lin Feng comprehended the Great Wish technique in the time-space. The Great Aspiration technique was an extremely difficult skill to learn. Lin Feng had tried time and time again to learn the great aspiration technique, but in the end, he had failed every time. This time, it was no exception. Lin Feng also failed. However, Lin Feng kept failing again and again, which made him gain even more experience. Lin Feng believed in one principle. No matter how difficult it was to cultivate the great Tao, as long as he persevered, don't give up. Sooner or later, he could cultivate it successfully. The Great Wish Technique. It was no exception. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Feng learned of a piece of news. It was said that the coffin carrier walked out of the Chaos God starfield and pulled the ancient stone coffin across the sea of stars. It shocked the world. This news was simply too shocking. The coffin carrier. Just what level of existence was this? He, or they, pulled the ancient stone coffin across the starry sky. What was it for? Just who was the expert buried in the ancient stone coffin? Many experts in the starfield were discussing this matter. This was because the coffin carrier was simply too extraordinary. It was a terrifying existence that only appeared in myths and legends. Now, it had actually appeared in the real world. It was simply too shocking. Rumor has it that the first-generation ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan, Hong Meng, Daoist Lu Ya, Hong Jun, and ancestor Hun Cheng were buried in the ancient stone coffin. Soon, the news spread out. In fact, Lin Feng had already heard of this rumor. However, no one was able to prove this point. This was only everyone's guess. They were unable to confirm what level of creature was buried in the ancient stone coffin that the coffin carrier was pulling. They were also unable to confirm who those creatures were. It's different this time. It's said that someone found an extremely ancient scripture in an ancient tomb. That scripture recorded the secrets of the coffin carrier and the ancient stone coffin. A shocking piece of news spread throughout the starfield. The appearance of an ancient scripture meant that the secrets of the coffin carrier and the ancient stone coffin would be unraveled. This was truly earth-shattering news, shocking the entire world. When Lin Feng heard this news, he couldn't remain calm. This was because it had something to do with his ancestor. The first-generation ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan had mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. Even the descendants of the Sovereign clan had lost track of their progenitor. But now, Lin Feng heard about this ancestor. He was buried in an ancient stone coffin. Was this true? If Lin Feng had a choice, Lin Feng would hope that this rumor was false. He didn't want the first-generation ancestor of the Sovereign Emperor clan to be buried in an ancient stone coffin. To the Sovereign Emperor clan, that would be a nightmare. Then where is the scripture? Go and find it. Lin Feng ordered the Shu brothers to investigate the scripture's whereabouts. He wanted to borrow the ancient Daoist scripture and see what was recorded in it. After receiving the order, the Shu brothers mobilized the forces under their control to investigate. But soon, news spread. A mysterious expert. In the blink of an eye, he destroyed the Primordial clan that controlled the Tao scripture and snatched it away. Reportedly, the Primordial clan that controlled the Tao scripture had 2 saint emperors overseeing it. But they were still destroyed. This matter. Chapter 35-24. When Lin Feng heard this news, he couldn't help but frown. He originally wanted to borrow that Tao scripture. But now it seemed that there was no chance to borrow the Tao scripture. Since the person who attacked had destroyed that ancient force, it could be seen how extraordinary that Tao scripture was. There must be some shocking secrets hidden in it. Rumor has it that the person who attacked was withered like a corpse. But his strength was so powerful that it made the world pale in comparison. I wonder what extraordinary origin that existence has. At this moment, the news came out. Lin Feng had been paying attention to the news of the outside world, so he knew a lot of the news circulating in the outside world like the back of his hand. Now that he heard this news, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Because he thought of a person. A mummy-like old man. The person that was rumored to be a mummy-like old man. However, that existence's style of doing things seemed to be different from the mummy-like old man. The mummy-like old man from back then broke out of the wooden coffin. All the living beings in the underworld were so shocked that they fled. From this, It could be seen how powerful the mummy-like old man was. Later on, Lin Feng had a few encounters with the mummy-like old man. However, Lin Feng discovered that although the mummy-like old man was decisive, he wasn't a cruel and bloodthirsty person. Unless someone provoked him, he wouldn't do anything to them. I wonder if it's that senior? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He couldn't be sure if the one who attacked was the mummy-like old man. From a personal point of view, Lin Feng didn't hope that it was that senior, because he didn't want that senior to be a bloodthirsty person. However, Lin Feng also knew, in the eyes of countless experts, those ordinary cultivators were probably just ants. So what if they killed them? There wouldn't be any psychological burden at all. Lin Feng continued to ask people to pay attention to the news of the outside world. Soon, another piece of news came out that an elder from the ancient clan had luckily escaped. That elder had once read the Tao scripture. He saw a portion of the contents of the Tao scripture. Therefore, he had some understanding of the contents of the Tao scripture. After this news spread, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Many people went to look for that elder. He wanted to get information about the Tao scripture from that elder. As for the old man who snatched the Tao scripture, no one dared to find trouble with him. An organization with 2 saint emperors had been annihilated with a flick of a finger by that terrifying existence. What more the other forces? Lin Feng decided to explore the Chaos God star field. That incomparably dangerous star field hid a shocking secret. He just did not know if he would be able to see the starry sky coffin carrier. If he could see the cosmic coffin carrier, perhaps he would be able to uncover some secrets. Or perhaps, they would be able to find out if the first-generation primogenitor of the sovereign clan was really buried in the coffin. Lin Feng left the Lone Wolf Star Zone. He went to the Chaos God star field alone, which was a very dangerous place. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't bring Yu Simon along. As for the Shu brothers, Lin Feng had them recruit troops in the Starry Sky world. Perhaps one day, the Shu brothers would be of use. The Shenyuan ancient Starry Sky ship quickly flew through the Starry Sky world. It was as fast as lightning. On this day, Lin Feng saw some terrifying gluttonous god demons. Those gluttonous god demons had heaven-defying cultivation bases. There were several sovereigns leading them. I'm so envious. I really want to kill those gluttonous god demons, refine them into gluttonous god fruits, and then eat them. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. The gluttonous god demons' cultivation bases were too terrifying. Therefore, one had to be careful when facing such terrifying creatures. Otherwise, one might very well become food for those gluttonous god demons. Lin Feng was very clear about this. Although he really wanted to kill those gluttonous god demons, Lin Feng knew that his cultivation base wasn't enough to deal with so many terrifying gluttonous god demons. Therefore, he went far away from those gluttonous god demons. Wherever the gluttonous god demons passed by, it was simply a bloody scene. Those cultivators who encountered the gluttonous god demons all met with calamity and became food for those gluttonous god demons. Those gluttonous god demons weren't just incomparably powerful. They were also incomparably vicious. They liked to eat cultivators to increase their cultivation bases. On this day, Lin Feng saw a few dozen cultivators besieging an old man from afar. That old man was covered in blood. But he was very strong. He blocked the attacks of the few dozen cultivators. The old man's counterattacks were also very strong, occasionally killing the cultivators besieging him. Swish! All of a sudden, the space cracked open as a creature with a scorpion tail appeared. It was a space scorpion tail cultivator. An extremely terrifying race in the Starry Sky world, one that very few forces dared to provoke. This race had as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. Furthermore, it was said that they ruled over several large galaxies. This showed just how powerful this force was. The space scorpion tail cultivator's attack was very sudden. He was wielding a blood-red blade. In an instant, one of the old man's arms was cut off. Ah! The old man screamed in pain. His body then exploded into a mist of blood and fled into the distance. The old man was heavily injured, so he had no choice but to flee. This kind of battle in the starry sky world was actually quite common. Along the way, Lin Feng had seen quite a few of these battles. These battles were either to kill and steal, or to kill between forces. In the world of cultivators, this was a very common thing. There was no need to be surprised. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that 3 days later, he would see that old man again. The old man was covered in blood, one of his arms was broken, and there was also a wound on his abdomen that went through his entire body. His dantian was almost destroyed, and he suffered an extremely serious Dao injury. The old man fell from the starry sky world. His body was obviously reaching its limit. After Lin Feng saw the old man, he couldn't help but frown. It was better to avoid trouble. He shouldn't have cared about the old man's life or death. But even though Lin Feng had been in the cruel world of cultivation for many years, he had seen all kinds of deceit. But deep in his heart, he still retained the kindness and innocence of his youth. So, seeing that the old man was heavily injured and dying, Lin Feng couldn't help but help him. Lin Feng waved his hand. Powerful magic power surged out. It swept towards the old man. The old man was swept up by the magic power. Then, it landed on the ancient starry sky ship Shenyuan. At this time, the old man's life aura was extremely weak. Lin Feng took out a life-prolonging pill and fed it to the old man. The old man's aura stabilized a lot. "Thank you for your help, little friend," the old man said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "You're welcome. Rest well." The old man sighed and said, "My injuries are difficult to heal, and I know that I don't have long to live. Perhaps it's fate that we met, little friend. There's something I want to give you, little friend." "Oh, what is it?" Lin Feng looked at the old man in surprise. But at this time, dozens of cultivators flew in from outside. The person in the lead was the space scorpion tail race expert that Lin Feng had seen before. "Kid, hand over that old thing and kill yourself. That way, you can die a quick death. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." Chapter 35-25. This space scorpion tail race cultivator was a peak Emperor realm expert. Moreover, the space scorpion tail race was a race with terrifying talent. Therefore, the space scorpion tail race's battle prowess was one of the best among cultivators of the same level. This race's cultivator was extremely powerful and terrifying. Although he was only a peak Emperor realm expert, perhaps this space scorpion tail race cultivator wouldn't be at a disadvantage if he fought against some low-level Emperor realm experts. A young human cultivator like Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be taken seriously by the space scorpion tail race cultivator. In the eyes of this terrifying existence, Lin Feng was like an ant. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. It happened in the blink of an eye. "Young friend, I've implicated you." When the old man saw the space scorpion tail race cultivators, his expression became extremely unsightly. He said, "Later, take advantage of the chaos to escape. Remember, you must be fast. Don't let these people catch up. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man wanted to forcefully circulate his magic power to fight the space scorpion tail race cultivators. He wanted to escape for Lin Feng. He wanted to win precious time. This old man was rather kind-hearted. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and gently patted the old man's body. The magic power condensed on the old man's body dissipated on its own. The old man looked at Lin Feng in shock. Although his injuries were severe, his cultivation level was still there for all to see. The magic power he condensed was actually dissipated by Lin Feng so easily. It was truly inconceivable. It was hard to believe that this was real. However, this was indeed real. Who is this person? How strong is he? The old man couldn't help but think in shock. Such a young human cultivator was so tyrannical. This made the old man suddenly think of the human cultivator who had been in an uproar in the starry sky world recently. Could he be that person? The old man couldn't help but think. At this moment, Lin Feng looked at the space scorpion tail race cultivator. "Reckless fool, how dare you be so rude to me? Do you know that you have already committed a capital offense?" After hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone was stunned. Then, everyone looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng, a cultivator with such a low cultivation, actually dared to say such presumptuous words to an expert of the space scorpion tail race. Was he tired of living? Brat, you're good. You're good. Just you wait, you'll be kneeling on the ground like a dog and begging me to let you die quickly. A ferocious expression appeared on the face of the space scorpion tail race expert. A young human cultivator dared to be so rude to him. He had completely disregarded him. This caused the space scorpion tail race cultivator's killing intent to soar. The space scorpion tail race cultivator only had one thought in his mind. He had to kill Lin Feng. However, before he killed Lin Feng, he wanted to torture Lin Feng. He wanted to torture Lin Feng until he wished he was dead. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. The space scorpion tail race expert waved his hand. The cultivators around him understood tacitly and rushed towards the ancient starship Shenyuan. A great power like the space scorpion tail race naturally had countless followers. These cultivators were all experts who had pledged allegiance to the space scorpion tail race. Of course. Most of them were boundary emperors who wanted to use the space scorpion tail race's resources to break through to the great emperor realm. There were also a few great emperors among them. However, their cultivation levels weren't particularly high. 3 of them were god emperors, while 1 was an immortal emperor. The 4 great emperors didn't make a move. They stood together with the space scorpion tail race expert and watched indifferently as the boundary emperors charged at Lin Feng. In the eyes of the space scorpion tail race cultivators, there were dozens of quasi-emperor level cultivators. There were also dozens of peak boundary emperors. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for them to deal with Lin Feng? As for the severely injured and dying old man, he was targeted by the space scorpion tail race cultivators. If the old man made any strange movements, the space scorpion tail race cultivators would immediately make a move and launch a thunderous attack on the old man. Kid, have you thought about how you're going to die after offending our Lord? A large group of cultivators surrounded and attacked, each of them wearing a menacing expression. They naturally felt that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape death today. At this moment, Lin Feng raised his right hand and gently swept it through the void. Swoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying scene took place. Dense sword chi swept across heaven and earth. It swept out horizontally. It slashed toward the group of cultivators who were charging at him. The sword chi was so powerful that it naturally wasn't something a group of boundary emperors could contend against. Fart, fart, fart. Suddenly, a series of tearing sounds were heard. The cultivators' bodies were directly torn apart and they died tragically on the spot. After seeing those dead cultivators, Lin Feng's face revealed an incomparably cold expression. The world of cultivators was so cruel. If you didn't kill others, you would be killed by others. Lin Feng didn't want to die. Therefore, he would kill these people who wanted to take his life. My eyes were blind. I didn't see that you had such strength. Capture him alive. I'll torture this kid to death later. Otherwise, I won't be able to eliminate the hatred in my heart, the space scorpion tail race cultivator said in a cold voice. Yes, Lord. The 4 great emperor-level experts replied. After receiving the order, the 4 great emperors quickly flew toward the ancient starship, wanting to suppress Lin Feng who was on the ancient starship. Boom, boom, boom. As waves of destructive energy surged out, the 4 great emperors all made their moves. Rushing thunder hand. 1,000 demon palm. 9 strikes of the universe. Thunder 1,000 slaughter Dao. The 4 great emperors' divine abilities were very powerful. In an instant, they attacked. However, Lin Feng gently pointed at the void. A divine light flew out. It immediately shattered the 4 great emperors' attacks. What? The expressions of the 4 great emperors changed drastically. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. Believe in me as if you believe in a god. All living beings in the world worship me, Lin Feng murmured. He opened his hand and a powerful purification power surged out. It directly enveloped the 4 great emperors. The powerful purification power directly poured into the 4 great emperors' bodies. The 4 great emperors couldn't resist Lin Feng's great purification technique. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had converted them. Thank you for guiding us, fellow Daoist. Let us let go of the sins of the past. The four great emperors put their palms together and looked very pious. They looked at Lin Feng like the most loyal believers looking at their god. Even if Lin Feng wanted them to die now. Chapter 35-26. You've actually purified 4 of my subordinates. Who the hell are you, kid? The cultivator from the Space Scorpion tail race was an experienced and knowledgeable person, so he immediately recognized the great purification art that Lin Feng had just used. The great purification technique was definitely a peerless technique. Its might was so strong that it was unbelievable. Now that Lin Feng had used the great purification art, it immediately displayed boundless power. He'd purified 4 great emperors in the blink of an eye. This infuriated the Space Scorpion tail race cultivator so much that he wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Feng immediately. However, he knew that Lin Feng's identity wasn't to be taken lightly. Moreover, the combat strength that Lin Feng had displayed wasn't something that a quasi-emperor cultivator could display. Was this kid pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Lin Feng said indifferently, if you want to know who I am, you can go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Lin Feng took a step forward and threw a punch at the Space Scorpion tail race cultivator. This person was different from the 4 great emperors that Lin Feng had purified. The 4 great emperors that Lin Feng had purified didn't belong to the Space Scorpion tail race. They were only temporary subordinates of the Space Scorpion tail race. They could choose to leave at any time. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with Lin Feng purifying the 4 of them. However, the Space Scorpion tail race cultivator was different. He was from the Space Scorpion tail race and had the support of this colossus. If Lin Feng purified this person, then, the Space Scorpion tail race would definitely send many experts to surround and kill Lin Feng. It was better to end things once and for all. He'd directly kill the Space Scorpion tail race cultivator. Perhaps he'd be able to completely conceal what had happened today. Of course, if he couldn't conceal what had happened today, Lin Feng would still suffer the Space Scorpion tail race's revenge. If that really happened, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid. If that happened, when the time came, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Lin Feng's path of supremacy. Fearless. This was destined to be a supreme great Tao that would defeat countless people who stood in its way. Lin Feng's attack was naturally incomparably tyrannical. Sensing Lin Feng's formidable attack, the Space Scorpion clan cultivator's face involuntarily sank. He punched out and collided with Lin Feng's fist. He was immediately swept away by Lin Feng. Swish. The Space Scorpion tail race cultivator took out his blood-red saber. Blood blade 36 slashes. The Space Scorpion tail race cultivator could not help but shout coldly. Next, he unleashed a violent attack on Lin Feng. He swung the blood-red saber 36 times in a row. The blood-red long saber slashed out 36 blood-red saber lights. Every blade light. It was as if they had the power to destroy the world. That terrifying power was simply shocking to the extreme. 36 saber lights merged together in an instant, erupting into a terrifying attack that could shake one's heart. The fused saber gleam. It locked onto Lin Feng. It directly slashed down. The situation was extremely dangerous. It seemed that Lin Feng was about to be torn apart by the blade light. Right at this moment, Lin Feng waved his right hand. 3 stone swords flew out. Each stone sword contained a peerless sharpness. The 3 stone swords gently shook the void. Instantly, they completely destroyed the opponent's blade light. After that, the 3 stone swords slashed at the Space Scorpion tail race cultivator as fast as lightning. Break. The Space Scorpion tail race cultivator's expression was cold. His eyes were flashing with dense killing intent. Holding the blood-red long saber in his hand, he stepped forward and waved it. In an instant, there were layers of blood-red light. The blade light surged between heaven and earth. Billions of blood-red light. Billions of blade light. They blended together. Heaven and earth seemed to have become a world of blade light and blood-red light. The Space Scorpion tail race cultivator's attack was truly terrifying and shocking. Clang clang clang. A series of collisions rang out, accompanied by the earth-shaking sounds of collisions. Even the void was shattered. Lin Feng's 3 stone swords were actually blocked by the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator. Strong. It was really too strong. The Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator was actually able to block the power of Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. It was really unbelievable. Of course, Lin Feng had yet to use the troops mantra. Because Lin Feng felt that there was no need for that at all. This Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator was indeed very powerful, but so what? Lin Feng was not afraid of cultivators of his level now. The 3 stone swords once again attacked the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator. The Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator directly used a sweeping move. It swept towards Lin Feng's 3 stone swords. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collision rang out again. The Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator swept away Lin Feng's 3 stone swords again. He couldn't help but feel very proud. He felt that he could break Lin Feng's stone swords after a few more rounds of battle. At that time, Lin Feng would definitely die. But at this moment, Lin Feng had already arrived behind the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator. He held the Black Dragon Sword in his hand and directly slashed at the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator. The power of that sword was really too tyrannical. It directly split the void. Then, the terrifying sword Qi instantly arrived in front of the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator. The Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator's expression was indifferent. He waved the blood-colored long saber in his hand to block Lin Feng's attack. The scorpion's tail stood upright. Then, it quickly stabbed towards Lin Feng's body. The barb at the end of the scorpion tail flickered with a blue luster. It obviously contained a strong poison. However, the poisonous barb at the end of the scorpion tail couldn't pierce Lin Feng's body. Therefore, Lin Feng's 3 stone swords flew over and directly cut off the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator's scorpion tail. The Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator's scorpion tail was extremely important to him. Therefore, when his scorpion tail was cut off by Lin Feng's stone swords, the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator's scorpion tail was injured. It was equivalent to being heavily injured, so the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator let out a painful cry. He wanted to quickly withdraw and retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng's 3 stone swords quickly slashed over. Meanwhile, the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator's mind was tied down by Lin Feng. Therefore, he couldn't block the attack of the 3 stone swords. Poochie, poochie, poochie. 3 consecutive ripping sounds suddenly came out. The 3 stone swords directly pierced through the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator's body. How can this be? The Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator looked at the 3 stone swords that pierced through his body in disbelief. The next moment, he felt a pain in his head. Then, he saw his head fly into the air. A pillar of blood spurted out from his severed neck. Then, endless darkness engulfed him. The Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator lost all consciousness. Chapter 35-27. Although the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator was powerful, he was still killed by Lin Feng in the end. Lin Feng destroyed the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator's body and took his origin. Then, he took the Space Scorpion Tailrace Cultivator's storage ring. He returned to the Shenyuan ancient starship. The 4 great emperors also arrived one after another. Lin Feng planned to leave the 4 on the Shenyuan ancient starship. Currently, the various attacks of the ancient starship Shenyuan were driven by puppet cultivators transformed from puppet cultivators using the art of puppetry. Therefore, they couldn't fully display the Shenyuan ancient starship's strength. With the 4 great emperors overseeing the Shenyuan ancient starship, they should be able to fully display the Shenyuan ancient starship's power. Young friend, are you Lin Feng, a human prodigy? The old man looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded. Yes. The old man said, young friend, you're truly a heaven-defying prodigy that only appears once in a trillion years. After sighing with emotion, the old man's right hand flashed, and an item suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a jade tube. There was nothing special about it. It was probably just a memory jade tube that recorded some scenes. The old man said, I can't hold on any longer. This jade tube records some things that many people want to know. Young friend, Take it. Once you're done, destroy it. Don't leave any evidence behind. All right. Lin Feng took the jade tube and nodded. The old man looked at the boundless starry world and couldn't help but feel extremely sad. This starry world buried my clansmen. Now, I plan to bury myself in the boundless starry sky. I hope to reunite with my clansmen on the road to the Yellow Springs, the old man said. His voice was filled with sorrow. He didn't stop. Instead, he soared into the sky and left Lin Feng's ancient starship. Lin Feng didn't stop him. There was no one who could heal the old man. Being buried in the starry sky was his final wish. What reason did Lin Feng have to stop the old man? When the old man's figure was completely out of sight, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship quickly flew into the distance. Lin Feng returned to the cabin. Then, he sat down cross-legged. His divine sense entered the jade tube. Suddenly, some memories flooded into Lin Feng's mind. Those memories. They were all memories about a Daoist scripture. His from that clan. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Primordial clan from before had obtained the Dao scripture. This caused quite a stir. But in the end, they were killed. The old man should be the only cultivator from that clan who managed to escape. He was the elder that was widely rumored to be in the outside world. The memories in the jade tube were what the old man had seen from the Daoist scripture. The Daoist scripture was very mysterious. Although the contents recorded in it were very shocking, not everyone could see the contents of the Daoist scripture. According to the contents of the jade tube, it was clear that the contents of the Dao scripture were not something that could be read just because one wanted to. The Dao scripture was very mysterious, and it was surrounded by the power of restrictions. If anyone wanted to see the contents, they would have to personally break the restrictions on the Dao scripture. Moreover, it was said that the restrictions on the Dao scripture would be different for each person who saw it. When the old man had first read the Dao scripture, he had only managed to break 3 or 4 restrictions. Therefore, the contents he saw were very limited. However, Lin Feng still managed to learn some shocking things from the limited contents. This part of the Dao scripture was related to the ancient stone coffin. There were indeed some terrifying beings buried in the ancient stone coffin. However, because Lin Feng's information was limited, Lin Feng didn't know who was buried in the ancient stone coffin. An existence buried in the ancient stone coffin. Could it be the Sovereign Emperor clan's first-generation primogenitor or someone like Primordial Chaos? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Even now, he still couldn't determine who was buried in the ancient stone coffin. The complete Daoist scripture might have records of it. However, the information he had was too limited. Therefore, he couldn't determine the exact situation inside the ancient stone coffin. Only if Lin Feng personally opened the coffin would he be able to find out who was buried inside. The ancient ship Shenyuan continued to fly in the direction of the Chaos God Starfield. In the Space Scorpion Tail clan, news of the death of the Space Scorpion Tail clan's cultivator by Lin Feng had spread. The patriarch of the Space Scorpion Tail clan had personally issued an order to find out who had killed their cultivator. Lin Feng didn't know about this. Of course, even if Lin Feng knew, he probably wouldn't care. On this day, Lin Feng saw a huge starfield. It was surrounded by an endless aura of death. Some cultivators arrived one after another, but they all avoided the starfield. Lin Feng summoned the immortal Emperor cultivator. The cultivator's name was Chu Morbai. Lin Feng asked, "Do you know where that starfield is? Why are so many cultivators avoiding that star region?" "Young master, that starfield is called the Demon Fall Starfield. It used to be a prosperous place, but for some unknown reason, the Demon Fall Starfield was destroyed overnight. Countless living beings disappeared, and the Demon Fall Starfield was shrouded in the power of death. The power of time and the power of death fused together, and it could devour the lives of cultivators at any time. It's an extremely dangerous place, and no one is willing to take the risk," Chu Morbai said. A huge starfield was destroyed overnight. Moreover, countless living beings in that starfield had disappeared. What the hell happened? How could it be so strange? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. "I'm not sure. However, It said that cultivators who entered the Demon Fall starfield to explore didn't have a good ending. As time passed, no one dared to enter the Demon Fall starfield anymore, Chu Morbai said. Lin Feng nodded. The Demon Fall starfield was very strange, but it wasn't enough to scare Lin Feng away. He planned to explore the Demon Fall starfield and perhaps find something. Lin Feng entered the Demon Fall starfield. Many stars had turned into stars of death. This place was very terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Feng had grasped the law of time. Otherwise, his lifespan would be greatly reduced. In fact, it was possible that his lifespan would be completely stripped away. In the end, Lin Feng landed on a gigantic planet. On that planet, there was a gigantic godly temple, which was in perfect condition. Lin Feng had just arrived outside the temple when he encountered a calamity. An unknown power had struck Lin Feng. Chapter 35-28. Lin Feng hurriedly used the archaic dragonesque elephant art to resist the terrible feeling of his head splitting apart. When the archaic dragonesque elephant art was activated, Lin Feng's terrible feeling of his head splitting apart finally dissipated. This place is very strange. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The temple was strange, perhaps hiding some unknown danger. Lin Feng carefully walked inside. When he entered the temple, he saw that there was a huge python enshrined on the altar, which shocked Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't understand why such a gigantic snake was worshipped in the godly temple. Lin Feng didn't understand why such a gigantic snake would be worshipped in the temple. What was the origin of the temple? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. In addition to the huge python, the pillars of the temple were also densely covered with murals of all shapes and sizes. However, Lin Feng saw many pictures of sacrifices. And the god being sacrificed was a huge python. This is. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The sacrifice of the totem era? The ancient totem culture belonged to the early period of this era. At that time, a huge beast, a person, a tree, a stone, a cauldron, and so on could all become an immortal totem. This was the extraordinary part of the totem culture. The totem culture represented the beliefs of the various great eras. Or rather, it was a kind of spiritual pillar. However, the totem culture was eventually eliminated by time. Until now, no one mentioned the totem culture. After all, it had disappeared for too long. Many things that happened back then had already become a mystery. No one knew what kind of environment gave birth to the totem culture at that time. Lin Feng had come into contact with the totem culture in the past. However, his knowledge was limited. The totem culture originated from the absolute beginning era. To be able to become a totem, one must have extraordinary abilities. Look at this python, it actually became the totem of so many factions and tribes. From this, you can see how extraordinary that python is. You must know that in the era of the totem culture, the major factions had just begun to develop. There was very little communication with the outside world, so those tribes and factions all had their own totems that they believed in. It's very rare for many tribes and factions to believe in a single totem, but the fact that something like this has happened is enough to explain a lot of problems. The Demon Lord said. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect the Demon Lord to know about the distant totem culture. However, the Demon Lord was becoming more and more mysterious recently. Lin Feng felt that the current Demon Lord was not the same as the Demon Lord of the past. Lin Feng guessed that it might have something to do with the awakening of the memories. Because as time passed, the Demon Lord's memories gradually. And as thus, the memories that the Yarrow Lord awakened naturally increased as well. Lin Feng said, in that case, this huge temple should have been built in the era of the totem culture. At this point, Lin Feng felt that it was very inconceivable. Because, in the era of the totem culture, many factions still existed in the form of tribes. Basically, there were no big cities. Not to mention all kinds of temples. And those factions also worshipped totems in an open environment. The Demon Lord said, there is indeed such a possibility. Although the era of the totem culture gives people a feeling of being very backward. However, in every era, there are some factions that grasp methods that the factions of the same era can't grasp. Therefore, It's not strange that someone built such a temple, Lin Feng said. This python, I wonder what kind of existence it was in the past. He carefully searched the temple, hoping to find something special. However, Lin Feng didn't find anything. Although this place was very old, there were no ancient treasures. However, there were no ancient treasures that had been passed down. Of course, it was also possible that some things had been passed down, but it had long been taken away by others. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shaking sound came from outside. After hearing the sound, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. What was that sound? It caused the void to tremble. Lin Feng rushed out of the temple and immediately revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He saw an old man pulling an ancient coffin toward him from the distance. The old man's clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. 4 chains were wrapped around his body. The 4 chains were connected to the ancient sarcophagus. Every step he took seemed to be very difficult. The mysterious ancient stone coffin was densely covered with runes. It suppressed the heavens and made it difficult to approach. A cosmic coffin carrier. Lin Feng was shocked. That old man must be a cosmic coffin carrier. Lin Feng really didn't expect to encounter a cosmic coffin carrier here. It was rumored. There was more than one cosmic coffin carrier. Someone had once seen 2 different cosmic coffin carriers. Every cosmic coffin carrier was incomparably powerful and mysterious, just like the one Lin Feng saw. Ancient stone coffin, did you really bury those mighty existences? Lin Feng's gaze could no longer shift away from the ancient stone coffin. The cosmic coffin carrier pulled the ancient stone coffin across the starry world. Between heaven and earth, Tao sounds could be heard, shaking the starry world for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the end, the cosmic coffin carrier landed on the planet Lin Feng was on. Lin Feng left the temple and walked toward the cosmic coffin carrier. Lin Feng finally saw the cosmic coffin carrier clearly. It was actually a human expert. Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Which human expert was this in the past? He's definitely not a nobody, but now he's in such a miserable state. Lin Feng sighed, feeling very sad as he looked at such a sage of the human race. He lost himself. He became a cosmic coffin carrier. This made him feel very sorrowful. In the past, he was once invincible in the universe, but now he was in such a miserable state. The cosmic coffin carrier should really be cursed. Otherwise, why would he keep pulling the ancient stone coffin forward? Lin Feng murmured. The demon lord said, "This seems like a punishment." Lin Feng nodded. Just as Yarrow Jun had said, this was indeed like a form of punishment. However, this sort of punishment was a little too cruel. No one could endure such a punishment. It would make the person who suffered such a punishment suffer a fate worse than death. Suddenly, the body of the star sky coffin carrier trembled violently. Ah! He let out an incomparably shrill cry as monstrous demonic chi surged out of his body. The demonic chi emitted a trace of pressure that almost killed Lin Feng. Chapter 35-29. Lin Feng retreated more than 1,000 meters before the terrifying pressure dissipated. He looked at the terrifying cosmic coffin carrier with a solemn expression. He didn't know why the coffin carrier had suddenly emitted such a terrifying aura. The demonic aura churned violently, enveloping the coffin carrier within it. From time to time, he would let out low, miserable cries. Could it be that he still has a trace of consciousness that he hasn't completely lost? Lin Feng thought of a possibility. Now, that starry sky coffin carrier was trying his best to regain his consciousness. However, it was very difficult for him to do so. In the end, he restrained his demonic aura. The coffin carrier pulled the ancient sarcophagus into the sky and quickly rushed into the distance. Lin Feng chased after it. He wanted to open the ancient sarcophagus and see what kind of terrifying existence was buried inside. However, Lin Feng couldn't catch up to the coffin carrier. The coffin carrier was simply too fast. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel shocked. Lin Feng stood in the starry sky world in silence. He had seen the coffin carrier, but he hadn't been able to find out the secrets of the coffin carrier and the ancient sarcophagus. Perhaps he would only be able to find out after reaching the Chaos God starfield. After all, it was said that the coffin carrier had come from the Chaos God starfield. That place hid the secrets of the coffin carrier. Lin Feng planned to leave the Demon Fall starfield. He felt that this place was filled with a power that made him feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng flew into the distance. In the end, he successfully left the Demon Fall starfield. However, Lin Feng had the feeling that something was wrong. He had the feeling that something was following him. Lin Feng looked behind him, but he couldn't find anything. 3 months later, Lin Feng arrived at the Chaos God starfield. A large number of cultivators had gathered outside the Chaos God starfield. Several coffin carriers have already entered the Chaos God starfield. There must be a great secret hidden here. What kind of living being is buried in the ancient sarcophagus? Whether or not the first progenitor of the sovereign clan, Primordial Chaos, and the other powerful experts will soon be revealed. Rumor has it that there will be Emperor-level experts descending to personally explore the secrets of the coffin carriers and the ancient stone coffins. Many pieces of news were spreading rapidly. Lin Feng had been looking for all sorts of information because one of the creatures buried in the stone coffins might be one of his ancestors. Lin Feng's heart was pounding at that moment. The first primogenitor of the sovereign imperial clan was simply too important to them. He had created the glory of the sovereign emperor clan. In fact, some of the most ancient orthodoxies of the sovereign emperor clan had disappeared along with their progenitor. The descendants of the sovereign race hoped that their primogenitor was still alive. Given the progenitor's strength, he should have been able to survive until now. Lin Feng also hoped that the primogenitor was still alive. He didn't want the primogenitor to be buried in a coffin. More and more cultivators gathered outside the Chaos Godstar region. But so far, very few people had entered the Chaos Godstar region. This was because the Chaos Godstar region was simply too dangerous. It was densely covered with terrifying restrictions that had yet to dissipate. Recklessly entering could lead to disaster. Woo! The sound of a bugle horn came from the depths of the Chaos Godstar region. Not long after, everyone heard an earth-shattering sound. Many cultivators looked toward the depths of the Chaos Godstar region and frowned. This was because they saw an army crushing through the sky in the depths of the Chaos Godstar region. Then, they quickly disappeared. Rumor has it that the Chaos Godstar region is connected to the Netherworld. That's why the Netherworld's Yin army has appeared, a cultivator said. This news had spread out a long time ago and many people had discussed this matter before. However, not many cultivators believed in this rumor. But now that everyone had seen that terrifying army, many people couldn't help but believe it without a doubt. The Chaos Godstar region was far more terrifying and complex than one could imagine. Not long after, another piece of news broke out. This star region seemed to be connected to the wasteland in space-time. This rumor caused a huge uproar. The wasteland. A place that no one was willing to talk about. A place so terrifying that it made countless living beings tremble. The wasteland was very mysterious. It was located in an unknown space-time. It was connected to the Heaven Realm, the Underworld, the Chaos Shenhuang Realm, and the Foreign Realms. However, this didn't mean that the wasteland wasn't connected to other worlds. In fact, the wasteland was connected to some worlds and some special star regions. However, this connection was just a spatial rift. Such a place was incomparably dangerous. If one wanted to enter the wasteland through a spatial rift, 100 lives. It wasn't enough to fill in. There were more and more rumors about the Chaos Godstar region. Some top forces also arrived one after another. For example, the Myriad Race's Sacred God Clan, Ancient God Clan, and other forces sent experts. Although 5 Emperor Lords of the Myriad Race had fallen, the Myriad Race was still incomparably powerful. This was because the Myriad Race still had sacred emperors, and there was more than one. Especially recently, there were rumors that several sacred emperors of the Myriad Race wanted to use the Heavenly Sage Great World's world origin to break through to the Emperor Lord realm. This matter caused quite a stir. Ordinary sacred emperors wouldn't try to break through to the Emperor Lord realm if they weren't confident. Because, once they failed, they would be doomed. Those sage emperors who had cultivated to their level were all extremely powerful. No one knew how many hardships they had gone through. Therefore, they would definitely cherish their lives. They wouldn't casually break through to the Emperor Lord realm. However, since those sacred emperors of the myriad race planned to break through to the Emperor Lord realm, those sacred emperors might really be able to break through successfully. The myriad race was still a giant force in the vast starry sky. Lin Feng also saw the experts of the Heavenly Devil clan. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a tall and imposing figure. He was powerful and intimidating. There are many branches of the Heavenly Devil clan, but this person is the patriarch of the main branch of the Heavenly Devil clan. He's called the Heavenly Devil Cultivator, a cultivator said. He recognized the cultivator's identity. When Lin Feng heard this name, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Heavenly Devil Cultivator. This name was too familiar. Wasn't this the father of Gongzi Nai and Gongzi Yu? Lin Feng and Gongzi Yu had a close relationship. That was why he had heard Gongzi Yu mention some of his past. Gongzi Yu's father, the Heavenly Devil Cultivator, was the person with the most terrifying talent in the history of the Heavenly Devil clan. However, Gongzi Yu didn't have any good impression of the Heavenly Devil Cultivator, even if the Heavenly Devil Cultivator was Gongzi Yu's father. Chapter 3530. Of course, Gongzi Yu's background, Gongzi Yu's past, and everything that had happened to Gongzi Yu. It was all too complicated. Many things couldn't be explained in a few words. Gongzi Nai. Lin Feng frowned as he saw Gongzi Nai beside the Heavenly Devil Cultivator. Gongzi Nai had become even stronger. His aura was very terrifying. This person was not simple. Although no one in the younger generation of the myriad races considered Gongzi Nai to be the strongest. But in reality, Lin Feng felt that Gongzi Nai was definitely not inferior to the young paragons of the myriad races. Of course. Those young paragons had never appeared, so Lin Feng didn't know how strong they were. However, Gongzi Nai gave Lin Feng an extremely dangerous feeling. There were very few young cultivators who could make Lin Feng feel this way. Lin Feng combined his own cultivation with the feeling of danger that Gongzi Yu gave him. In the end, he deduced Gongzi Nai's position in the younger generation of the myriad races. At this moment, Gongzi Nai was whispering something to his father, the Heavenly Devil Cultivator. Although Gongzi Nai and Gongzi Yu were blood brothers. But they were distant. There was still a difference. It was said that the support of Gongzi Nai's mother's family was inseparable from the Heavenly Devil Cultivator's position. And Gongzi Yu was ostracized because of his poor background. His mother was only a maidservant. The Heavenly Devil Imperial family viewed Gongzi Yu as a lowly person. They viewed him as a disgrace to the Heavenly Devil Imperial family. This was also the fundamental reason why the Heavenly Devil Imperial family turned a blind eye to the experts on Gongzi Nai's side, repeatedly trying to kill Gongzi Yu. I wonder where Gongzi Yu is now? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He and Gongzi Yu went from enemies to friends. Then, they experienced life and death together and became close friends. Too many things had happened in between. Lin Feng actually admired Gongzi Yu a lot. However, everyone had different destinies and missions. No matter how close they were, it was impossible for them to be together forever. Sooner or later, they would have to part. Lin Feng left the area to avoid being discovered by the Heaven Devil race. If he was really discovered, how could the Heaven Devil race let him go? Not far away, there were also experts from the Shungshan clan, Ancient God clan, and other forces. These myriad races hated Lin Feng to the bone. Lin Feng wandered around the outskirts of the Chaos God Star field. He went to several places and saw many powerful forces. Lin Feng also saw the Angel race, the Fallen Angel race, the Blood Wolf race, the Golden Saint Lion race, the Nine-Headed Bug race, and other races experts. These were all forces of the myriad races. He even saw Naylan Manli. Naylan Manli was the saintess of the fallen angel race. She was the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Back then, she formed an alliance with many geniuses of the myriad races to kill Lin Feng. But they failed several times. Later, Naylan Manli, Yu Simon, and the others went to find the purple flame gold lotus. After finding the purple flame gold lotus, Simon ambushed Nayland Marnley and the other 12 people. The other 12 people were killed by Simon. And Nayland Marnley was injured. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly appeared and captured Simon and Nayland Marnley. Nayland Marnley was as beautiful as ever. Compared to before, the current Nayland Marnley had an additional charm. Perhaps it was because she had lost her chastity. Perhaps it was because she had become a married woman. Such a charming temperament. It made Nayland Marnley even more charming. However, Lin Feng did not greet Nayland Marnley. He did not want to have any more interactions with Nayland Marnley. Moreover, if Nayland Marnley saw him, Lin Feng believed that Nayland Marnley would kill him without hesitation. In another area, Lin Feng saw a group of extremely terrifying existences. Many cultivators were discussing in low voices. That group of experts came from the Undying Realm. The cultivators of the Undying Realm had begun to move around. Lin Feng did not know if the group of people in the distance had anything to do with the cultivators of the Undying Realm who had dealt with Supreme Emperor Myriad Star back then. Immeasurable Daoist. Lin Feng was shocked. He saw an old acquaintance dressed in a Daoist robe sneakily. Who else could it be but Immeasurable Daoist? It had been a long time since Lin Feng had seen Immeasurable Daoist. Unexpectedly, he would see Immeasurable Daoist here. Didn't this damned Daoist go to the Myriad Race's lair to steal the ancient tombs left behind by the ancestors of the Myriad Races? Why would he appear here? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. Immeasurable Daoist had a shifty-eyed look. This guy belonged to the type of cultivator who was wretched and developed. Usually, he was extremely shameless and wretched, but in reality, his methods were extremely shocking. Even Lin Feng could not see through Immeasurable Daoist. Immeasurable Daoist was very fast. He disappeared quickly. Lin Feng followed behind Immeasurable Daoist and left together. Damned Daoist! Wait for me. In an empty starry sky world. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Immeasurable Daoist acted as if he did not hear Lin Feng's shout and ignored Lin Feng. Swoosh! Immeasurable Daoist crushed a jade talisman and instantly teleported through the void, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng could not help but have black lines on his forehead. Could it be that this damned Daoist has discovered some treasure again and is unwilling to share it with me, so he chose not to acknowledge me? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. This was Immeasurable Daoist's usual style. When this damned Daoist found some treasures, this damned Daoist would not choose to acknowledge Lin Feng. Because this damned Daoist wanted to take the treasures for himself. Lin Feng had seen this situation before. Ever since Lin Feng cultivated the Tao of space passed down by the God of Space. His use of space had already reached a rather profound level. Therefore, Immeasurable Daoist wanted to get rid of him. This was not an easy task. After Lin Feng locked onto Immeasurable Daoist's aura, he also teleported through the void and left. The Chaos God starfield was incomparably huge. If one looked from afar in the starry sky world, one could see, the Chaos God starfield was like a huge, oval-shaped starfield. Around the Chaos God starfield, there was a terrifying power that distorted space and time. Immeasurable Daoist flew around the Chaos God starfield. This guy seemed to be looking for something. In a place where a space-time storm was raging. Immeasurable Daoist stopped. Is it here? Immeasurable Daoist could not help but mutter. Then, he looked around furtively and found that there was no one around. This damned Daoist entered the space-time storm. After Immeasurable Daoist entered the space-time storm, Lin Feng stepped out of the void. This damned Daoist's methods are getting more and more powerful. The space-time storm has no effect on him,